Today is a special day because it is the final day of competition of the Legends of Runeterra World Championships, which means we are crowning a new world champion. My name is Necker, and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined by Spids, Skarzik, Alan, and Boulevard to bring you all the action of this final day. Spids, how are you?
I'm going amazingly, and I'm so excited to crown that victor. See what card gets added, who gets the prize, and who gets that title. It's going to be so exciting.
And I'm thrilled to be here as well. It's been a long, sequence of games and plays and competitions. I know that the competitors are exhausted, but so excited, just like I am, just like our viewers at home are.
I bet you. I can hear it. I can feel it from the players. It's like the jitters of getting ready for that final day of competition. And you're right, Skarzik. It's been a journey at this point. We have had 2 action-packed days to lead up to this point, where we started with 64 players from all around the world that competed in 7 Swiss rounds to then determine our top 16 cut. We played through some of that double elimination bracket yesterday, and and now we only have 8 players remaining. And I think that's what gets me the most excited, Spids, is when you look at the fact that we've already whittled down the competition so much, and it's only the 8 best that are standing left.
It's such a heartbreak to see the 8 players that have already gone out of the top 16. We see some amazing names that just unfortunately couldn't get there, but we still have the top 8 getting even more money. Every single win they get gets them a little bit closer to that first place. It's so exciting to see what will end up coming out.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. That's a $140,000 prize pool there. And of course, you also get to create a follower if you get that first place prize, and you get to create a spell if you get that second place prize. Depending on who you ask, maybe the spell creation is a little bit more enticing, but these are the 8 players that we have left competing for all of that prizing. And when you take a look at this list, as you said, Spids, there's just so many amazing players across the board.
I want to start with Seku. He's been in the game for so many years, competing every single season, taking some little breaks here and there, but still showing what it's like to be one of the big mid-range menaces. He's been playing mid-range all throughout his career, and he's brought it this time around, which has been a great counter towards the meta that has been a little bit more value-oriented, a little bit more controlly, and his mid-range presence has absolutely dominated so far.
That is true. You can't just be a player that jumps to mid-range when it's strong. You have to have that pedigree. But when I talk about pedigree, I've got to give it to Chenia, a returning player who made top 4 at last year's Worlds. And his rival, Reroll, already out of the tournament, so he is sitting pretty. I've already overcome that obstacle from last time, and he seems to be very hungry for some new competition.
Chenia and Seku were players that have been around for a long time, but Taiga is a relatively new force into LoR, starting late last year, being picked up by ABG and having an absolutely thoroughly strong year. With his premier style of archetype, trying to be a little bit more controlly, bringing the Karma set. He's so used to playing these Seraphine control decks. He's the second NA player still in this, but he's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
And Yoshino on the same line, still running a pretty standard lineup. Had the opportunity earlier on in this competitive year to kind of get a do-over, right? Where there were 2 Eternal Opens in the same format. And when you give a player a second chance, especially in this new format where we have this double elimination bracket, Yoshino's been able to latch onto and really maximize on that opportunity. And this is a player that we've seen over the course of the last couple of days adapt on the fly to this fresh meta. So I'm excited to see if he'll continue that trend.
When talking about the titans of LoR, you can't forget JO1. He's been around for so long, has been the top of ladder in multiple regions, in multiple seasons. Every single time APAC has a tournament, he has been there. He has been near the top. He even got his win in an open earlier this year. Absolutely phenomenal player. I think he's one of the favorites going into this, and he's showing how consistent he can be.
And right on the other side of the coin, we've got Talpinator. I think is the top 8 wild card for sure. Has a pretty spicy take on this new meta, but is known for playing a wide variety of decks throughout the course of this competitive year. And when you have a little bit of experience with everything, being able to pivot to what is strong or call out a fresh meta game like these world competitors are competing in, he has maybe a unique take and a unique idea that can continue to carry him further. When you're dabbling in a bunch of different decks, but with a strong EMEA foundation, it sounds like a recipe for success to me.
Aurora has been around as well for quite a while. Aurora is in the last World Championship and has done even better this year. That improvement is something that's got to feel amazing for Aurora, but you can always go even further. Aurora, definitely one of the better APAC players, as we've seen. APAC has a very top-heavy roster of players, Aurora being in that list very, very consistently. I'm so excited to see if he's able to bring it further than he got last time.
And rounding out our top 8, we've got Shulu Flippy, a player who, speaking of top heavy, right, #1 points earner in EMEA, a powerhouse region already, and it just speaks to his consistency as a player. I want to play the best deck. I'm going to learn this deck backwards and front and just outplay everyone else on it. If you have a list that's tried and true, proven to be strong, then you only need to focus much more on your own gameplay and let the deck do its job. And when you can take that weight off of your shoulders as a competitor, I think it's going to really pay off here in day 3 of this grueling competition.
What a nice celebration of all of our players that are left in the competition to battle it out for that world champion title. When we take a look at the bracket, you can see how they are going to match up against each other and also what is in store for us in terms of the competition. We've got Chenny and Seku that at the end of yesterday earned their spots in the winners finals. But when you take a look at the lower bracket, this is really where we're going to be putting our focus for today. Kicking things off there with our lower round 1, you can kind of see how that's all going to shake out here in Skarzik. It's going to be a pretty hard road here for all of our players that are in the lower bracket right now.
Yeah, JO1, as Spid said, the favorite maybe to take it all against Talpinator, still that wild card, that curveball that has made it this far into the tournament. And sometimes when you have a good lineup and you are prepped, something can come completely out of left field to take that away. I know that Ty Guy is also going to be having a little bit of trouble no matter which one of these competitors advances.
There's a lot of the other side of this lower bracket also has a lot of strong players. Lulu, Flippy, and Jersino we've seen on the stream as well as Aurora doing quite well, playing tightly, playing to their outs. So every single person, despite only having 1 life left, like they can't lose anymore. They have to win the next 4 rounds to try and get in. It's going to be tight, but they can get through the nerves and try and get there.
Yeah, for sure. Basically, all of today, we're going to be looking at those lower bracket matches and sending somebody home every single time. So the stakes are very high for our matches to kick off today. But the stakes are also high for both of you because I'm going to put your analytical skills to the test right now. And we're going to be playing a game called Is It Lethal? This is going to be a way for us to just, ease into the competition today. So this game show, knowing if you have lethal or not within a short amount of time is a skill that every world champion must have. A board from the community will be on the screen for 30 seconds, and you must determine if the board state is lethal or not. If it is lethal, you must explain how it is lethal before the time runs out. And I encourage everybody at home that is watching to also play along with us, because I know that you two are big brains on the desk, but we also have some big brain players that are also viewing the World Championships from home. So without further ado, let's get started. Spids, you are up first. Let's show the board, and you're going to have 30 seconds to say if it's lethal or not.
This one's a really tough one. I might need to check the Oracle Eye on this one, just double check there's nothing that could possibly prevent this. I mean, come on now. Anaka's going to... it's not going to pull something. I actually see that it's already not pulled something, but this is definitely lethal. I'm not going to work out how much it's over. I would need an Oracle Eye for that, but I'm going to say this one's lethal.
I was on the fence at first as well, but then I saw the key giveaway, that Shen emote. And now I know for certain that this is certainly lethal.
Well, you would be correct. It is just a tiny bit more than 3 damage as well. So, Spids, you were right on the money. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was a really, really tough one there.
I think the Shen emote definitely helped me, at least, to do the math a little bit more there. But
I think I've been on the receiving end of that exact board before.
That's a scary board. That is a very scary board. This next one, maybe not so scary, but still going to be a little bit of a brain buster. Skarzig, you're up next. Is it lethal?
Okay. No attack token, though. Pass. Hecarim's already here. Hecarim's going to attack for 5. He's almost leveled up, looking at that orange arrow. 6 is going to summon 2 more of the riders, and they're 5 attack. The 7, 5, 5, 17
4, 3,
with 6
2,
remaining.
1.
I think he's 1 off.
It is lethal. This is going to be lethal.
The logic hand was it. We were looking at the board, but it's actually the hand. Being able to drain one from an ally means that if you just target the Dragon Chow, that would be lethal. Not the Dragon Chow, sorry, that would be lethal.
Am I allowed to look at that board again? Just
Yeah,
to
let's go
double
back.
check what they're talking about.
Let's go back.
I thought the lethal was coming from Hecarim's side.
Oh, tricky.
Okay. The player who has the token is the one looking for lethal. Okay, you got me. You big
I didn't
brains
know
in the
either, to
community
be fair.
submitting these boards. And I'm the
That might
ephemeral
be on
player.
me, Skarsig. That might be me. Anyway, yeah, that was a tough one. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there to do so much mental math, because I know one of the first rules of thumb of being on broadcast is to never do math while you are live. So
And
sad
hey,
to
this
say,
is a great
I'm gonna
lesson
do
to
it
our
again.
viewers, though, that you can still find lethal even when you don't have the attack token.
Good point. Very good point. I would have never thought about that either. So I appreciate the learning lesson. I hope people can also take that one home and put it in the bank. We've got another question here, and so we're going to break the cardinal rule again. Spids, it's your turn. Let's do the math on it, and is it lethal?
All right, first Nopify is hitting the Mystic Shot, then Nopify on Mystic Shot. That means Mystic Shot's currently denied. You have the 2 Get Exciteds on the Dome. We see the deny going on that first Mystic Shot. That should be 6 damage going through the Dome. Yeah, no, if I'm counting this right, it should be the Get Excited that's first going to the Dome. Mystic Shot. Just double checking these bounces. No. 3 of those denies came from the enemy gamer. 2 of them came from us. That shouldn't be lethal. We're 2 off.
Show the answer. Spids, you are right.
Great.
It is not lethal.
The calculation there is superb. Without the Oracle's eye, it's hard to wade through a lot of these situations. And the hard part is when you're thinking about that line and then you're too late putting it on the stack.
That was very impressive. That was like the fastest mathy math that I've ever heard, like on broadcast. Spids, that was great. So you're gonna be 2 for 2 right now.
Yeah, beautifully done.
Gotta bring it back, Skarsig. It's gonna be the final question. I heard this one might be the hardest. So
oh man.
I'm not sorry. Because I know that you can do it. Let's show off this 4th and final board for Is It Lethal? You've got 30 seconds on the clock, Skarsig.
Oh my god, and Ari level up progress? Thanks. Let's see here.
That's mean.
All right, so we've got Burblefish. 15? No, what? Okay. If I tag out my droplet, what card is on top of the deck? Shadow Assassin also potentially draws a card. I'm going to assume that the next cards are dead. No elusive blockers. No, I don't think Ari's got it from 15. Just my gut instinct.
Okay, so Skarsig, you said no.
Oh
I'm gonna
my
say
goodness!
it's actually lethal. I am just gonna read this off in case people are listening. But I was gonna say recall droplet with conspirator and replay droplet. Recall droplet with charm to level Ari. Gain elusive and reduce the cost of droplet to 0. Play 0 cost droplet and either 1 cost minion, and then you full sling with the Ari for exactly 15 damage. I want to go back to that board and see if both of you can kind of break it down again, because I feel like that's a lot to take in for the answer.
Okay, so I definitely want to say that
this.
I am the player sitting across from this in the situation, kicking back in my chair and going, there's no way they got this. It's fine. Before getting blown out of the water.
I think the best way to see this is that leveled Ari does do 3 elusive damage. So all you need to make sure is you've got 5 attackers when that's happening. I was trying to figure out how many you can play. You can play 3 units, but one of them forces you to recall the other unit. But what I missed was that the charm would allow Ari to reduce that other unit to 0 mana. That's all you really need to work out for this instance. Having this Ari progress 3 or 5 is really, really important. Thank you, Runeterra, for this image. Having this Ari knowledge can be really, really difficult, but seeing that charm in hand sort of makes it make sense. Very, very cool image. You just need to have 5 units on field with the Ari leveled up to get that damage in.
Very solid. I know that Ari is, a fan favorite champion. She hasn't been in the meta for a while, but that legacy knowledge that players might have gathered during the Ari Kennen days really pays off here for when these champions do come back into the forefront of the metagame.
Thank you both so much for going through that little game show. I hope all of you viewing at home also had a good time. Skarzig, that 30 seconds was not enough for you to have to go through that.
I'm completely spoiled by the Oracle's eye. So good on everybody for submitting these really hard lethal puzzles. Thank you so much for that. It's really awesome to test my knowledge indeed.
It's a good brain warm-up as well, especially when you have to look at our incredible players that are going to be journeying through today to get to that world champion title, because this is absolutely the type of knowledge they're going to need to have in order to get that big W. Spid, Skarzig, thank you both so much for having such a fun pre-show to open up today. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, and we will hear from you later to take us through those games. But to start off the day, we've got our match number 1 with Alan and Boulevard, and it's going to be JO1 versus Talpinator. Let's go.
Indeed, it is Necro. But before we get into this competition, Alan, you got 4 out of 4 on that, right? That was too easy for us. That's why they had to keep us off the broadcast, right? It was simple, right?
Listen, as they mentioned, World Champs needs to know how to spot lethals, not casters, not analysts. It's fine for us to miss it, but the players, if they miss the lethal, it might hurt them.
And that is something that we might see today, but hopefully not. We are down to the wire here, and as mentioned, we're going to be taking a look at JO1 versus Talpinator. Talpinator, we always joke math is for blockers, and that is going to be a little bit of both of these players. JO1 having sort of a more aggressive lineup with these Freljord elusives and these Poros, but on the side of Talpinator, sort of the most true aggro player that we have left in the event with the Neela Janna as well as that Morgana Riven.
Most definitely. In terms of just purely players, let's put the decks aside for a moment. Who do you think is just a better player and should take it down purely by skill?
It's really hard to bet against JO1 if we're talking about who is the best player. He has proven himself on multiple shards on multiple occasions.
Yeah, definitely. If there is a man that played literally thousands of games in even across multiple seasons, is JO1. That man was holding top 1 on multiple shards. That is absolutely an astonishing accomplishment.
And hopefully all of that experience can pay off for him. We're going to dive into the deck lists here and show you exactly what these two players are going to be wielding in their arsenal in this head-to-head. Winner moves on, loser goes home, and we're going to take a look first at the Seraphine Karma set from JO1, a personal favorite of Alan's.
Not the first, not the last one, set deck. This one is with the Seraphine, so a bit faster in terms of removal. It doesn't go that well into the late game, into those grindier matchups that can deal with the Pursuit of Perfection, but it's definitely better into those swarm decks that drop out early units which they further want to buff, like Poro King, like Nico decks. So definitely will be a good tool to find Talpinator, which brought a bit more aggressive lineup.
Then we take a look at the Fizz Yumi, a little bit more of a straightforward deck, a little bit less reactive on the side of JO1, and just there aren't a lot of elusive units in Talpinator's lineup, so this is going to be something that's very difficult for them to deal with, and of course they are also running the standard Nora Elder Dragon that JO1 has just been feeding on throughout this tournament.
Listen, just drop Fizz, give him some Bone Club, wait for that Battle Fury, boom boom, there is no Nexus anymore. It's a Fizz, you can't really interact with it.
And of course, Alan's brand new favorite deck in the Poro King. This is sort of a little bit more of an anti-control staple, so not pairing up too well into a couple of the decks of Talpinator, but as we mentioned, that Respect Your Elders deck is still present in the lineup and probably something JO1's going to have their sights set on.
I haven't seen Zolani connect Nexus yet throughout the whole 3 days. Is this the series that she might come in? What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know about these matchups specifically. When we look at Talpinator's list here, like the Neela Janna, it's a little bit too aggressive for that late game Zolani threat to come in to be the stacking threat, almost like a Nasus in its own right. And this is just not really the kind of matchup where we're going to see that payoff.
Yeah, but we see Talpinator bringing here this slight top end with the Tide Dancer, Cold Shot. Not the usual staples you can see in the Neela Janna list. But he's one of the few players that decided to bring it, and it's definitely paying him off already in top 8, looking for another victim for that old school deck being nerfed and still having a good success with.
I actually just want to shout out Talpinator for when we asked them about their favorite deck, they said Neela Janna aggro. So they have labeled this deck as an aggro deck in their own words, but now we're going to look at one of the more control-y decks, one of the more aggressive versions of this control-y deck, I guess you could say, is the Plaza Guardian and Wiggly Burblefish are present, something that I think towards the end of the day, this is what we're going to be seeing more and more of out of the Respect Your Elders.
Yeah, we see that the Talpinator decided to bring this more top-end heavy version with the Plaza Guardian on top of the Burblefish, where usually players decide to bring either one, a bit more spells that are cheap to deal with the early pressure. But then jumping into Riven Morgana, also not many players decided to bring, and then Talpinator goes doubles down on that aggression that goes with Riven Morgana, taxing on mana and then trying to push through with overwhelm damage.
Yeah, this is actually the only Noxus deck left in the top 8, and also that Neela Janna is the only Bilgewater deck left in the top 8. So Talpinator representing some of the more forgotten regions in this top 8 bracket. But we're going to see the bans start to come out from these players. Alan, what way are you leaning for each of these competitors?
Oh man, okay, I want to root for the Talpinator EMEA. But his lineup will struggle a lot later on into the other competitors. While JO1's lineup is very cleverly done, where he can actually, if he takes this serious, he can take it all down. But this might be probably the worst possible matchup for JO1 because of how much aggression there is. So JO1 needs to target that Respect Your Elders because this is the matchup he was targeting. So if he manages to beat this deck twice, I'm confident he can take this down in series.
And we see the ban onto the Riven Morgana and the ban onto the Karma set. Talpinator changing their mind on the bans a couple of times, really unsure what they needed to get out of JO1's lineup. And that Karma set gone does mean that we're going to get the Fizz, Yuumi, Freljord Elusives up against the Neela Janna here in the lower round 3, top 8, day 3, game 1 of the World Championship.
Let's go! We have the Fizz going into the multiple elusives coming from the Janna Nyla. So there will be blockers, but we have to remember that J1 has access to the overwhelm tools coming through the buffs. So he might not care about those little elusive blockers and he might be able to punch through. Because again, Nyla Janna doesn't have really many tools to deal with those big, gigantic elusives punching you with overwhelm.
No, it really doesn't. It's mostly just Howling Gale, but Alan, Talpinator has Miriam, Temple Caretaker in the opening hand, and we have seen Talpinator do some crazy plays with this card so far this weekend, from the 5-mana boat to just how early they're willing to rip a Pool Shark and then find that card a little bit later on.
Listen, there is still possibility to go for the turn 5 boat right here. We see that potential Mariam coming down on the boat on the turn 2. Unfortunately, we don't see the Pool Shark to make this an extra draw in combination with Mariam to just updraft the fleeting card. The really, really brutal openers that can come from the Janna Nyla. But JO1 finds the Omen Hawk. And that opener, if we're gonna see some potentially Fizz coming unbuffed already, that could give a Talpinator a tough time.
It feels like a lot of the rounds that we've seen JO1 play this list in, they've opened with that Fizz. This is one of the few hands where they don't have it, instead finding that other champion in Yuumi, which can take a little bit more time to set up, and that's just more time that Talpinator has to turn on their effects like Master Lookout, drawing 2 cards in the same round. We're going to see a shuffle away onto the Tide Dancer, finding an elusive blocker.
So JO1 could have opted to go for the elusive drop down turn 2 into Yomiyu turn 3, try to start scaling, but he opts to play it a bit slower, develop a blocker for Mariam, so he doesn't lose that precious HP in this matchup. And I believe JO1 should be playing will be a bit on the back foot because Talpinator's deck is a bit faster for this matchup. You can actually raise down the Fizz before they get to grow their elusives up.
I know that we've referred to this as an elusive deck, and at its core, those are the prime targets for things like the Yuumi and the Bone Club and the Battle Fury. But breaking it down, there's really not that many actual elusives in the deck. It's Fizz who kind of half counts, it's the Bandle Commando, it's Skip King of the Reef, but instead JO1 not finding any of those, instead the Omen Hawk buff going over onto some of the more utility units within the list. But I gotta say, the buff onto this Explorer is going to do a great job of pushing through damage with the non-elusive units as well as controlling this Neela.
Look at this Pioneer being 3-4 challenging that Nyla. This will be so brutal. Getting buff on the Scholarly Pioneer is absolutely massive for this matchup because it only not takes down the early threats that Talpinator can present, but also takes away a potential elusive blockers later on to the game.
Which is something that we might absolutely see. We've got that Clockling in hand on the side of Talpinator, and for now, JO1's got to figure out if they want to go straight into combat and take out the Neela, or attach a Yuumi to it and start to build up for that spell shield.
Listen, this can turn into, like, you can see this big challenger unit usually coming from Damacia. And what J1 essentially does here, he decides to big one unit that will be just taking one unit by another unit by another unit. And if the Talpinator goes for the pass here, he'll potentially burning 3 mana. And J1 might say, oh, okay, I'll take the pass for the tempo. I have a lot of lines I can follow it up with. And might decide not to take a swing. And Talpinator decided not to opt for Janna, decided not to pass because it's too scary to lose so much tempo if J1 accepts that pass and goes into the next round.
I think that's an understandable fear on the side of Talpinator. J1 actually going for the pass again, saying, I don't really care too much about this Yuumi progression. I'd rather get you to commit a little bit more to the board, see if there's any more prime of a target than the Neela, which I can't think of one for only 3 mana. Janna and the Clockling are really what J01 was kind of trying to save this challenger for, and both those were off the table as soon as the Pool Shark came down.
So J1 will have to have in mind that the Galewind can come down, and after combat could potentially kill if you decide to challenge the Nyla, because it's gonna be dealing exactly 4 damage. So now J1 has to keep in mind, and he plays around it really, really well. Decides to keep the challenger, not lose it to potential threat of the Galewind.
Yeah, playing very respectable of that Howling Gale, and now has access to their arsenal of combat tricks, the Sky Splitter, the Inner Thoughts, all these different things to save it from that Neela attack. But that is going to be a Slipstream shuffled into the top 6 for Talpinator, sort of their reward for keeping that mana open.
So Talpinator makes a very smart attack, decides not to attack with the Pool Shark, because what it sets up a 5 damage Galewind that can come down post-combat, but at this point J1 has so much mana to work with, he has that heal that can come down the challenger, so he has no fear of losing the challenger anymore, while Talpinator will try to take it down, will commit his mana, and will probably fail. So what he needs to do, he needs to commit 1 drop instead of opting to updraft it back to the deck. So we'll see what he goes for. He can go for the wider board, try to go for the more damage push, or he might opt to try to remove the challenger unit. And J1 just accept the pass, because he is gonna be trying to protect it instead of opting to play Saurian, which would be a great tempo play, but then you cannot protect your precious Pioneer.
And I'm wondering if JO1's even sort of willing to let Talpinator take the life of this Explorer to free up the Yuumi to throw down onto the Glacial Saurian on a future turn. Just get all those resources out of Talpinator's hand, because the Saurian is not a guaranteed draw in this list, right? While that Omen Hawk is in play, sure, that's got the bird subtype. You'll get a draw off of that. The Bandle Commando in hand will also maybe come down a little bit later on. But so far, JO1 not even committing that Bandle Commando, trying to maintain the presence of the Saurian, and actually is just going to jam it in. Only 1 mana left. That's effectively tapped out on the side of JO1.
Yeah, so J1 realizes that Talpinator will need to have a 1-drop plus Galewind in this scenario to be able to threaten you, and at the worst case, you'll just reallocate Yuumi in the following turn. So he decides, but he opted to essentially, initially, to keep that Pioneer alive, because Overwhelm, you are not in a rush in this matchup, you can just outgrade your opponent with Challenger, so he opts to hold on to it and remove the Janna, remove the Nyla, remove the Elusives. You can essentially just grind to 0 Talpinator at this point where he'll just run out of the fuel.
Oh, and this is a turn that I'm really interested in, Alan, because I'm very curious if JO1 is going to proactively use the Inner Beast to give Overwhelm over to this Explorer and start to pack that on as an additional 9-attack challenging Overwhelm threat.
J1 goes for the development, goes for the soft pass, see what Talpinator opts to do. Decides to just lose on the attune to develop a unit, and decides not to go for the quick attackers first. He wants to have that blocker. So basically, that's a bait for the challenger, because he might then not opt to go for the Janna, which could be leveled up next turn. So J1 obviously knows what's the bigger threat in this position and opts to kill Janna instead.
It does open up Talpinator to potentially play another Janna, but I don't think you're too worried about your opponent constantly stringing multiple Jannas together, because that's not actually garnering any card advantage for your opponent. They're shuffling away 2 cards to draw 2 more cards. You're much more worried about the string of Windborn Mariners and Exalted Cloudwinders, which is exactly what Talpinator actually does have. And so while Talpinator's hand is going to get small at the end of every turn, it's going to be refueled pretty immediately.
If Talpinator had second Janna, like a JO1, it would be probably played even to just buff up the Mariam to take off try to take down the Saurian, unless he doesn't want to risk any buffs. But again, you cannot be playing around those type of cards forever. Therefore, like, you need to decide if you want to play second Janna, which will potentially die later down the drain to that challenger, regardless.
Conchologist going to be the play for JO1. Has a couple of options here. Drop the bomb, will be able to kill the elusive, and that is going to be the pickup. But JO1 can't take it out this round if they want to hold up protection for their Scholar. Talpinator continuing to just sort of pass priority back with these 0-mana Windborn Mariners, but JO1 has the answer in the pie toss.
Yeah, you definitely don't have to be in a rush to remove the elusive. You can just hold on. You definitely value holding the mana to protect your Pioneer. Also, Talpinator is aware there is a card picked up of the Pioneer, which is one of the Explorer cards, and that's definitely not a landmark removal. And the second best is just picking up heal or keyword removal. And in this case, you have to expect that JO1 has the heal. And if he chooses not to use it, then it's probably that he has a Sky Splitter in the hand or some sort of other protection for his challenger.
Slipstream, Janna, and Exalted Cloudwinder off the top. Some heavy hitting draws for Talpinator going into this attack turn. Still a lot of board to chew through on the side of JO1, and something that now that we're in the later stages of the game, Alan, the Talpinator's going to have to keep in mind is the 3 copies of Battle Fury that JO1 is packing.
This is a very interesting turn from Talpinator because he can level up Nyla by playing the Slipstream and then go from there. And that's what Talpinator really wants to see, JO1 wasting mana on removing those irrelevant units, because you have so much board refill from Talpinator's side. And that's what he'll opt to play first. Ooh, those are decent pickups. You can opt to remove 1 unit, develop the Nyla. Pretty solid pickup.
And I also want to shout out Talpinator for sandbagging the second Windborn Mariner from this round, from the previous round into this one, to just get 1 more stack onto the Howling Gale.
Yeah, definitely. Since he knew he's gonna be drawing from the Exalted Bird to the next turn, he knew it would be enabled for 0 mana regardless. So there was absolutely no reason to play it last turn. It's better to just hold on to it for the better Gale in the following turn, if you choose not to use it in previous one.
And now we're down to the point where Talpinator's got some decisions to make, but JO1's the one thinking about what to do from here. There's no way to actually remove the Nyla. I believe JO1 can bounce it back to the hand with the Quicken, just to tax the mana of Talpinator a little bit. But 2 mana is such a non-committal thing. Maybe it looks appealing given that there are 2 fleeting cards in Talpinator's hand, and you'd like to just continue to tax them, maybe get a blowback out of your opponent's hand for now. But ultimately, JO1's got to make a decision pretty soon here.
So at this point, JO1 has to be aware that which cards were fleeting, and that the Talpinator didn't play the fleeting card quite yet. So as you mentioned, the recall is available, but also there are cards like Eye of the Storm in the deck, which would heavily punish you for doing so. And then Talpinator could respond on the stack, damage your challenger, and potentially get a swing with Brush, and try to chip out with the just burn down to the JO1's Nexus. So he opts to go for the safer play, and this is a very complex turn because there are so many options you can lean towards.
Okay, we're going to see the Howling Gale. There are a couple of answers for this on the side of JO1. Even an Inner Beast would be just enough to keep this card outside of the range, but Sky Splitter and even Puzzling Signpost are still available. It is currently the only thing that will be able to block the Neela, but if JO1 tries to save it with a Sky Splitter, that's still not going to be the case, as the Neela ability is going to come through and knock it down to just 1 HP.
Inner Beast was definitely a solid option, so you can block later with the Sky Splitter with any of the units of your choice. But now it's no longer an option unless you commit more on that Pioneer.
Alpinator's just going to go into combat. Actually not throwing their elusive into combat just yet either. Debating on whether or not it's worth trying to trade that into the Bandle Commando, or potentially even just the Omen Hawk, which of course was recently buffed to be able to block elusives. That's that sort of purple swirl you see going on around. Actually going in with the Pool Shark as well. Pulling back on the elusive, Talpinator. Okay, nope, just back to the original attack. A little ring around the rosy here.
Yeah, so essentially because of the Nyla level up, everything is gonna be brought to 1 HP, so there is no real downside in attacking with Pool Shark, because it's gonna be trading regardless, and you kinda want to get some board space, because you're looking into drawing 3 more cards just by recycling your hand. Unfortunately, Blowback is not particularly too useful this turn, and will be discarded, since we should be seeing Exalted Cloudwinder being dropped down this turn to just get deeper into the deck, find the Janna, to find more Nyla and get those slipstreams going.
It's really important to string together those Exalted Cloudwinders, especially given that Talpinator is a list that is not playing any copies of the Sunken Temple. So that's sort of like late game assurance of the infinite card draw engine, the infinite cost reduction throughout your deck. But Talpinator not immediately slamming it down, perhaps thinking about maybe it's worth not necessarily using the Blowback. It's a little bit too of a costly card for a situation like this, but maybe using that second Howling Gale to attempt to kill the Explorer while the shields are at least a little down for JO1.
So definitely there is a consideration keeping Galewind for potential other threats, because if you kill your Pioneer, then the Yumi will come down on different unit, start buffing different one. And if you play Galewind now, you slow down your whole progression, because look at the mana. Next turn, Stalpinator was looking at 8 mana, and the Cloudwinder would not be enabled. So you have to make a choice. You either play Cloudwinder or Clockwind, and the progression would be so much slowed down. So I'm pretty sure you cannot afford to do that, even though Pioneer is a threat. Oh my god, drawing Battle Fury here. JL1 can start pressuring Talpinator pretty heavily.
I think Talpinator's line of reasoning for potentially killing the Explorer would have been, what happens if JO1 goes for an open attack, pulls my Vic Rash to the side, and slaps a Battle Fury down onto this Bandle Commando? Is that something that I'm going to be able to handle? I'll lose 9 of my life, I'll lose my elusive, and then on the following round, I will be on a 1-turn clock unless I can throw down another elusive, which there's enough removal in JO1's list that it's not a guarantee that that augmented clockling is going to be able to stick. Seeing JO1 take their first action here, it's going to be drop the bomb onto the Vic Rash, getting that elusive threat out of the way.
So JO1 can either opt to finish the turn in 2 turns, or he can opt going for more board control. But since he has seen already a bunch of Slipstream being shuffled to the deck, if he opts to play it too slowly, he might actually get outvalued if the boat would be drawn and played from Talpinator's side. Buffing all the small units, granting them brush, might be very pivotal from Talpinator, turning the aggro deck into actually just setting up a huge combo turn where the lethal would be unstoppable.
JO1 now down below Battle Fury range. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult in terms of pushing damage this round. So I think still just maybe calculating out a little bit of a 2-turn clock here on the side of JO1, saying, okay, I could push 3 damage here, and then maybe in the next couple of rounds I draw another Bone Club or a Battle Fury, and I can just pressure down my opponent on the next round. But as you mentioned, those slipstreams are a house, and something that JO1 has to be incredibly cognizant of, as there are 2 in the hand of Talpinator, making this effectively a 7-card hand.
So JO1 opts to not play it faster. He could have played Inner Beast into Overwhelm on that Pioneer. Opts to keep the mana for the Signpost, opts to keep mana for the Recall, and played incredibly slow. And that might actually cost him the game, because now, oh my god, dropping the boat, drawing the Nyla from the boat, and then next turn we're gonna see some Slipstreams coming through, and that might be actually a big struggle to deal with, and that might be turning to the lethal from the Talpinator side.
Yeah, there's a little bit of burn taken out of the deck. 1 blowback has been discarded already, but for the most part, Talpinator shouldn't have too much of an issue giving this entire board brash, and that is not a keyword that JO1 is currently equipped to handle. Battle Fury would actually have to be used in order to just develop a blocker on the side of JO1, get it back up to that 5 health range so it can handle this. But with double Slipstream, Talpinator might just be looking at lethal on the next turn.
So JO1 can set up lethal pretty much OTK, setting up Overwhelm on the one of the elusives, and set it up on the elusive, on the all, can set it up on the Pioneer, on top of the Battle Fury in following turn, drawing Wallop on top of that, which can be used for both offensive and defensive purposes.
Yeah, Wallop is a huge pickup for JO1, whose mantra for the turn is just, I need to survive a little bit longer. Eye of the Storm, the perfect pickup from Talpinator. Not only is it another burst speed spell to try and activate this Tide Dancer ability, but it will also take Quicken off the table as an answer to the Tide Dancer itself.
Look at this setup. You're gonna be having 4 units getting buffed from the boat. Unfortunately, there is a Wallop coming down, so there will be blockers available to JO1 since Nyla cannot attack anymore due to the pre-Wallop. Very, very good high instant play from JO1.
There's still a lot of damage packed into the hand of Talpinator, though, and we're going to see a little bit more Divine Whirlwind. A potential pickup from this augmented Clockling would be active thanks to the Slipstream, but it's going to be Acorn the Hextician, and there is the proc of the Tide Dancer. Only 3 units getting that buff, as Nyla is not able to attack herself, and whatever comes down from here on out, not going to be able to pick up that buff.
Definitely. Having the Talpinator might be opting to try to remove the elusive and at the same time removing another brush blocker. The downside of that is you don't get to play out the Storm this turn, which might be pivotal to try to dig farther into the deck, try to find this lethal, those Mystic Shots, this blowback, this Divine Whirlwinds.
I'm curious what's about to happen here, because JO1 does have the Puzzling Signpost, and it would be a full 3-mana on the Howling Gale, so while Talpinator could make this play again, it would cost them the rest of their mana, but JO1 says this Puzzling Signpost needs to be saved for something else. It's not quite worth using just to save the 1 elusive.
This is a very smart play from J1 because what he's planning to do this turn, he wants to set up the Inner Beast into Overwhelm and keep up the mana for the Recall for defensive purposes to set up Lethal with the Battle Fury, because there is, again, reminder, there is nothing, absolutely nothing in Talpinator's hand that can stop this swing in the next turn. So unless Talpinator can find Lethal this turn or enough damage pushed to set up a Lethal with Burn in the following turn, this might be game over.
Talpinator going to go in for the attack. Only 1 brash blocker on the side of JO1 means whichever one they block is however much life they're going to be left with, but there's still that elusive threat, and they are going to lose their challenger by blocking here. That's going to be 5 life left on the side of JO1. Not a high amount. We can still see either multiple Mystic Shots in the Divine Whirlwind or that 1 blowback left in the list with a Mystic Shot in order to actually finish off JO1. But JO1's got a lethal setup of their own. We're going to see the stance swap lined up here.
Definitely an Overwhelm gonna come down on top of the Yumi. Probably on all... Yeah, because of there is, like, you have to be aware of another Howling Galewind, that there is one more in the deck, which you don't want to lose automatically by playing on the elusive. And what you can do, you can just set the Overwhelm, set the Battle Fury, and take the fat swing with the all, finding the lethal in the following turn with Battle Fury.
And the Eye of the Storm is fleeting, so that is not going to be available for Talpinator. They do have a little bit of an out in the Slipstream here, but currently Battle Fury plus Quicken will be lethal. There's the blowback and the Mystic Shot. There's a Puzzling Signpost for JO1, though. If they don't use the Quicken, they only have 11 mana, Alan. It's not enough for Battle Fury plus Signpost. That's going to be lethal for Talpinator.
What a turn! And also, this is a beautiful setup with the Recall, because he needs, like, to find a lethal, he needs to have mana for the Recall. And the only blocker that can really prevent the lethal is both. So you either had to have Eye of the Storm to prevent lethal here, to counteract with the Recall, or find a lethal of your own. And we're gonna see the development of the lethal going to the face. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing JO1 can do to stop it.
No, Talpinator gets the draws, finds the burn, and that is why they like these aggressive lists. Even with their back against the wall, they're able to pull that out. A win without the attack token for Talpinator, but they're not out of the woods yet. That is not the matchup that JO1 was looking for. They were looking to pick on this Nora Elder that is the remaining deck for Talpinator.
What a series. Both players could have really won the game based on the choices they made. JO1 decided to play a bit slower than he could have, and he could have set up lethal while holding on the signpost for this turn, but decided to play slower, playing more control-y, which did not pay off given how Talpinator played it in the retrospect, and how well he drew on top of that to finish the game.
It's really difficult to take Neologana into the late game. The Cloud Winders as well as the Slipstreams just gives them so much refuel, but that's in the past. We're going to move back into the present, and it's going to be Respect Your Elders up against the same list from JO1, that Freljord Elusives.
Yeah, the Fizz is so detrimental in this matchup because there is really nothing you can do against it except just champ blocking with the potential Nora, and that's about it. Once the Fizz comes down with a bit of protection, that Fizz just takes you down in 1-2 hits with the gigantic buffs that come on top of him.
Omen Hawk going to be kept in double Battle Fury Bone Club picked up for JO1.
Oh my
I don't
God.
think that's what you want to see, but as you mentioned, we're really just one Fizz away from this hand taking off.
Yeah, we might see a Bone Club Omen Hawk trying to go in with some punchline here.
Okay, the Pouty Poro top deck. This is sort of supplemental of the elusives. When you're looking at Bandle City Freljord, you don't actually have that many elusive options. It's pretty much just, you know, Fizz, and then when we're looking at the cheap ones, Bandle Commando and Skip King of the Reef. So Pouty Poro having that Empower 3 to grant Overwhelm, Toughen, Regen. It's not quite an elusive, but Alan, I think it's good enough.
The question is, do you slow play it? Do you play Pouty Poro into the Bone Club on turn 4, or do you perhaps go with the Bone Club on Omen Hawk even sooner? Because we'll be staring at the Nora. Talpina decides not to develop Nora. So he could have, he's scared of just that Nora dying to the Omen Hawk with some kind of buff. But then JO1 actually top decks a very good card, which is Bundle Commando, which can take over.
And it's buffed up to a 2-3 thanks to the Omen Hawk. And I think these sort of pings coming out of Talpinator is one of the reasons that JO1's not playing out the Pouty Poro until they have the mana to maybe even protect it with Inner Beast and then throw the Bone Club on top of it. But now has a perfect curve of the Bandle Commando into banking 3 spell mana. And this is also going to turn off the Nora attack from Talpinator this round.
Talpinator opts to start playing with the removal because he needs to fish for information. Okay, are you gonna be protecting your Omen Hawk? If you don't protect it and then you drop some random non-elusive card or non-blocker, I can actually go with my Nora in. But now, once he sees the Battle Commando, there's absolutely no reason to drop Nora, and he opts to go for the Oncologist instead, try to find some extra removal, trying to find some extra stop for the elusives. And then the Oncologist swing is pretty safe.
This wall-up pickup is huge for Talpinator. When you look at this list from JO1, what it's really lacking is protection. You send in one elusive unit and say, hey, yeah, if you've got a Vengeance or a wall-up or something, I don't have a whole lot to interact with that. It's really just puzzling Signpost, and that's sort of a one-time Band-Aid solution. But now the Bone Club is down onto the Bandle Commando, and it's really a matter of how early does this wall-up need to get used. Talpinator might even opt to use it a little earlier than we might expect because they've got the Broadmain backup to finish off whatever that stun is used on.
I think Talpinator would opt to just block with the Nora to set up the damage on the Bundle Commando to finish it off with later on with the Broadmain and keep such important card as Wallop is for later on. But definitely you do not want to get chunked by 7 damage that early on.
No, and even just we've seen those Owl Cats be a bit of a thorn in the side of a lot of players, just having that spell shield with the Inner Beast in order to give them Overwhelm. But unfortunately for JO1, this is not a matchup where stacking all of your resources into one unit is going to pay off. That Broadmain just does so much work in terms of dismantling a strategy like that. Now, JO1 has a little bit more refuel with the Glacial Saurians because this is a Yordle in play.
So in this matchup, you'll see Nora mostly being just a champ blocker. She doesn't get to swing that often, and like you don't hold her for level up. She's just there to give you that extra life and block those big ass elusives. You're not gonna be looking to trade her early on with like coming in for 1 or 2 damage elusive. You look for her to just block that big ass swings as we've seen in the previous turn, and now potentially blocking once again in the following turn into the Broadway. Unless J1 will not opt for the open attack, then we'll see Broadmain coming down right away.
Glacial Saurian in the play for JO1, grabbing a Fizz off the top of the deck, and that might change the game plans for JO1. Previously, it was looking kind of okay to just go for an open attack on JO1, maybe even use one of those Battle Furies onto the Glacial Saurian once Nora lines up a block onto the Bandle Commando. But now with Fizz, JO1 might be rethinking things a little bit, saying, okay, what does it look like if I can set up 2 Battle Furies onto a Fizz? Because you're really thinking that that Nora is going to go down as an elusive blocker on the next turn. And then there's only one remaining in the list. Of course, Wiggly Burblefish still on the table as we see it off the top there from Talpinator. Something that I think scared a lot of players off of elusive lists was just the presence of Burblefish in the Respect Your Elders.
So J1 will be looking for the open attack to take down that Nora right away. You have already damaged Bundle Commander, you don't really want to protect it. You want that Nora to actually block you here, so you can drop down the Fizz and get that Bone Club back so you can develop on the Fizz. Before the Fizz comes down, you want to accumulate some more cheap spells to actually be able to protect it. The great pickup from J1 side is actually Three Sisters, which will allow you to play the End Tome on the broad main on the stack if there is some sort of combination cards coming to try to take down the Fizz.
Absolutely, and now we're seeing the blocks lined up. Nora posed to go down, as is the Portal Scholar. Full survival of the units on the side of JO1, at least for the time being. Talpinator's got a handful of tricks to take these down, but only the one broad main. And like you mentioned, Entomb would take that static ability out of play, the one that executes units that are damaged or stunned if they are hit with another damaging ability, but it's a temporary solution. Right? The Broadmane's going to come back in a couple of turns. You might be able to stop it from getting the Dragon Boon, like Deathless would be a huge thorn in the side of JO1, but again, it is just a temporary work, and JO1's got to find a way to slip through that lethal soon.
Look at this bait from Talpinator. He's like aware that there is might be Battle Fury in the JO1's hand, and he sees, but he would be very happy to see one, because then you can utilize that wall-up into the Broadmane. And he was thinking about keeping the Nora potentially for the Fizz. There is a lot of cool lines you could have taken, but we see Talpinator drawing into those elusives back to back, being able to potentially stabilize soon with enough removal, and we see those group shot, we see Palstry, we see Wallop, a lot of stuff that enables your Broadmane, and J1 outside of the End Tome has really not much tools to deal with it.
And I wouldn't even be surprised to see Broadmane come down on the Glacial Saurian here, lock that weapon onto the Bandle Commando, but that's not going to be the out for Talpinator. They want to get this weapon and this elusive out of play, understanding that there are not that many copies of cards like this in JO1's list. So we're going to see the Mountainous Vigor going down onto the Broadmane. It's going to be +1/+1 and tough. And JO1 now has to make a decision about protecting this unit or just letting it go down. And yeah, I think JO1 not committing the Battle Fury in combat is saying, I am all in on this Fizz strategy.
Yeah, defense is definitely your win con, not a battle commando. It's too fragile against the Broadmane. We see on Talpinator face, he's already aware this might be a tough one. We see Fizz, we see Bone Club. J1 didn't want to show that he has Fizz before, because that would alternate the Talpinator's lines probably to the J1's unfavor. But now the J1 is looking definitely confident, having that Bone Club enabled on Fizz, potentially looking for one shot in following turn. So it's just gonna be matter how many spells do you have to versus how many damage spells do you have versus how many J1 burst / fast spells gonna have to protect that Fizz, and whoever has more will come on top. But we remember, there's two spells that have to connect Fizz to take it off, and that's gonna be extremely hard job for Talpinator to do, to take it down.
And even when we look at this Burblefish as a blocker, we know that there's that inner beast in the hand of JO1, so if they could set up an overwhelm onto the Fizz as well, once that elusive does come down, then there's really not much left that Talpinator can do to try and push through that lethal. They don't have a lot of damaging spells right now. Burblefish always has the option to pull one. We've talked a lot this weekend and throughout this event about how good Burblefish is in a list like this, because the Bilgewater champions, or the Bilgewater spell pool is removed, so no blood bait. You're looking at pie tosses, you're looking at group shots, additional copies of these cards that you already love to run. But for now, it's going to be third Nora picked up off of the Sign-In Thousand-Tailed.
Not quite enough mana to play her, but Talpinator realizes he needs more cards, more to try to deal with the Fizz. So he opts not to go for the elusive development. He's not afraid of losing the Fizz to the Fizz in following turn. He says, okay, I should have 2 lives. I can just go for the redraw here, and I'll go for the elusive blockers in the following before the next swing coming for the lethal. So for now, he just goes for the more damaging spells, gonna try to take down that Fizz. And J1 has to decide if he wants to commit here the Battle Fury and then remain only 1 potential mana to defend that Fizz. And you don't really want to commit Inner Beast because it's a cheap, good card to just protect it. So we might just see Saurian coming down as a development, as another threat, which not going to be offering too much. You kind of want to just buff your Fizz this turn and try to find lethal in the next turn. So yeah, it just depends how risky JO1 wants to take it down.
And I think the Battle Fury line, knowing the hand of Talpinator for JO1 actually would work, but it's so scary, right? There's that face-up Perilous Pastry, so you know that if your opponent has 2 1-damage pings, then you have actually thrown away your Fizz. Not only your Fizz, your chances of winning this game, but your spot in the top 8 here at the World Championship. I'd be very surprised to see JO1 go for it, but it's certainly not off the table. The Glacial Saurian does feel a little bit safer, but thanks to the health totals of the units on Talpinator's side, it doesn't really look like any overwhelm damage is going to be coming through this game.
And it's so in this position there is too many 1-cost damage spells in the Terminator's deck to go for the Battle Fury line, because if it was only like 2 group shots left, I think you could take that line, because like it's very unlikely to draw both of them, but then there are 2 Pythos left on top of that, which is definitely too risky line to take versus that.
Get the swing here out of Talpinator. Kind of curious if JO1 is going to trade the Glacial Saurian for the sign-in. There's no Deathless on it. You know, with this being a damaged overwhelm threat with the Broadmane in play, it feels like it's kind of past its prime. You might as well use it to get something out of play on the side of the JO1, take a little bit less damage, and maybe just prevent yourself from sort of randomly dying to just the wide board of Talpinator down the line. Actually even going to gem up one of these units to try and make it a little bit more of a threat.
So about the Saurian and the Broadman in the plane, like it's never, the spell will never come on top of it, because every spell that Talpinator will have will be going raining on the Fizz, because of the, you have to remove that. That's your real threat. And Talpinator knows that he's essentially on 2-turn clock, if not 1-turn clock. So he needs to propose lethal in the next swing, essentially after this one. So he needs to have enough threats, or if it's not gonna be lethal, then he needs to present enough blockers that will be able to stop that Fizz. But again, we are aware there will be overwhelm coming down, so no longer blockers will be able. But on top, aside of that, even if you develop elusive and that manages to damage that Fizz, even though it won't block too much damage, then your Broadmane's job becomes much easier. And we see now the damage spell comes down, which is pretty big, because JO1 doesn't have a really good spell to throw away here. So we might see him actually take it and not... he decides to use 3 Sisters, and then the following turn he won't have much else to do. He'll have Battle Fury open attack with the only Wallop as to back it up to protect it.
Yeah, this is a really rough position for JO1, and currently the Battle Fury's not even going to be lethal, because that's a Bone Club, not a Yuumi. There's no growing yet. It's only going to be 18 damage if that's what JO1 decides to go for. And aside from the wall up, there is that group shot in the hand of Talpinator. It's definitely a rough position for JO1, who's got to try to set up a 2-turn clock into a Riptide Rex round. We're going to see Pouty Poro actually come down. Again, Empower 3 will turn on Overwhelm, Regeneration, and Tough organically for this unit.
The issue is that he doesn't...
I think JO1's just going for a Playful Trickster line and saying, hey, I'm going to attack with both these units. I'm going to immediately pull the Pouty Poro out of combat, give that keyword over to the Fizz, and see if I can just 2-tap you for 10 damage.
The problem is, like, you need to pre-commit a spell, you need to pre-commit Trickster before the fight starts for the elusive, right? Because if you try to swing and you don't have elusive on the Fizz, it's kind of awkward. And the only way you can do it, like, you're not gonna use Wallop. So it's either Trickster or Battle Fury. Since he's already committed on the Pouty Poro line, it's probably not gonna be Battle Fury. So he's committed to just playing on stack the Playful Trickster. And now, if Talpinator decides to just go for the Broadmane play, then like he might need to commit the Wallop, because if he goes for the Battle Fury line, it's kinda bad. The Talpinator decides to target Pouty Poro instead, playing in the hindsight that might be actually Playful Trickster coming down.
Such a rough position for JO1. Only 1 unit in play. Not a great way to play with it offensively and still protect it, because Battle Fury's got to be the commitment if JO1 wants to get the elusive down onto this and actually push this unit through. They've done so much work to make sure that this Fizz remains undamaged, and now Wallop, the only spell in hand that can actually be used at any given moment to protect this Fizz.
Because we just see a pivotal top deck, one of Yordle Squire coming clutch, because it will provide you a spell that you need to enable Fizz to connect for 11 damage this turn, and have a Wallop as a backup to protect it off. The really, really big top deck from the JO1 side, from the Saurian.
It's true, and we see Talpinator debating lining up the Perilous Pastry, but at the moment doesn't have the mana for the Pastry, the Wallop, and the Group Shot. So even though this Tiny Spear or Shield is focus speed, it's going to be the activator for the Fizz that you were talking about there, Alan.
You definitely want to keep the 4 mana to have in combination to stop the Fizz, because you still know that there needs to be a spell that comes down from JO1, and the last turn he had to use 3 Sisters to protect his Fizz. So you know that his spells might be actually awkward. If that was the best spell he could have used. And we know that he top decked 1 card, which Talpinator is not aware of. And he pre-commits actually Playful Trickster. He doesn't go for the Yordle Squire line. That's very interesting. Opens up the threat on the piece.
And this is going to, I believe, at the end of the day, be a disaster. You kind of force Talpinator's hand, even if they don't want to try and play against this Fizz. They're going to have to now, using the Wallop, using the Group Shot. They take the damage, get the Burble Fish down. It doesn't seem like an effective line, given that the Fizz has the Overwhelm. And you can see Talpinator struggling a little bit, trying to figure out JO1. What is it that you have in your hand? What are you up to with that single mana remaining?
Yeah, it has to be, like, you have to assume it's either a top deck spell or it's a 3 Sisters. And he doesn't opt to go for the Wallop here, which would have been so big for him. He just plays around here like a 1 mana spell, and he decides not to take a winning line.
At the moment, Talpinator's poised for survival, thanks to a Broadmane that can effectively block the Saurian, and now a Nora that can block the Fizz. It won't be enough damage. It'll be too shy on the side of JO1 if they just go straight up for another open attack. Talpinator probably going to commit the Wallop as well, just to kind of see, just kind of fish. I don't think they're too worried about the Fizz leveling up and pushing through an additional damage off of that, but we're seeing JO1's clock start to run out here, actually. And looks like they're going to commit the Yordle Squire. This is a tap out from JO1. Talpinator now has the green light.
Yeah, you can just go for the Pulse Tree into Group Shot. Talpinator could have taken also a safe line. He could have went for Wallop line into the Nora if the doesn't get to resolve. And now he gets a free green light to go for the Group Shot. Because JO1 took the line to just develop a unit that would get blocked off anyway. Like, pretty confused. Why would you go for the development of the other square, which doesn't really offer you much on this board?
Not only that, but Talpinator didn't have to use the Wallop to do this line, Alan. So now JO1's future potential lethal with the Glacial Saurian will be stalwarted by that card. JO1 has to find a way to survive this turn and find another copy of Fizz, but even then, that Nora is sticking around and there's no more Overwhelm on the next Fizz. This might be JO1 getting eliminated from the World Championship.
Yeah, definitely. That would be absolutely devastating for him. But also, what Talpinator wanted to do, I believe, he wanted to stay at 2 HP, block the Fizz with the Nora, set the damage parties, and then he knows that he can finish off the Fizz always. So he was playing to an out of just staying at 2 HP and having Wallop as a protection tool against any sort of Overwhelm that would come down if he doesn't find lethal this turn. So actually a great game plan for Talpinator that I missed initially.
Talpinator's getting some extra damage onto the Burblefish, and Alan, we might be looking at lethal on the side of Talpinator this round. The Wallop from JO1 going to help a little bit, but impact
double
2,
impact. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's such a heavy hitter.
Yeah, the double Battle Fury opening hand was so detrimentally bad for the JO1. Really, he couldn't work with it since the Broadmane hit the board, because, again, it would be always a tap out against the Broadmane on the board. Oh, it's such a painful to see him being in this position.
Going to be another Burblefish overriding one of these units. That's going to be +1/+1 and Fearsome. Just a little bit more damage pushed on the side of Talpinator, who is now sort of looking at this like, I wonder if I actually have lethal from a position like this.
We see that we can see double commitment damage on the remove one of the blockers and develop the Plaza Guardian for additional points of damage. We could see even a Group Shot coming on the Thesaurian and then the Dart going to the face for even more damage.
Back over to Talpinator. Not taking any actions yet, but the rope is coming down. Plaza Guardian committed for 1 mana. We're not going to see that Group Shot plus Dart like you mentioned, but we are going to see Cloud Soul.
Very interesting why he chooses not to go for group shot. He's scared of lead that he won't have still lethal, so he opts to play a bit safer.
AO1, even if you survive this round, what is your next plan? The wallop, the group shot, the double broad main, it seems insurmountable. It seems like Talpinator has all of the answers, and JO1 is starting to run out of questions. Poison Dart going to take out the Glacial Sari, and we see the GG Shen from JO1, and I think they know that their fate is sealed.
Most definitely, Talpinator opted to play Dart on the unit instead, just to as a heads up for Talpinator. He opted to keep group shot because it's a fast pace removal that he can play in combat, in defense. He was scared that he has no lethal yet and opted to play defensively so he does not die in the following turn. But instead, he finds lethal and he goes 2-0 against Jo1, Jo1 being eliminated.
And JO1 not even using the wallop in that final turn, looking at their hand state, looking at the board, and understanding that there is no top deck in all of Legends of Runeterra that would get them out of this one. And so that is going to be JO1, our first player eliminated here from the top 8 of the World Championship. And congratulations to Talpinator, keeping the aggro dream alive and moving on in this lower bracket. But to break this down a little bit further, we are going to throw it back over to Necra and the analyst desk.
Thank you both so much. What an exciting match to be able to kick off our day. Spids, there's so much to take away from this match, especially right off the bat when you look at game number 1.
Yeah, it was a really, really tense match. Skarsgård and I were talking about the removal of the Tide Dancer early in the hand, which we thought may have been a little bit of a throw, but because the deck draws so many cards, you can find it back later. But that was the key card that allowed that matchup to go that way. But J1 also showed really, really good matchup knowledge for playing for a little bit of a control-y version for Fizumi, which is kind of rare for that deck.
Yeah, it is still a Freljord deck. Going for mid-range stats is, the matchups that John and Neela historically struggled against, the old Jax Orns, those old Warden builds. And then suddenly you've got Vandal City Pings to back you up, deals cleanly with Windborn Mariner, etc. So it seemed like he was in a really good position for most of the game, despite lacking the fizz, just wanting to control the board state. But Talpinator has the double blowback build. Having that additional top end burn is something that John and Neela had moved away from, but this particular version is well suited to get over that last hump. It was very, very nerve-wracking for sure.
Then you look at the game number 2, and, correct me if I'm wrong, but I felt like JO1 maybe had a little bit of a matchup there when you look at just a little bit of some of the aggression that Fizumi can actually come out with. So what happened in that game number 2 that really allowed Talpinator to get the win there, Spids?
Talpinator had a really, really good defensive hand. Sometimes with disrespect to Elder's deck, there are different types of the ways that defense can appear, but having the broad main, getting the healing boon, being so intricate in which boons you go for. There were so many micro decisions. Every single unit you play has 3 different decisions to make, let alone deciding on that unit, but thinking ahead, making sure you're planning in your future turns, knowing exactly what your win cons are and your lose conditions are. Talpinator showed exactly what you needed to do with that respect to Elder's deck. Incredible matchup knowledge, incredible intricate gameplay.
Yeah, the only play that I was a little startled by was killing the Bandle Commando with that first Lord Broadmain. I thought, maybe he's got this elusive under control. Maybe you leave the Bone Club stranded on this unit. But after he pinged that down, had condensed to get the second Broadmain, and the pings came through thanks to the Burblefish top decks. It was looking really back and forth. When you see a 2-0, you think it might have been a nice one-sided easy match, but Talpinator was fighting for his life the entire time, I swear. I was thinking to myself that whenever card gamers are kind of getting these amazing plays and top decks to kind of bring them back into the game in the mid-late game, you give them this protagonist energy, and Talpinator was definitely channeling a lot of that during this set.
I think that Talpinator has truly become the main character, especially after taking down such a behemoth of a player. Spids, this was maybe an unexpected result, just looking at how well JO1 had done throughout the season up until this point.
Yeah, JO1 was very...
Oh, it was very good. Actually, I was in World Qualifiers last year, and I almost qualified. And my friends was crazy about it, like when I was only in the qualifiers. So right now it was even better that I actually qualified for Worlds. Right now I'm just aiming for top 16. It was like it will be enough for me, but like win it all, oh, that would be great. Out of the RNG, like Runeterra, you can actually win any game with your skills. There is like not much of RNG aspect compared to other card games, of course. And like community is very good also. That's also the big part of it. Another Polish player qualified for the tournament. It is Never Garon. And if we meet in finals, that would be great. But I definitely don't want to meet him earlier and like eliminate him or he eliminates me. So definitely I wanna see him in finals, and if I will be there with him, that would be great. And like other person, I don't think like there are a lot of great players out there. So I think whenever I meet, that will be a great game. I was very nervous in the like first tournaments when I was like, oh, I can actually qualify and etc. But right now I don't feel so. This game is just for fun, so I don't feel like stressed about taking part in the tournament.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are on day number 3 of the Legends of Runeterra World Championships, which means we are inching closer and closer to determining the next world champion. I've got Alan and Skarzik on the desk for this next game, and this one is going to be an EMEA showdown. Alan, we get a chance to see Shlulu Flippy on broadcast for the very first time. What can you tell us about this player?
Oh, he does love Ionia, same as I do. This man might have played even more games than I did with the Nami Liu and back in the days. Listen, those are two great players that I've battled hundreds of times on the ladder, and it really hurts my soul that one of them will go down.
I mean, you were hoping for an EMEA finals, so this is probably going to be your consolation prize, Alan.
That's a good point. Well, at least one of the EME players will surely take the trophy to the home today.
Yeah, and Shlulu Flippy got a 2-0 over Aurora in that previous lower bracket match in order to make it to facing off against Yajurno. So I feel like we are already in for a treat, and at this point, Skarzik, I think Shlulu Flippy might be warmed up and ready after taking down a player like Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely. You can even see the 2-0 over Chow as well, a player that, and when you see 2-0s like that, I think it just really demonstrates that you have your band locked in really well. You're looking to target a specific thing or a weakness in your opponent's lineup. And when we compare that to Yoshino, who's also bringing a very standard lineup trying to win, I'm curious if we might get a lot of mirrors for this upcoming set.
Listen, you can see here in the lower bracket the clear dominance of EMEA players. We just like to play more games. Like, why would we be sticking in the winner bracket when we can just get more games in? Also,
it's the best strat. Earlier when the competition started, right, the players are so excited for the concept of the international competition. It's rare that these top competitors get to play against others from around the globe, so they want as many games as possible. I can't argue with it.
Get more prep into the finals, you know? We know we are getting there. It's just a matter who are we going to be fighting against.
Yeah, I mean the winners, the players that we have in the winners finals there, right? I think it's Chenia and Seku. They're going to be cold. They need some warm-up games, I think, but they're not going to get it because they are already sitting in those comfortable spots. But we are just going to go right into the action here. Alan, Skarzik, this is going to be a doozy of a matchup. Alan, I'm so sorry for your heart, but let's take it away with Shlulu Flippy versus Yoshino.
As we jump into the decks, I know that it's going to be hard to see these two players. You know, one of them has to be eliminated, but I am so excited for the caliber and quality of gameplay that we are about to witness, Alan.
Yeah, we've seen the lineups before and like how they play out. We didn't see much Lulu yet. We've seen plenty of Yezhino. And Yezhino just coming with the standard lineup, and we see how he has already locked in, like you mentioned, proper bans, and he knows what he wants to do. On the other side, we see Shlul just dominating 2-0 here, 2-0 there. So he had just a small fluke dropping into the lower bracket, but again, maybe that's just a whole part of strategy, getting a good warmed up for the finals.
Yeah, even if you've got the best matchups in mind, a really strong lineup, sometimes the cards fall either way. I know that competitors have always appreciated having this new double elimination format to make up for those slight variances. But Yoshino is a player that has shown his ability to continuously adapt, not just within this tournament, but leading up to the World Championship. So taking a closer look now at the lineups the players have brought. Nora, Elder Dragon, respect your elders. The most brought deck for this tournament, and now in the top 8. Flippy only has 2 copies of Early Bird and only 2 Condense. Okay, I was worried for a second. 2 Condense, wants to double down on the Rex, wants to double up on the Broad main. Pretty solid build, I'd say.
How happy are you when you see Early Birds on those lists?
It's a card that I identified early, and I'm glad that the players had enough time to test and identify how strong it was. And speaking of strength, Jax Ornn, what a heavy-hitting historical deck at this point. 3 copies of Battle Fury. This one's not trying to do any funny business, going right for the throat.
We've seen Jax Ornn perform greatly on stats, but we haven't seen it much on the broadcast just yet. So I'm very happy to see it perhaps today, and it won't be banned. And we see on top of that 3 copies of Wildclaw Ferocity also coming clutch as a potential finisher for the Jax Ornn deck.
Flippy also bringing 3 copies of Spectral Ironhound, one of my favorite cards in the Mordekaiser archetype. Gives you so much pressure, so much wide board threat. You don't need to sit back on the threat of Mageseeker Inquisitor or Mordekaiser's level 2 or Morgana. You have this additional set of cards that can just give you board pressure in order to convert your state into a win. Comparing this to Yoshino's idea, only 2 copies of Ironhound, still likes that somewhat aggressive slant for the Morgana Mordekaiser, but might not be able to consistently get the Ironhound on curve into the Mordekaiser that is its strongest play.
Yeah, we see here 1 extra Crumble, 1 extra Soul Harvest in the opposition to the Shulu Flippy. Definitely taking this a bit more on the spell heavy side, because you know how tight on board space those decks can be. Moving on to the Respect Your Elders. This is another version of just running both Plaza Guardian and Burble Fishes. So clearly those decks want to just cast some spells, get those discounts as soon as they can on the back of the broad main, just controlling the board until you can present those threats to the opponent.
This is one of the decks that players really dislike seeming to play the mirror match. If it's brought, it's usually banned. The Early Bird really throws a wrench in how you calculate the mirror. We'll have to see how that plays out. Alongside Karma Set, 2 copies of 9 lives. This has been a key card for this deck to have a little bit more staying power in its more difficult matchups to line up into its Sunken Temple turn. My read so far, Alan, has just been, if you get Sunken Temple, you're usually in a good spot.
Yeah, most definitely. Jeżyno is one of the few players left with the Karma left in the lineup, but still brings me joy that we might see more of the Karma set gameplay, because it's such a joy just to watch and talk about it.
Yeah, thanks to Talpinator, that's going to be one less Poro King, right, out in the field to farm these Karma decks. Dino is a little bit more well-positioned when we evaluate the overall metagame. If he can advance over Slulu Flippy, is, in a deep chance here for EU EMEA to take it all. But when we're looking at the bans now, Alan, is there anything obvious that you're just going to snap ban, or is there a deeper thought process here?
You can go into the thought process of, okay, we both are bringing the Respect Your Elders and the Mordekaiser Morgana, and third deck is usually the comfort pick you are comfortable playing with. So sometimes players opt to ban just the third comfort pick, and they don't go for this based on the stats matchup unnecessarily. But we are jumping to game number 1, and we see Morgana Mordekaiser go into the Jax Ornn right away. Well, how do you feel about this matchup, Skazik?
I know that Jax, if it gets a good curve, it just hits you, doesn't really need spells. A lot of your chump blockers from the Fading Icon and whatnot have low HP and are vulnerable to Overwhelm. If Yoshino doesn't get a strong curve, could be overrun. Shlufipi with Jax on turn 2, buffed by Omen Hawk, absolutely devastating. Doesn't have to worry about Soul Harvest, is going to go right in with this attack token.
How do you feel about Omen Hawk into double Jack's hand?
Yeah, having even the barrier to help against any other shenanigans. There's a world where Shlulu Flippy floats turn 3 to set up for this Wild Claw Ferocity in the hand. Just get that down before the Mageseeker Inquisitor locks him out. We'll have to see how Yoshino responds. Legion of the Severed into the Inquisitor looks strong, seems like the only available line. And will Shlulu develop or float for Wild Claw?
We see both players not drawing. We see Legion Severed into Inquisitor into Morgana. On the other side, we see potential float mana into Combat Cook plus Jack's origin spell, forging and protecting the Jax from potential removal or death in combat from the Challenger. So really two amazing hands from both players. We'll see which deck can come on top of with such an opener.
Yeah, Yoshino really, I think, wanted a 2-drop here. Gonna get some free pressure with Legion of the Severed. Strong attack, I like it. But notably, going into this next turn, Yoshino's only on 5 mana. There's no Vengeance. This seems like a pretty safe Wild Claw Ferocity from Shlulu Flippy, bringing 3 copies of it to go absolutely hog wild here in the mid-game.
Goes absolutely crazy in. It decides not to play around Dev's Grasp. He's not worried about keeping his Jax alive. Decides to just go full ham on the damage. Decides not to go for the combat cook line. Decides to go for the big open attack, which will potentially pay him off. But now he has no option if Yoshino decides to open attack to threaten Jax. There is no option to protect it because there is a suppression in hand which prevents any spells from being played.
Yeah, Yoshino really likes this opportunity for the open. Don't have to worry about any combat tricks, no Sky Splitter. Take this Jax off of the board. Your Inquisitor will resummon itself, double up on that suppression, and suddenly you're taking all the spells out of the equation potentially, enforcing just a board-based chump fest. If Yoshino really does want to keep chumping down, prioritizing this overwhelm does make a lot of sense.
So definitely Yoshino's more scared of the overwhelm than the Jax, just yet not being threatened by his level up. And we see there will be a Morgana coming down or following up on either overwhelm or Jax. I believe it has to be overwhelm, the curse cast on, and then Shlulu will struggle because again there is a 4 mana suppression, there will be 4 mana shackles, like those are piling up, and this is so much mana you need to spend to even start playing the game. This is so wild.
Yeah, very beautiful lineup here with the Morgana. Not enough mana to cast both of these. Even if you suppression, your Saurian will remain shackled. Shlulu Flippy can just go for a combat cook development, but this passes the priority back over to Yoshino to keep this board under control. It was looking like Shlulu had this aggressive idea that was going to end the game quickly, but the Morgana beautifully coupling with the Mageseeker Inquisitor to stop this mid-game cold.
Yeah, we talked about how both players have nutted the draw, and clearly we see how mana taxing the opener for Yoshino is, and he can just follow up with another Legion Severed on Rekindler to snowball the advantage from there, trading aggressively his Morgana, not caring about her board presence, and just get that extra HP back and just follow from there. While Shlulu can't really do anything with those curses, all he can do is just develop more units and for now abandon attacking with the buffed up overwhelm.
Only 3 HP on the combat cook, spells a hate spike potentially. Morgana has a good value block into the Snow Dog. Don't have to worry about the Glacial Saurian anymore, and I think even with this combat cook attacking, would Jax level? Yoshino's going to put even more shackles down. Shlulu Flippy is falling deeper and deeper into debt here, Alan.
Those shackles are detrimental because first of all he has to cast the suppression to start even doing anything with those. So like even though it's just 2 mana, it's not just 2 mana. You have to get rid of suppression in the first place. And the only attack that comes down is just your Jax buffed up on turn 6. That's all you present to me. This is such a great spot for Yoshino to be at.
A free block here on Legion of the Severed. Deathless was placed on the Rekindler in hand. If Yoshino can use the Spirit Leech to find Mordekaiser here in the next round, can absolutely run away with this game. 2 blockers unavailable because of the shackles. Flippy still can't get rid of all the curses from here, and with Jax going down, that's going to really throw even more of a damper into this aggressive game plan.
And look at this top deck from Yezhino. It's just a free hand refill. You get to develop Prey, you get to develop Leech, and just get a cycle going in. You have a backup Hate Spike for following turn. You have the Vengeance. You have all the protection. All you want to find now is just Mordekaiser to lock this in for yourself.
When your opponent has that big 4-mana suppression in hand, you just attack and block and do whatever you want with so much confidence. Not a care in the world, because you know there won't be any combat tricks.
Absolutely. So what are the best possible outs for Yezhino outside of the Mordekaiser? Just more cycle, probably. Just get an extra glimpse, maybe Dev's Grasp to deal with the threats. But what he's looking for is just that Mordekaiser. And then if he gets this down, going into the Deathless Rekindler, this will seal the deal. So this Leech will become crucial now. This Leech and the draws that comes of it.
Flippy is using the suppression now, trying to unlock this Battle Fury that's in the hand, trying to unlock the shackles so that the Glacial Saurian and the Combat Cook can get in on the action, looking for a wider development strategy with Ruthless Raider, maybe Jax #2 or the Snow Dog. Yoshino rewarded, however, with another Dark Binding. Huge here to stop this overwhelm.
Yeah, exactly like you mentioned, another set of Morgana is absolutely beautiful, because again, Jackson cares mostly about attacking, and what's just better than getting stunned and then getting taxed on mana on top of that, while you have already a bunch of the curses. With this pace, we might see Shlul soon overdrawing because of how much cursed he is.
And Yoshino has Vengeance, don't forget, in the far left of the hand. Once this mid-game comes to a close and we're getting into the later stages where Flippy's only hope at victory is maybe getting an Orin to stick, going for that big forge, the big lava elemental to come through for additional overwhelm damage, Vengeance is going to save you from that beautifully.
Yezhino is considering using Hate Spike right now when there is no mana available to Flippy for potential defensive purposes like the Sky Splitter. And the next turn we have some extra fast removal, but then you have to decide, do I want to keep 9 mana for the next turn for the Binding plus Vengeance? Do I want to utilize Hate Spike now and lock myself out of that option? And he decides that he only wants to have mana for Vengeance next turn, or Rekindle, depending how threatening Flippy's attack will be. And we see Fearsome Husk coming down that will pop on the Rekindle.
I love the commitment there to the Hate Spike. You know that Jax is just one more overwhelm threat that could still proc. This is going to be Flippy's weaker attack, having to unshackle these threats this turn to go in for the swing.
Look at this turn, you just have to spend 6 mana so you can do an attack. This is absolutely pivotal turn for the Shlulu, just performing not so scary attack. And Yezhino has to decide, do I want to start taking out those attackers? Do I want to develop a board of my own? So this is quite a turn. I believe we should be seeing soon this turn Rekindle, because this attack is not as scary. We might see glimpse into Morgana, into second Rekindle Morgana. But I believe Yezhino will rather prefer to use this Morgana as a binding instead. So we'll opt not to develop it and just will go for the Rekindle into the following turn, just going for Sentry, some extra cycle, and go from there. Because this turn is so passive from the Shrew side. And we know how heavy is he on Battle Furies, where this Vengeance might become pivotal.
A lot of games where you're forced to rely on Morgana over Mordekaiser, it can feel awkward, but this is the perfect situation for it. Keep cycling those shackles, and now Morgana is slowly but surely getting leveled up is so huge. Because then your shackles convert to board wipes.
Yeah, definitely. If this Morgana is missing 2 stacks, we could see a top deck from the Glimpse. We might see here target Glimpse and hope for Dev's Grasp or Hate Spike draw. There are 5 outs. We already thinned the deck quite a bit, so we might see Yezhino go for the Glimpse into another Glimpse, essentially, maybe as well. So there is a lot of outs where we just level up Morgana here and we go for the big swing with so many shackles that Shlulu will not be able to recover from anymore.
Yeah, when leveled up Morgana attacks, she's going to automatically shackle a target. This is -1 blocker. plus lots of AoE damage. And when Jax Ornn loses control of the board this badly, it's so difficult for their plotting development game plan to bring them up. And now Mordekaiser!
Oh, I don't think this Mordekaiser will even matter. We'll see Death's Grasp coming down on one of the units and then 3 Morgana swinging, which all of them will be leveled up, all of them applying the shackle, all of them dealing damage to Nexus, healing back to full HP. But the Juno decides not to go for level up. Oh, he's gonna go with the level up on the stack. Beautifully played, threatening the whole board for the board wipe, and then applying the shackles and going for the big Nexus damage. This might be potentially lethal.
Oh, I love this, because normally when you put your removal spell on the stack like this, your opponent can still assign that unit as a blocker before it resolves. But because of the shackles, this is purely to level up Morgana. 18 damage on the swing. There's the Shen emote. Yoshino takes game number 1.
What a masterful play. We've talked at the start how those both decks had absolutely insane openers, and we see which deck just comes on top with that naughty draws. Just too much mana taxed. Like, all Shlulu was doing at the mid games to a late game was just playing curses, while Yezhino was advancing his game plan with leveling up Morgana, finding that OTK turn for himself.
The beautiful sequence as well was not only the taxes of curse, but the attack token lining up for Yoshino, being able to attack confidently, not needing to worry about Sky Splitter any longer to make sure those trades goes through. Any threat that was unshackled was quickly answered by the Inquisition.
Yeah, we see Yezhino already jamming to some music on the cams. He knows this matchup is usually great if you drop a Broadmain for the Elder, respect your Elders, while having some Nora early board presence. There is not much Shlulu can do to defend against Nora, just developing those extra blockers from the portals.
Omen Hawk can stop the early snowball from Nora, but get Portal Palooza, then you're still getting a lot of stats in play for almost free.
That's usually the case, unless you see a group shot Pythos, which will might see turn 1, which will prevent the potential blocks from the Omen Hawk, and then you have on top of the turn 2 swing with Nora. This is absolutely massive. On top of the sorry, I started rambling after seeing all this beautiful hand. We have seen also Wallop, which will be a massive against the Jax deck.
With a list like this, if you get 1 or 2 portals, that additional blocking potential makes it so easy to get to that mid-late game that Respect Your Elders has become known for. Jax is in play. 3 damage going over to Yoshino. Gonna take that very easily on the chin, as long as there's not a follow-up Omen Hawk to stop this pressure. Nora and her portal crew, right on the top, don't mind if I do, is also going to bring her additional defensive power.
Shlulu taking an instant attack turn 3 can give a Yezhino tell there is no any possible development. He didn't take his time to think about it. It was just an instant attack, and we see there will be a combat quick development, and we see already this ferocity in the hand that might potentially come down and oh my god, look at this weapon combination. On next turn, this attack from Shlulu might become massive.
With Sharesies to duplicate the Shepherd's Authority, does that level Jax?
On the Jax swing, yeah, it will. It depends what he goes for, but we'll see that there is 8 mana available, so that's perfect for Ferocity plus Sharesies if the Jax will not fall right now.
Yeah, after seeing that big weapon attached to the combat cook, Yoshino's already preemptively answering these big threats. Shukulflippy didn't even want to block, wanted to keep the Jax healthy to play around potential Broadmains later in the game. And Yoshino not able to convert thanks to Sky Splitter. Jax still looking to fight another day.
Usually you want to use Wallop on the defensive turn, but since Yezhino's hand became pretty awkward because he top deck Elder Dragon into Sign. That's the worst part when you play that much heavy top end, that you just might break when you are drawing. And this is the case where you see 11-9 Overwhelm coming at you, and you don't have any more access to that second Wallop, which might become detrimental.
This is huge. This is the sort of tempo that Shulu Flippy was just on the cusp of being able to achieve in game number 1 and was denied. Wild Claw Ferocity on the combat cook allows the cat to keep the weapon. Verbal Fish now coming through, needing to find more pings, but Yoshino needs a broad main here fast.
If there is no broad main, there is no stopping to this board. The essential card for this matchup is broad main. So we might see just Sinan to cycle back, cycle a bit more farther the hand, but you definitely need to find something to stop this board. If you don't get the broad main next turn, like we are staring at the leveled up Ornn coming at you.
Sinan Thousand-Tailed buffs up this elusive board. Yoshino is thinking, is it better for me to just open attack right now, get another portal, get some free damage, trying to play around the potential of Omen Hawk being developed to chump this down. Violent Shadow Seer's not really a great pickup off the portal, just a little bit of extra damage this turn. Decides to play around Omen Hawk and just go for it here.
This is a really interesting turn, because Yoshino has to set up lethal here over 2 turns, because this is the board that you can't really stop without broad main. So he needs to find a way to stay alive next turn and find lethal in the following turn 8 swing. So I believe that Sinan is crucial in this turn before swing.
Yeah, Sinan Thousand-Tailed, maybe get Challenger. If anything, you get a lot of HP in play to block Overwhelm damage.
Opts to go for the
Plaza Guardian. Having the quick attack plus Challenger would have been major here. Try to get that attack to thin out the board while maintaining a body. Picks up the heal, however.
This is a very interesting turn, because we know Ferocity cannot block, so this 11-8 is just sitting there and is only available as an attacker. The only blocker that's available to Shlulu right now is Jax, but what Shlulu can do is just decide if he wants to block here, or he's gonna be taking a full damage swing from Yoshino, trying to finish the Yoshino's Nexus in the following turn.
Yeah, if I'm calculating this correctly, that's 14 damage being presented. And against Bandle City, because of, Perilous Pastry and the threat of impact from these boons, it is quite a lot of damage to take. But Yoshino doesn't want to fully extend, keeps a 5-5 alive with the Plaza Guardian to have some overwhelm defense.
So if you are Shlulu, you are aware that there is no wall ops left, so pretty much, and you should be aware there is no broad main. So Shlulu can actually plan around having lethal next turn. That's pretty much unstoppable. The only cards that save the Yoshino would be Trinket Trade, potentially.
And now for the open attack, Shlulu Flippy just has to calculate how much damage do I have here, what resources have my opponents already used. Jax is leveling up, he's going to get a bonus from the Wild Claw, still has a weapon equipped. The Shepherd's Authority was so strong to pick up on that combat cook, and it just, you can see the way it accelerates Jax, with the downside of making that unit unable to block. It's still quite good, but he's going to just extend with Ornn.
Definitely, there was an option to open attack with the Battle Fury, backed up by the Sky Speeder or Sheresis for the maximum damage. Opts to go for the Ornn instead. That's a very interesting line to opt for instead.
Yeah, very daring. There's Broadmain, perhaps a little bit too little too late. Yoshino has 2 decent blockers in play, but Shlulu Flippy just couldn't turn down duplicating that Light of Acacia and giving the Ornn overwhelm. Normally he doesn't do too much until he's flipped because of the lack of that key aggressive keyword. But 14 damage being put down on the stack, 1 more unit potentially being sacrificed to play around this, and Shlulu Flippy has mana for Sharesies.
Definitely, if there is no block on the Jax, that's gonna be a lethal from the Shlulu side. He needs to block with the Nora or Burblefish the Jax, or it's gonna be game over. But you have to also think about winning in the next turn. So I believe that should be Nora blocking and just maintaining the Burblefish for that impact damage. And yes, that's exactly what we're gonna see.
Yeah, I fully agree. The Burblefish is threatening 6 damage right now thanks to the double impact. We just got to find 1 more card. Sinan Thousand-Tailed, maybe drawing that Perilous Pastry. It's maybe all there, Alan. As it stands right now, Yoshino is surviving by the skin of his teeth.
Definitely, Shlulu might have taken an overstep by developing Ornn here, because, like, if you think what possibly could stop lethal here from the Jerzyno side, because
Mhm.
we are watching already double wall of plate. The only out, there is no broad main play. There are no really cards available to Jerzyno outside of the RNG trinket trade, which he might not even have in the hand, that could have stopped your lethal. And by developing Ornn, you just give an option to Jerzyno to develop another blocker, potentially heal with the boon. So yeah, that just might be a misstep from the Shlulu, missing out the very much guaranteed lethal.
And this is an even greater punish because of the buff from Sign and Thousand Tailed, giving more HP and therefore more blocking potential against Overwhelm. Ornn does level up here, but Yoshino is in a position to threaten that lethal next turn. It's going to come down to this next attack token for sure, Alan. If Yoshino is not able to A, find lethal, or B, get monstrous amounts of pings to help with this Lord Broadmain to clear the board, I think Flippy will still be able to take this second game.
Yeah, there is, like, we have, on top of that, we have another sign that come down, that, like, there is not many cards that can
he
stop
can't
this
stop
lethal.
the Silent Shadow Seer!
Yeah, and top of that, we
Off
have
of the
another impact
portal.
weapon.
Unbelievable.
Jerzyno takes it down, 2-0, very confidentially.
And of course, the IRL Shen emote, the honorable, is there. He's feeling good about himself. Yoshino played that incredibly well. We thought the lack of Broadmain would spell defeat, but Yoshino comes out on top. We can send it right back over to the analyst desk, and our viewers can get informed even further about what we just saw.
Thank you, Alan and Skarzik, so much. I'm here with Boulevard and Spids to break down that match. And first off, what style coming out from Yoshino there. I love the call out for the IRL Shen emote and then just jamming out to the music. Boulevard, it really feels like Yoshino's in his element right now.
Absolutely. Ruben called this out as their dark horse for the tournament, and the fact that they are equipped with just one of the more standard lineups. And you know, at the end of the day, we get later and later into the event, we keep talking about like, okay, these standard lineups are what these other players are looking to pick on. But Yoshino is here in full force, showing why this was the best and most played lineup going into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, when you're bringing the best decks, you're saying that even if there's some losing matchups, these losing matchups are like 40% at worst, right? Sometimes you draw what you need, sometimes you still get in. We've seen this throughout the history of LoR. Even though there are anti-meta decks to try and beat the meta, typically the winners of these things are the people on the triple meta.
Yeah, I mean, we did see that just in our previous match, right? The Fizz Yumi just not necessarily getting the job done where you would have expected it to be able to get that win. And so taking a look at how Yoshino can really move forward, Spids, was this a matchup that you expected that Yoshino would be able to win?
I don't really think so, but I mean, you can't ever know these things, right? Every single game of LoR is completely different to one another. So it wasn't really what was on my bingo card, but my bingo card has changed every single day from what...
Boulevard, you know what that feels like.
Look, the existence of my bingo card has been called into question a couple of times. I assure you it is real. I had things pre-written down and they have been playing out expectedly or unexpectedly. But we saw why Jax Ornn has been a staple throughout the year, right? Even in just game number 1, we saw the Omen Hawk onto the Jax hit. That is something that so many players at home have felt. They've had to fight through that. And Yoshino was able to get it done. This very aggressive version of Jax Ornn, not what you typically see with the Bone Clubs and the Alpha Claw Ferocities and the Battle Furies. It's like really trying to put pressure on the mid game and just didn't have things line up exactly like they needed to. And that's been cognizant of Battle Fury decks so far today.
Yeah, Jax Ornn is a deck that really tries to like design its turns that it's trying to win, right? It has a very specific type of clock. And when the other clock gets brought in forward more, right? The portal basically added an extra clock of an extra turn, and that single portal changes the clock by 1 extra turn, and that changes everything about how this matchup goes. There are 2 typically linear-esque decks going towards each other. Whichever deck says, I put you on a quicker clock will win, and the portals change that entirely.
We've seen some good portal pulls too, I feel like, Boulevard. When I just look across the board at some of the matchups that we've seen, portals have been very, very impactful.
Absolutely. It's not even just the RNG of what unit comes out of it. It's also the turn that it comes out, because it is placing it into the top 4. We saw Undyings coming out for Mordekaiser lists that were playing Nora Mordekaiser. We've seen players that, I believe it was yesterday, we saw someone Portal Palooza and immediately draw both portals off of that single draw from the card. So that's what you get out of a Nora list. And for the most part, it's obviously the RNG is going to play into it. But for the most part, you can kind of go, okay, yeah, I'm going to get like a 2/2, and that's just going to be a blocker. But the specific units that have come out have been really game-changing for this event. As Spitz called out, that elusive that strikes and makes a copy of itself in your hand just reduces the clock that much further and gives that much more assurance over to your Shino for that win.
Nora is a really complicated card to evaluate because it's a low tempo play on turn 2. It's just a 1/2 on turn 2, but it gains you back that tempo sort of sporadically and slightly randomly over the course of the mid game. When Nora has been good, it's been when those turns from turns 3 to about 7 have been the key turns, right? Sometimes we're in metas where turn 2 is the most important turn. Sometimes we're in metas where turn 12 is the most important turn. That's been very, very uncommon. It's mostly like FTR sort of stuff. But what Nora is doing in this deck is losing tempo early to gain that later. And in most of these matchups, getting tempo on those later turns is way more important compared to losing that tempo early.
I have learned a very important lesson here, as we all have, I'm sure. Respect your elders. Just do it. I love that deck name, and thank you to the community for putting that together. All of you casters are stuck with it, and I'm honestly very happy about that because it's a very fun deck name to say, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of it as the tournament progresses. But Boulevard Spitz, thank you both so much for breaking down this match. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have another match in the lower bracket where sadly someone else has to go home. So let's get ready for that.
Thank you so much. And now I am joined by Dave Tron, the game director and executive producer of Legends of Runeterra. Dave, we're going to jump right into it. What's up with the mystery event?
Yeah, what's up with the mystery event? Glad you asked. So it's going to be called the LoR Invitational. It's kind of, we mentioned experiments before, and this is one of them. It's kind of our first time trying to merge kind of tournament winners and like the competitive scene with, influencers and folks who are content creators from the community. We sent out invites to the event, and it's going to take place on the Riot campus, which I'm very excited about. Kind of decided to use this time to sit down, get a lot of good dev player interaction, talk in a more casual setting. Of course, we're also going to have a fun kind of casual tournament to be played on an unreleased build with some unreleased cards. So that's pretty exciting, and some cool prizes for the folks who attend. Also, a chance for us to talk about what we're working on, solicit feedback, kind of talk through some ideas with the community. All that said, we want to maintain hype, especially around those cards in the unreleased build. So we're not going to be streaming the event, but I'm sure content creators who come are going to put out some content around the trip. They'll talk about their experience. Once we have visas sorted and the final list of attendees, we'll let players know kind of who's coming and who's going to be part of this kind of community event, this LoR Invitational. So that's what's up with the mystery event.
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think end of January, early February, I think is like current timing.
Oh, awesome. So, that's what I'm probably the most excited for next year. But what are you the most excited for the next year in LOR?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on. There's Path of Champions, there's all the sets, there's competitive. I'm pretty excited that our first expansion of 2024 will have the first V2 of a champion releasing, so we can kind of see the story of that character kind of progress and grow. I worked a lot on that champion back in the early days, so I'm really excited to see player response to the kind of the new version, the V2 of it, of them. I don't want to spoil who it is, but I'm very excited about it.
Gotcha. We'll keep that one a mystery for now. So should we expect the same patch cadence next year that we got this year?
Yeah, our current plan is to keep the same patch cadence. With that said, kind of how we release content between those monthly patches might shift around. So kind of stay tuned. But yes, the current plan is to keep that same patch cadence.
Awesome. And for our final question, will a follower designed by the world champion be something similar to Adnir?
The card we created with Adnir is kind of a super special case. This is like something we did with Rusticles that probably can't be replicated with somebody else. Not only was Andrew an incredibly accomplished competitive player, but also just a huge figure in our community, obviously, and we're able to kind of fully lean into his story and kind of show a lot about him as a person. With the Architect of Legend card, that's going to be a reward, the follower reward for the winner of Worlds. It's going to be much more heavy focus on kind of the mechanics and getting something that player is excited to see in Legends of Runeterra kind of brought to life. But the team's approaching it kind of a very separate project. It's a lot different than kind of what we did with Adnir. So still exciting. I think still a really cool prize, but I think we'll be approaching it a little bit differently because it's not going to be as much about the personality of that person and a bit more about what they want to see mechanically in the game.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dave Tron. Now, back to Worlds.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 3 of the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. We've got Spids and Boulevard back on the casting desk to take you through this third match, and this one is also going to be very exciting. I feel like every single time that we have had a match on this broadcast for today, it's been a grand champion level broadcast, Spids. I am so stoked.
All of these players, because they've had this extra day of rest, have been able to scrim even harder against this very narrow pool that remains, which means the quality of the matches are going to insane heights because both players have had so much time to be able to prepare for these matches.
Absolutely. Boulevard, I feel like, especially looking at the first 2 matches of today, we just saw some incredibly complex interactions between these players and these decks.
Oh, absolutely. And it's only going to get more complex from here. We still haven't seen a Karma Set mirror. We still haven't seen a Mordekaiser Morgana mirror. Like there are so much more complex matchups that we can remain to see, but you really get to see the caliber of the players shine through on just how they take these more straightforward matchups and really turn it into a complex puzzle.
Well, looking ahead, when we have Talpinator versus Guy as our next match in the lower bracket, I want to just take a look at how they got there. Because these are 2 players that I feel like have just had a phenomenal journey so far. When you look at the fact that Talpinator was able to make it through that first winners round 1, and Guy able to make it through that first winners round 2, both of them getting so close to being able to just clutch out that top 8 right away, but sadly had to fall into that lower bracket and make a big run for it here, Spids.
Yeah, I mean, when we have this double elimination format means that you're able to bring much more consistent decks because even when you low roll just a little bit, you are allowed to afford that one loss. But even getting to this extent means they already have to go about 3-1 or 4-1, which is not an easy thing to do against some of the best players in Legends of Runeterra.
And I don't love looking at Guy's run here to where he's gotten because we saw him eliminate the Tank Buster and 4LW, others America's players, and then finally goes up against Chenia from APAC and does fall down into the lower bracket. So Guy needs to get that international win, right? That is the purpose of the World Championship, is you get to play against the other shards, and now in an AM versus EMEA matchup, I'm so excited to see if Guy can get that redemption.
Talpinator has been getting rid of all of these APAC players. So we've seen, like, in the last 3 rounds, we've seen all of these EMEA players just dominate against these APAC players. Talpinator beating Runeterra and then JO1, but now against Guy, someone from the Americas, maybe America will show that they're actually better than EMEA.
That was a huge matchup too, right? To kick off the day, we had JO1 versus Talpinator, and that felt like just a huge W for Talpinator to be able to take. And now Guy waiting in the wings there to see if he is able to kind of slay the Slayer, if you will. Talpinator versus Guy is going to be a great match. So Spids, Boulevard, take it away and have fun with it.
Thank you so much, Nekra. And, you know, when we get into the later stages of the tournament, now down to the top 6, we're going to talk a lot about main character energy and who's really got that. And I got to say, Talpinator is the only player repping the Neela. And the story of the Fates Voyage expansion is Neela coming through and slaying all the big baddies. So I would say that in that regard, the protagonist energy definitely lies with Talpinator's lineup.
I mean, you're invoking your champions when you're playing this. This game isn't just like a logical game. It's very emotional. You've got to make sure you've got the vibes, got the feeling, got the power that you can actually take this. So trying to invoke that's very, very important. But we shouldn't discount Guy here. This has been his year. He has been going through this, making sure that he's always got the best energy as well. I've worked with him before. He is a vibes-based guy, and when he feels it, he can also bring it in.
Guy's a gamer. We have not seen players just throwing out things in the most America style like Guy in some of these rounds. When he's going into a losing matchup, he definitely comes out swinging, saying, you know what, if you have it, you have it. I can't play around. I can't afford to play around things in a matchup like this, so I have to play like you don't have it. He's been squeaking out wins left and right through that. Not to discount the fact that he is very calculated and knows what he needs to be doing. It's just playing those bad matchups like they're a bad matchup and saying, I need to win by any means necessary, and that doesn't always look conventional.
Yeah, Guy, I mean, he's pulling out that gamer energy. It's even in his team name, Always Be Gaming. He's always trying to find those outs, but we are going to try and look at the deck lists to work out what this matchup actually looks like, because these deck lists are very interesting. We were talking about the Nilajana. We're talking about this very prominent deck over the past couple of months, and this version is very, very interesting. It's on 1 boat, but no elephant. It's on the cold shot. It's on the 2 blowback. It's got a lot of cute tech cards that have helped Talpinator get to this position.
Alpinator's described this as an aggro deck, and no region or no shard has been more aggressive over the course of the year than the Americas. So we've seen Talpinator able to take out APAC, but now going up against an Americas player, this should be something that Taiga's a lot more familiar with, a lot more equipped to handle.
Moving into the Nora Elder Dragon, one of the more common decks. I mean, Talpinator is on two really awkward decks, but also, or not awkward, but different decks. Then brought also this main deck, the Respect Your Elders. Very, very interesting list. We do see the Plaza Guardians and the Burblefish keeping that mid-range presence, much better at doing the aggro stuff as opposed to the Gnar versions we've also seen run around.
And much to the dismay of Skarzig, only one copy of the early bird, just used as a little bit more of a proactive accelerator of these other lists. But then we get into the Morgana Riven. Talpinator, one of only 2 players in the event to say that this Riven archetype is still alive and well, that the Enraged Fire Spitter Might is still an adequate finisher for the World Championship.
And this is an incredibly well-teched deck. We have 1 Armed Acquisitioner, which is not that common, 3 Ruby-Eyed Conjurer, which is not that common in these Riven Morgana lists, but giving that spell shield against this control-focus meta is quite important, as well as the Blinded Mystic, targeting very, very specific cards that you want to silence through things like spell shield. Moving into the Morgana Mordekaiser from Taigai. Again, Taigai has that main 3 decks lineup, and Morgana Mordekaiser is one of them.
Absolutely, and rounding it out with the Karma Set as opposed to a Set Seraphine or a Jax Horn like we've seen a couple of the other competitors do. But again, we just want to shout out Taigai for being one of the players to bring the Spectral Iron Hound, one of the few tech choices that players kind of have when it comes to this Morgana Mordekaiser list.
Yeah, you've got a few of these cute options. We saw 4LW earlier on the Dark and Halberd, but what the Spectral Ironhound does is let you go for that mid-range beef. It was combined with Karma Set, one of Taigai's, favorite decks. He's been bringing this to nearly every single tournament that he possibly can, sometimes in Targon, sometimes in PNZ. And it's got the 3 9 lives. It's got this very aggro defensive thing, right? You can either be aggressive with the 9 lives or be defensive with it.
And while there's no Caustic Rift, there is double Rocket Barrage, and that's going to actually play out pretty well into both of the lists, both of the aggressive lists that Talpinator has brought, with Riven and Morgana on their level 1 side having that 4 HP. Same thing with the Enraged Fire Spitter, and then clearing out things like Windborn Mariner in another matchup. And here we get to take a look at Taigai's version of Respect Your Elders with triple Early Bird. I'm sure Skarzig is doing backflips backstage, but still on that Wiggly Burblefish Plaza Guardian style.
Yeah, this one is not as a defensive against aggressive decks. Typically, when you want to be defensive against those decks, you want to be on things like Junk Construct. We just don't see this in this version, which is interesting for what Taigai was going. You see these other decks with these sort of aggro defensive cards that are able to stall out, but we don't see that as much in this Nora Elder Dragon, which means it's probably going to be kept up.
The later we get into the stages of this tournament, the less and less Junk Construct we're seeing, and I wonder if that was a little bit of a crutch for some of the players, and these other players that are playing the Wiggly Burblefish and the Plaza Guardian identified that as one of the first cuts for more proactive spells like the Early Bird in order to discount the Burblefish and the Plaza Guardian and maybe get online a whole turn ahead of a Junk Construct player.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen throughout the last year that Nora and Junk Construct have had this hand-in-hand relationship. Add in the Portal Palooza and you've got these 9 cards that you add into every Bandle City deck. But identifying that maybe we don't have to fall into that system that you're able to get out of the Junk Construct is definitely an interesting idea, and it's the sort of creativity you need to do well in Worlds.
Absolutely, and we're into the ban phase now, taking a look at everything going on here. Again, this is a situation that Talpinator is very familiar with. Taigai has brought the standard XYZ lineup, and it's something that Talpinator has ripped through multiple times throughout the last couple of days. 10 plus matches under their belt against lineups like this or this exactly. So a little interesting to see if the ban strategy persists, what they like to take out here, and Taigai now has to adapt to the aggression, something that he certainly has not played against before.
Taigai has probably been watching this tournament, has probably seen Talpinator's plays, and is probably able to identify what that ban is and ban in response. You can also see the way Talpinator is trying to play the game and try and deal with that, but we have seen the Nilla Janna ban as well as the Karma Set. Karma Set with all those 9 lives makes sense as the ban, and Nilla Janna showing how aggressive it can be needing to be banned out.
Taigai opening up with the Respect Your Elders list. We called out the lack of Junk Construct might be a little bit of a hindrance in a matchup like this, but going to take the high road here and just ship back a Wallop, get a Portal Pioneer, and honestly, this is a good number of early game units here for Taigai, the Nora and the Portal Pioneer. It's going to be a little bit before Talpinator's really throwing down overwhelm heavy hitters like that Red Barb Razor Mace, so the Portal Pioneer a little bit in terms of protecting the life total of Taigai, but the Explorer spells aren't great in a matchup like this because the overwhelm tends to come in combat, not something you can actually counteract with the focus speed.
Nora also having the attack token on 2 is massive, being able to get the portal that extra turn earlier. Talpanita doing a little bit of an interesting mulligan, trying to get these good mid-range units. There's a 1-drop, there's a 2-drop, we do see the 4-drop that can also be drawn. Never mind, I had the attack tokens wrong. It's actually Guy that's got it, which means that the portals will be coming a little bit later, which is a little bit concerning.
If Talpanator, I'm kind of curious. Well, now Talpanator's probably not going to sandbag to try and get the Challenger down into a Nora, but this is actually a great position for Guy to get a decent trade-off with the Portal Pioneer as opposed to a chump block.
Gonna see the Portal Pioneer come down, take keyword removal, which is what you need to take in this match. But as you were saying, applying keywords in combat changes things. We see we already have the Might and the... I think this is the Overwhelm granting one. I'm pretty sure I've got my runes remembered. We're going to see the attack come through and the block come through, denying any early chip damage, because that is important for Talpanator's deck to get that early chip damage in.
And now with the Ruby-Dyed Conjure, this is going to be a keyword that Guy does have a window to interact with either the Overwhelm or the Spell Shield. And with 2 units in hand, that one already having Overwhelm, the other being paired with the Might, I would imagine it's going to be Spell Shield off the Conjure. But Talpanator lining up a stun onto the Nora to kick things off.
Trying to deny the keywords and also force Guy to spend a little bit more mana. We're going to see this hover. There's a lot of things he'd be doing here, and the Dark Binding does come down. Guy will have to spend the mana to get rid of this over the next couple of turns, but denying this unit means that this is a deck read, right? We know Guy doesn't have early blockers. We've already seen the 1 Portal Pioneer come down, and if you look at the deck, there aren't actually any other early units. So Talpanator's reasoning, hey, I'm not going to let you get those early units. I'm going to smok in right now.
And Guy not removing the shackles from the Nora, understanding that this card is likely to be challenged, and so it would just be a little bit of a waste of 2 mana unless this trinket trade can pull out something worth stopping. But no, it's actually going to be the Portal Palooza to kick things off, not going to be the trinket trade looking for a group shot, and instead going to find Scrap Heap, Bursting Backpack, and of course the always present Otterpuss.
But this does mean that the Red Barb Maze is going to be able to strike into the Nexus and apply that Ica, being a 3-cost curse that you need to play. And with only 6 mana next turn, it's a big investment to play. Obviously, one benefit that Guy does get from it is that it discounts these Plaza Guardians and Burble Fishes, so it only really costs 2 mana in this instance, but still not something you want to see while also dealing the burn until you get rid of it.
And, you know, for all the Talpanator that we've watched so far this tournament, I believe that's the first time we've actually seen Icar make it into somebody's hand. And now Guy spending 5 mana to remove curses to go in with the Nora, and Talpanator has another copy of Dark Binding if they want to stop this, but it would take them off of the Might plus Enraged Fire Spitter combo for their turn 6 attack token.
They also have to, like, Talpanator has to be thinking, how am I going to be applying this pressure as best as possible? We see the Riven in hand, so we are able to try and get the Blade. You can apply all 3 Blade Fragments to 1 unit and then give the Blade to another unit. You have to decide which unit you want that on. Maybe it's the Red Barb Razor Mace, maybe it's going to be try something else. But Guy is also starting to get towards turn 6. They're going to be able to finally play their big units, get those boons, get the +1/+1s or the challenges, and be able to develop the board quite wide. We're going to probably see these Plaza Guardians come down in 2 turns' time as well, giving back that tempo after Talpanator has their power turn coming up.
Talpanator's big power turn on turn 6. After that, a lot of the wind is going to be out of their sails. Of course, the resiliency of the Riven Morgana is one of the reasons the players bring it. Even if this Fire Spitter Might combo doesn't take things out, as you called out, the Blade Fragments are still there. Riven is waiting in the wings to get that Blade of the Exile, double up her attack, and go for a lethal. But once Guy gets that Lord Broadmane down, things become so much more difficult for Talpanator.
Guy is a little bit defensive light, right? There's not that many pieces of interaction. We see the Broadmane, but you need to have another thing to combo with it. You can try and get something off the Trinket trade, but if these next few draws don't include pings, Guy is just going to have to rely on good old-fashioned units and blocking to try and deal with Talpanator. And Talpanator, having things like 10 6s typically attacking, is going to be really difficult for Guy to deal with. We're going to see a discard hovered, I'm pretty sure.
I think this is the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer looking to target something. Either give Spell Shield over to the Riven or the Fire Spitter, which, again, curves out nicely, right? 2 mana on the unit does mean that this will still be... Okay, goes onto the Riven. Production will let us know in a second if that was Spell Shield or Overwhelm. I imagine it would be Spell Shield. You've got so many fragments and the Might in hand that going for Overwhelm seems a little redundant.
There's a really cute thing here where Guy only has 7 mana going to the next turn, which means they are able to do the Blunder plus the Plaza Guardian, but they can't do Blunder plus Broadmane, and they can't do Broadmane plus too many pings. They can only do Broadmane plus 1 ping, meaning that this is a really, really good read into Guy's mana from Talpanator. We've seen amazingly clean play before, and this is just continuing that.
Patchwork Poro off the portal pulls a fearsome rather than a lifesteal that Guy might have, hoped for a little bit. Just get that high roll unit into a high roll keyword like a defensive one. But a third Plaza Guardian off the top is making this such a heavy hand for Guy. The only real option they have is to try and pull something out of the Trinket trade. And until then, it's just Explorer's Blunder to remove. Riven, no way to pop the Spell Shield. Popping it doesn't do anything unless you have a follow-up, so it might just be taking the Overwhelm off of the Razor Mace, unless Talpinator's going for the open attack here.
You're gonna see the blades committed, trying to make as much damage come down as possible. Tyguy's got a really interesting hand. I don't know if you remember Samira Seraphine, but when you see these hands with multiple Plaza Guardians, Talpinator's gonna be really scared coming up to the next turn. But the amount of pressure that Talpinator can put in now means Tyguy is on a really, really quick clock.
And Tyguy is someone who is familiar with these Plaza Guardian hands, right? You know, picked up a win earlier in the year at that first Eternal Open, or the second Eternal Open, first or second Eternal Open, one of those two, with the Seraphine Plaza Guardian. So this spell slinging style is definitely in their wheelhouse, even with the Karma set out of play. This is not an unfamiliar territory for Tyguy. They're very cognizant of playing with these cost reductions.
Going for the attack here, not using the blade, means that they can put Might on Riven afterwards to get the double up from Riven's level 2, giving an extra +3 if they go for it. I'm going to pull that back, try and put the blade on, saying, I don't need to pre-commit Might right now. I mean, I'm able to probably get another attack token in, so I don't need to do it that badly. I'm going to see Tyguy play Trinket Tree to try and find some sort of Spell Shield popper or interaction piece for that. Riven doesn't really find it. I mean, you can get stuff off Bandle Tailstone, but you're probably now looking at Condense and saying, hey, maybe I can get even more Plaza Guardians.
Oh, and this is awkward because Tyguy has the option to Bandle Telstone into the Electro Harpoon, but because of the way that the sequencing is going to play out with a slow spell and a focus spell, there's no window for Tyguy to pop the Spell Shield with the Electro Harpoon and then use the Explorer's Blunder to take the Overwhelm off of this Riven. So that is no longer an option for Tyguy this round. Could, of course, still use the Blunder onto the Razor Mace in order to stop the Ichor from coming into their hand, which might be a line that they have to take given that they can't really afford to spend too much more mana on things that aren't developing the board.
Talpinator is really threatening a 2-turn clock, right? Tyguy's already down to like 5 health, and Talpinator has that burn in hand with the dragon, and then able to move that even forward. We're going to see the Ichor come down. So Tyguy is now thinking, okay, how can I pressure you enough so that I am dealing with your units by attacking them, right? We might see the Plaza Guardian into the Challenger to try and deal with the Riven, but there's still the Dark Binding in hand. We're going to see an Elusive come down. We've seen so many Elusives from these portals, Boulevard.
Yeah, Tyguy's really good at pulling these 1-2 elusives. First, it was the Attentive Accountant, which, you know, used to be played in Karma set, so it makes sense that Tyguy's able to invoke that kind of power. But now we're going to see the pranks come through to reduce these Plaza Guardians. Riptide Rex was a nice top deck, but is unfortunately a turn too early, and Tyguy just hasn't found the defensive tools that make the Nora Elder what it is. Instead, consistently getting these 6 drops, these 10 drops, these 8 drops, and now I don't know if Tyguy's in a position where they can afford to run out all these Plaza Guardians, or if they just need to draw cards off of Sign and Thousand Tailed and really hope for the best, but it's gonna be the Plaza Guardian line. Challenger an option, but we do know that that Dark Binding is available for Talpinator to protect the Riven.
We did see the prank to the Dark Binding is a little bit less enjoyable for Talpinator. It does have to cost that little bit more mana. Tyguy going for the triple Plaza Guardian line, using the Explorer's Blunder on the Riven to allow for a Wallop top deck. There's not that much Talpinator can do against cards like Wallop if that ends up being drawn, except try and find that Spell Shield Shackle card. But if you do that in a certain amount of time, it can be a little bit mana awkward, depending on how that comes out. But Tyguy is trying to develop some units, and Talpinator thinking about how they want to respond. Do they want to use the dragon to deal with the Nora, or do they just want to hold their mana for the Dark Binding?
The one thing that this prank has done is stop Talpinator from developing and holding up the Dark Binding, at least while maintaining mana, right? At the moment, that would be their entire turn. And I think if Talpinator plays out the Red Barbed Razor Mace, then Tyguy really knows where that last bit of mana is going to be going, assuming they can get a Challenger pull onto one of these Plaza Guardians to threaten the life of the Riven.
Talpinator also doesn't really want to develop on their next turn, so they're planning, okay, how can I most play it around Tyguy's possible hand states, right? Tyguy could have so many different opportunities for how you want to play this. There could be things like the Wallop, there could be other sort of cards that are able to deal with this. And Talpinator needs to decide, okay, am I developing into Rex? Is that my line, or do I need to set up for that open attack? And is Dark Binding going to be important for dealing open attack damage as well, getting through certain things?
It's a little bit rough. Might onto the Riven looks like a really clean lethal on the side of Talpinator. 14 overwhelm damage thanks to that level 2 Riven ability is way too much attack for anything on Tyguy's border, even in their deck, to stand up to in terms of withstanding the overwhelm damage. But if the Wallop is drawn, if it does go down onto the Riven, does Might somewhere else actually slip through? Do you need the Dark Binding for that?
just trying to work out these lethals. These combo decks, like we call Talponator's lineup an aggro lineup. It is also a combo lineup. Both Jananilla and this Morgana Riven deck need to play for their combo win cons, and figuring out when you need to use stun defensively versus offensively is one of the key decisions you have to make. It has been the decision to use it defensively because we see the dragon come down, deal with this Nora, deal 2 extra damage to the Nexus, have that extra blocker if that's necessary for these Plaza Guardians. But we're going to see the heal come down, and Talponator's very upset at this play.
Yeah, really didn't expect the triple Plaza Guardian, and Taigai, I believe, never got offered Challenger on any of these Plaza Guardians, so unable to take out that Riven, is now completely dependent on a wall up top deck. But even then, I think the Might plus Enraged Fire Spitter means that Talponator's just going to secure this.
Taigai is going to be so upset at not seeing the Challenger. You had 6 looks at it, and you still couldn't find it. The chances of that are very, very minuscule, and that's what Talponator's probably really upset about, that they were like, okay, I can tap under this, there's no harm here, and then they ended up being. So going down to 5 health is something that Talponator's okay doing. I mean, they know they're threatening a clock on one more turn. They don't need to care about their Nexus health all that badly, and we see so many overwhelmed threats coming in that Taigai's going to need to draw something crazy to get out of this.
Don't even know what it could be. It's going to be Lord Broadman. A second stun off the top for Talponator. Spids, feels like Taigai's going down in this series 0-1.
This is what Talponator's lineup's trying to do. It's trying to beat these Respect Your Elder decks, trying to beat these slow decks that aren't able to pressure enough, don't have good enough interaction for what Talponator's trying to do, just trying to line up the attacks, making sure you're checking the deck list. You know, it's whenever these players play slow, it's really just checking the deck list constantly. You've got to double, triple, quadruple check when you're in these like very, very tense games.
And when you're on the side of Talponator, the fact that Taigai's been playing this game so slowly, ran out a triple Plaza Guardian turn, that doesn't necessarily read as, oh, they have 5 other 6-drops in their hand, and that's why they're playing so low. You're very cognizant of what defensive tools have they been sitting on here. Well, how do I play around the potential of a double wallop? Do I still have lethal if that happens? And I believe in this situation, through a double wallop, I'm not going to bother to map that out. I think it's still there with the double Dark Binding and the Might, but it doesn't matter because it is not there. And once Talponator commits one of these spells, either a Dark Binding or the Might, that will just be the end of game number 1.
I mean, even when you're doing these matchups, we have seen some trinket trades come down. We have seen some random generations. So you want to be making sure you're checking the tech list. If you've been hand tracking, you'll know that there wasn't anything there. But these are so many things. You're probably scrolling through like the action tracker to make sure everything is being played properly. We do see the Might come down, and that is game 1 for Talponator in what was supposed to be what Talponator was looking for, right?
And Talponator, absolutely no reaction when Taigai hits the OK button to take the lethal. I think just in a state of shock there that there wasn't even an ounce of fight left in Taigai's hand in order to stop that from happening. But now, with that win on the Morgana Riven, it is going to be Respect Your Elders for Talponator that needs to pick up one more win, either in a mirror match or against the Morgana Mordekaiser.
Seen Talponator's play be extremely clean, and these decks with the boons, with the Nora stuff, you do need to make sure your play is absolutely as clean as possible, surgical even, with how much you need to be preparing for your lines, making sure every single click that you make is the best one. If you go for the second best one, that could be the reason you lose as opposed to win.
All right, how are we feeling, Spids? Mirror match or Mordekaiser Morgana into the Respect Your Elders?
I think if you're Taigai here, you're probably trying to not do the mirror. You're trying to make sure that you can get that edge early on. You don't want to be going into, like, after you've already lost one, have to go into something that's so even. Your mental might just not be there, so Taigai is going to not go for the mirror. And we see very interesting hand from Taigai with the Legion of the Severed, which is exactly what you want, but nothing to really put it on just yet.
Taigai throws away the Glimpse Beyond and the Mulligan, only to draw a separate copy of Glimpse Beyond, the hand looking exactly the same. You hate to see it happen. Meanwhile, Talponator, I believe, is still debating on how they want to play out this Mulligan trinket trade. Not the, it's a low cost card, but you don't want to. Okay, yeah, I don't know if this was pre or post Mulligan for Talponator, but that's the hand that they've got here for game number 2.
Very interesting hand. These trinket trades are really good. It's one of the few ways you can get 2 procs for your Burblefish and your Plaza Guardian in one thing, and also develop unit and also get some hand information. But it's also not really the power card, and typically in these high power matchups where you're both bringing the strongest deck, you want to be finding those power cards. We're going to see the fading icon come down, pretend to apply some pressure, although might be Pytos, just developing your early units, seeing what the hand states and the board states are going to look like going into the mid game.
I can't count the number of times that we've seen this happen in the early game. The 3-1 comes down, the pie toss is available for the Respect Your Elders player. Some players like to kill it, some players don't. Talponator actually holding on to this one as a countermeasure for one of the self-sacrifice spells that Taigai will play a little bit later down the line. We can see a couple copies in the hand. probably going to take this open attack with the Nora, but maybe Talpinator going to get a little spicy, develop the Conchologist, maybe try to threaten the life of a Severed Legion if it comes out, but instead it's going to open with the Trinket trade. Wallop, not a bad take, but Otterpuss is the standard.
Scrap Heap's also a very interesting option, getting some mid-range presence, being able to pressure a little bit. We do see the Otterpuss. It's the standard option, is what you go for, but Taigai has also drawn their Rekindler. They finally have a target for that Legion of the Severed, and they are on the 3 Rekindler. We're going to see the Scholarly Pioneer come down as a way to try and deal with this Nora without committing too many spells, taking the Blunder to deny keywords either from the Dragon Boon or from the Plaza Guardian or from the Elusive. There's so many keywords you want to remove. You would wish that you could play this multiple times.
Whenever I see the Explorer's Blunder taken against the Respect Your Elders deck, honestly, the first keyword that I think of removing is a Deathless Dragon Boon from either a Sign-In Thousand-Tailed or a Lord Broadmane or a Burblefish. Just so many of these cards that have these on-summon effects that will re-trigger once the Deathless goes through. But for now, it's not going to have enough mana to stop this Nora from coming in, connecting, and putting a portal into Talpinator's deck. And Spids, these portals have been so monumentally important over the course of this event.
Gonna have to see what that ends up being. The fact that it can change the clock. We're gonna see the portal already, and it is a Camavoran Soldier getting extra blockers. A 3/3 is a rather big body for this board. We're gonna see the Nora be challenged, and no real way to deal with it unless they want to pre-commit them, commit the wallet. But I don't think this is the time for it. I think you. Never mind. We're gonna put emphasis on this Nora. We're gonna see the wallet come down.
And I wonder if this is indicative of the portal that they got. With Talpinator hitting this Camavoran Soldier, they are now 2 closer to the Nora level up progression as opposed to just the 1, because it will summon another unit. And now Talpinator getting to pick between Glimpse Beyond and Glimpse Beyond on a body.
And I think you pick Glimpse Beyond because, as opposed to the Glimpse Beyond on the body, because of the opportunity to use it in combat. We are going to see the choice, and I think that was actually on the unit, preventing it from 1 turn. That's actually a really interesting play, because now the Morgana and the Spirit Leech cost 5 mana. You don't really want to be doing one of them on turn 6. They really wanted to play them on curve. That was actually a really cool prank there.
Yeah, I really like that option being open for Talpinator, because looking at Taigai's board, yeah, this was a pretty nice time to throw down a Spirit Leech. Go ahead and eat up the 0-1, draw a couple of cards, but now it's going to have to be Legion of the Severed. I didn't quite catch what that went on to. It could be Morgana. It might be the Rekindler if Taigai's looking for later on in the game combo plays. But looking at the hand of Talpinator, Spids, we're not seeing a lot of action. They've done a pretty good job up until this point of maintaining their board and getting the portals accelerated, but from here on out, it's a little bit of guff unless we see a big draw off the Portal Palooza.
Talpinator's got a really concerning hand, but there is that opportunity to go like below what Taigai's trying to do. We see the Hate Spike and we see the Death's Grasp, but because of the things like Pytos in the hand, you need to target your 4/2s and your 2/2s to make sure they're more likely to go through. Going to see the Trinket Trade come down, see Wallop, Early Bird, and Otterpuss. The Early Bird's probably taken. Thank you, Skarzig, for making sure that it would appear as much as possible. Probably going to try and get this Rekindler, and if it was targeted by the Cultist, it means that that extra value will be gone unless that play isn't done.
And Talpinator might not even fire it off this turn, might wait until turn 6 just to give Taigai another opportunity to draw either the Mordekaiser or the Rekindler, and that's something that we talk a lot about with Early Bird, is some of these decks have very specific top ends. You know, I don't think there's a Ruination in Taigai's list. Let me just confirm that real quick. And that means that it's always going to be either Rekindler or Mordekaiser that is hit by this Early Bird. Those key combo cards for Taigai. Great hand control by Talpinator.
We do see the Hate Spike come down, making sure it's on a 4/2 instead of the 3/1 to try and deal with the possible pings. We're going to see the Electro Hop in and the Drop the Bomb. Because they're slow speed, they can't interact with this. And I mean, like, we're not going to talk about center possibilities or anything. The Drop the Bomb is going to be a decent option for future, though, dealing with certain things. But the Nora does come down, which is going to feel unfortunate for Talpinator, because this was a Nora they were trying to protect for a little while.
Now, I'm curious to see if Talpinator actually does use the Drop the Bomb this turn. Not so much out of a necessity to kill one of these units, but more so to set up for the potential of the turn 8 top deck Riptide Rex.
It's a very common play in Jin Bandle City when that was even harder to try and organize. And because Taigai has tapped out, you can get this Drop the Bomb out before something like a Glimpse Beyond comes down. So this is a very, very good time to use that Drop the Bomb. It's almost like everything's going up for Talpinator with this position, dealing with the Scholarly Climber, making sure that you're not able to try and kill something.
Talpinator going to continue to curve out here, finding... I saw the Fey 8 and thought it was another Early Bird for a second. That Owl Cat just sitting square in the middle of the picture of both of these cards really had me sweating for Taigai there, because I think double Early Bird would just destroy the hand of Taigai right now. And I'm sure Talpinator's waiting for that Spirit Leech to come down onto the 0-1 for Taigai to have 3 additional cards in their hand to take aim at either the Mordekaiser or the Rekindler.
Quicken and Pytos are both really, really difficult options. Typically, with cards like Quicken, you want to make sure that whatever you're recalling gives you a mana advantage. That's one way of getting a massive amount of tempo, not only on the board, but also with the mana. But the way Morgana works, where she makes Talponator spend 4 mana just to play that card, meaning that if you Quicken Morgana, she's still actually giving a mana advantage to Taigai in that instance. We are going to see the Quicken be taken to try and do some defense, maybe interact with things such as Glimpse Beyond and the Grasp. But very interesting and difficult decision to make. Definitely interaction pieces that you need to be thinking about.
Taigai's going to go in for an open attack with the Morgana, just heal themselves back up to 20. Talponator's got a couple of chump blockers available, not too attached to the Otterpuss or the Conchal. It just depends on how much Talponator wants to try and threaten the life of this Morgana with damage-based removal. And it's just going to go ahead and take it. 14, not too different from 17, says Talponator. And now we're going to get the Portal Palooza. That early bird still online and something that has to be cognizant of. And there is that Riptide Rex coming in, set up for turn 8 already with that drop the bomb.
Talponator's last 2 draws have been absolutely amazing. Having Plaza Guardian as a big beefy unit that is able to try and deal some damage on turn 7, be a little bit pressuring. We do see the early bird in hand, but not even played. This is the turn that you wanted to play early bird, right? You wanted to get it just before the turn 7, but trying to threaten the mana, get all of these awkward advantages whenever you can. Very, very interesting play and very, just so interesting, right? This is one of the things that I think you can analyze to all end.
Talponator has first action on turn 7, so they actually can wait on this early bird until, like, have it come out as the first action on Taigai's turn. Wait for them to just draw as many cards as possible to see if it's the Mordekaiser, because nothing would feel worse than to Talponator right now than playing this early bird, discarding something random from Taigai's hand, and then they top deck the Mordekaiser and start to pop off on you.
One of the interesting things about that, though, is that you haven't seen this Deathless keyword yet, which means you know that it has to be something on hand right now. If there were 2 Rekindlers and the second one was top-decked by Taigai, you could end up missing the specific Rekindler. That's one of the few things you have to work out with, like, what could be top-decked versus when you want to play it. Taigai seeing this early bird, I'm pretty sure this is the one generated from something, so Taigai's probably hovering over it, seeing that it says, like, generated by Trinket Trade, and has got to feel awful about this. We're going to see the Glimpse Beyond to try and find something to cost extra mana to protect this Rekindler.
That's a wild play to me, because the only things that are going to fit the bill are other Rekindlers or Mordekaiser, and surely you'd rather lose that Rekindler than Mordekaiser.
It's a very crazy play, but if it was another Rekindler and it did have that possibility, the Deathless keyword would have been maintained. We're going to see this 5 mana Spirit Leash come down, find another Morgana. We have seen these Mordekaiser decks that are typically so reliant on Mordekaiser still be able to play for that alternate win con of Morgana. We've seen this multiple times throughout the tournament, so seeing extra copies is kind of nice, but Taigai doesn't have the power that they want going into Talponator's massive power turns coming up with the Burblefish, Plaza Guardian, and Riptide Rex.
I guess Taigai was just making a calculated decision that, okay, even if I draw Mordekaiser here, I'd rather lose that potentially than my Rekindler, and I'll start to just play for, the multiple Morgana angle that we've seen a couple of these players fall back on, just saying that is my easiest angle to chew through this board that Talponator has established, which is going to get even gummier thanks to the Portal Palooza. Is there a portal on top? There's 2, actually, and another early bird picked up for Talponator.
Skarzik has got to be celebrating. He's probably jumped up and down every single time that he's seen this card. It's definitely something that has been excited to see all day. But Talponator going to have a really threatening attack on the coming turn. We have this Riptide Rex that'll deal with a lot of this board going into these other 0 mana developments. And Taigai doesn't have a lot of defensive potential in their hand. They do have these things like the Grasp and the Hate Spike to try and deal with some things, but none of them kill Rex. None of them are going to kill this Plaza Guardian if the buffs come through, unless you do the Death's Grasp. So very difficult to deal with.
And I'm starting to get a little concerned for Taigai when we look at the next turn. It's not going to be Talponator's attack token, but the board is going to get destroyed by this Riptide Rex, assuming that they feel like playing fair and equally distributing their cannon barrages amongst Taigai's board. But we're getting to the point where we talk about this Mordekaiser combo and how it's so powerful, but if you don't have a board to go with it, if you just throw down a Mordekaiser into nothing, that's not a winning line more often than not. You really need that combo potential, and that requires you to maintain a board state going into it, ideally with some additional summon effects that Taigai might just end up losing here.
We didn't end up seeing the Grasp used, even though it would have been able to kill the Plaza Guardian before the Dragon Boon gets applied, meaning that Taigai's thinking about just either taking this damage or blocking it, needing to keep the mana for future. We do see these two Explorers blunders in hand, but none of them trying to get rid of the keyword. We're going to see Morgana heal up a little bit. This damage isn't too much right now, but Taigai doesn't have great defensive potential going into the future turns. Taigai's going to need to draw something that allows them to actually threaten the win. Things like Rekindler, things like Mordekaiser, but this extra early bird in hand is going to make that really difficult.
And even barring the early bird, Rekindler's currently still a dead card. Taigai hasn't had a champion die just yet. This Morgana's been sitting here persisting, and unfortunately still very far away from her level up condition. If production could flash that for us, we'll have a better idea, but I imagine can't be more than 4 out of 8, as we're not seeing the second part of that arrow start to glow yet. So even if Taigai were to get out those multiple Morganas, get this one into the death pool, get the Rekindler, 5 out of 8, never mind. Looks like it's a little bit higher than I thought, getting baited by these arrows. But that does mean that there still has to be a hate spike or a death grasp fired off before the multiple shackles can come out.
Palpinator's boons have been really good so far. They got the perfect Burblefish boon of the +1/+1 and the 2 strength, making this Burblefish that normally does 2 damage, dealing 5. Something that Taigai is going to have a little bit of difficulty dealing with unless they want to shoot off the Hate Spike. But shooting off Hate Spike and all these like self-sack cards can be really awkward into what Palpinator's got with this 2 damage removal and the 1 damage removal. We're going to see this come down. The Riptide Rex dealing with the board, trying to kill all of these units. And even the Challenger going on it, all of these boons are so powerful.
Oh, and funny enough, there's not actually going to be an opportunity for Talpinator to respond to this because the stack is full. Even if the sacrifice had gone down onto the Ceaseless Sentry, there's no room on the stack for Talpinator to use the group shot or the Pie Toss. But it looks like Taigai calculated it out, and I guess more shots were going at the Morgana, and this is just going to save the most health.
No, I think that Darius facepalm shows that they've just realized they've taken that extra damage because of the spell stack. It's such a specific thing, making the stack go to 9, but we're going to see the Morgana come down, add the shackles, level up, shackle another thing, get the lifesteal. Really nice play, and Telpinator's not enjoying the second Morgana and now has turned on Rekindler for future.
And once I said it, I realized that, okay, yeah, it actually doesn't ever make sense to stack the Morgana. I think you're right. Taigai just didn't understand how the stack was going to play out there, which is funny for a Karma set player, one of the most prolific players for filling up the stack in a situation like this. But thanks to the level 2 Morgana, we are going to get to kill the Burblefish with that level 2 ability. And again, the Hand of Talpinator not looking particularly threatening. That Yeti that came out of the Aberration is going to be a little bit of an issue for Taigai to deal with. And now we see a Bandle Commando, a second Riptide Rex. Never mind, Talpinator has drawn a great threat here.
I really want to point out from that previous turn the use of the Grasp and not putting it on that Plaza Guardian a couple turns earlier, seeing that in this instance it would be able to be used against the Riptide Rex to prevent that open attack fear. We're going to see a spell put on. We're going to see the early bird get rid of this 6 mana card that does give a read that there is no 7 mana card in the hand and helps Talpinator feel a lot more secure. We can see on the face thinking, what could this hand be? What is in your hand, Taigai?
And the Vengeance will be protected by the Spectral Ironhound. Talpinator still has mana for Riptide Rex and an elusive that can make it through to connect. Gonna go in for the attack, not unshackle their Plaza Guardian, and Taigai has to know that something is up here.
They're thinking, okay, you're holding up 8 mana. I know what's going. Never mind, we're gonna see the shackles come out, make sure this extra damage comes in. Talpinator realizing that, like, hey, I probably can't get this Riptide Rex through. If you've got cheap cards, that's going to include ways of interacting with this elusive. So I'm just going to unshackle this. And because it's got Fearsome, it either has to be interacted with spells or blocked with Morgana, which you don't want to do.
Taigai going to preserve the health on their Morgana, not using it to block down the dog, which now will eat the Morgana shackles for the following round, unless Talpinator plays out this Yeti or... No, the Fey Bird not going to do it, would not be stronger than this dog. So actually going to heal up the Morgana. All 3 Explorer spells in the hand for Taigai, who just really, even at this stage of the game, Spids, how impactful would a Mordekaiser even be?
At this point, it doesn't really do too much. We'd have to see the level up progress, because if it's quite high up, it would be nice. But we haven't seen that many units die on the side of Taigai. It's been so many spells drawn and so many things discarded from Taigai's hand. It feels like he's only played like 70% of the cards has even been permitted to draw. We're going to see what they end up trying to get over the turns, because this has been a slightly lower power version of this matchup. We haven't seen them blow each other out of the water just yet.
This is one of the big concerns with the deck. We talk about that Mordekaiser needing to come down on curve because, again, like we just mentioned, a top deck here, yeah, what do you do with this Mordekaiser? I guess you actually don't even sacrifice the Husk. I think regeneration on your Mordekaiser is an extremely appealing option. And it's not like it's just Taigai, right? Talpinator, up to this point, still has not drawn any copies of Cynan Thousand-Tailed, has not drawn any copies of Lord Broadmane. These tools that would help you lock down the game and secure your victory. Both players just not drawing the best cards in their deck, and hopefully, again, we can get a flash on the Mordekaiser level up. I believe it's now going to be a little bit higher, maybe 11, 12 out of 15, but not something that you can get done, and so many players cutting the 5 attack units from these lists really hamper the level of progress of the Mordekaiser.
Talpinator's got to be thinking, do I want to go for this Riptide Rex, and how do I want to organize it, right? And it's really difficult to try and deal with this Mordekaiser, because if only 3 procs go on it, it means that the Mordekaiser will stay alive, or even 4 procs. Mordekaiser will stay alive and then be able to regen back up. There is the extra pings in hand, but there is the opportunity for that to not pan out. We're going to see the attack come through, deal with this board a little, that heal on Morgana, keeping her alive through things like pings, dealing with the board, trying to see what could end up happening. Taigai playing very, very defensively, but he doesn't have the opportunity to try and pressure all that much.
If Taigai... Oh, we're going to see a couple of group shots down onto the Mordekaiser. That's going to be 5 damage on the Mord, which is enough for Talpinator to finish it off with the Drop the Bomb, the Pie Toss, and the Perilous Pastry.
A very interesting play, making sure you're using it before the units die, getting the extra damage from it. Taigai doesn't really have a way of interacting with this. There's no sort of defensive cards. These decks aren't on form up. There's nothing you really need to be scared of. The only thing that could like help Taigai in this situation is something like a Glimpse Beyond, so it doesn't feel as bad. But as soon as Taigai draws his one good card that allows him to try and get things to happen, Talpinator answers with it and still has that Riptide Rex to punish in the future turns, and Taigai doesn't have a lot going on.
No, but now, very importantly, we talk about, okay, yeah, you draw Mordekaiser in a situation like this, it's not that great, you don't have a lot going for you, you don't have a board. However, now, Taigai is opening up themselves to a Rekindler top deck. With Mordekaiser in the death pool, that unit drawn does start a massive train of advantage for Taigai that Talpinator, with this hand, probably will not be able to stop. And the question now is going to be, does Taigai have a read on the Riptide Rex? Is it going to be a block and a Vengeance to ensure that no damage is coming through? But Taigai's still not drawing that Rekindler, and they are one of the players in this tournament that is on the full 3 copies.
Don't see the Vengeance come down, meaning that this Plunder has been procced. We can see Riptide Rex try and deal with this board a little. And Taigai did hover a spell on the stack just a little bit ago, and if Talpinator's doing a little bit of hand tracking, they know that 2 of these cards are Explorer spells. Now they know that one of them is another spell that can be played for less than 6 mana. I mean, all of them can be played for 6 mana or less. We're going to see Mountainous Vigor or Chemtech Blight come down, and we're going to see how these procs line up. Is Morgana going to die? It does seem that she will.
Now Taigai has a difficult decision between the Vengeance and the Death's Grasp. Going to use the Death's Grasp once again onto this Riptide Rex before the... Actually, it's Tough that was picked up, not Deathless. But now Taigai at the mercy of Talpinator's board and hand, which, again, this Yeti, such a threat. And yeah, you could argue that it did eat up a draw for Talpinator. Maybe they'd be a little bit lower in their deck. They'd have a Cynan Thousand-Tailed or something along those lines. But this 5 attack is actually a huge difference maker here. And these Explorer spells for Taigai just not paying the dividends that you needed them to. Legion of the Severed, another poor top deck.
It's a poor top deck. It does block the 5/2. It's better than drawing something like a Hate Spike, which you literally wouldn't be able to play. You can see the Portal Pioneer come down. Probably going to take, I imagine, keyword removal for if Deathless is going to be applied on something in the future. But we do know, you can see that Deathless wasn't applied to anything by looking at the action tracker and the choice mechanic. But we are going to see Blunder come down to try and deal with other sorts of keywords. We're going to see Nora come down, who is leveled, will need to get hit by Vengeance probably, and it's going to be a really slow game. What are the top decks going to be?
I mean, Taigai is just one Rekindler away from really starting to pop off, especially now that the Mordekaiser is leveled. It's a very realistic win condition, and Talpinator is now off of Riptide Rex as a potential top deck. Actually, Taigai picking up a Hate Spike as well, so could really deny a lot of damage here, but still hanging on to that Vengeance. No, it is going to be a different committal on the lines here. The Vengeance will go out onto this Yeti, the Hate Spike onto the Nora, everything coming up Taigai in terms of preventing damage this turn, but still, they are now left with no board, except for a Husk, and no hand except for these useless Explorer spells.
What a crazy game for one of the final ones in Worlds. This is all reliant on top decks or relying on seeing what you can get. It's probably going to be the Yordle here to try and get another unit. Fade also develops another unit. This increases Talpaneter's clock by so much. Instead of being on a 2-turn clock, it's probably now going to be a 1. We're going to see what ends up being taken. It is going to be the Fade, because getting a 3-1, I think it's a 3-1, a 3-2 spell shield is going to be quite powerful against what Taigai needs to do. There needs to be a draw here. Crumble.
Yeah, that's about the only reaction you can really have to something like that. Crumble. And unfortunately for Taigai, even if they want to try and kill this Owlcat, which looks like the line that they're going to go for, Talpanator draws the Perilous Pastry and will be able to deny this.
What top decks does Taigai have? Is there another Vengeance in the deck? Is there something that can try and deal with this? What could possibly be going through
Taigai
Taigai's
still hasn't
list?
even drawn a Mage Seeker Inquisitor, I don't think. I think that was the previous game, and now it's just another copy of the Fading Icon. Does not bode well for Taigai, who will be going down here 2-0 and being eliminated from the World Championship.
The Dark Horse showing why they should be respected, bringing this anti-meta lineup and being able to dominate every single player they try and deal with. Talpanator definitely showing why they deserve to be here, why they're so good at this game with very, very clean play. I mean, we've seen the Dragon Boons be really good. We've seen the use of things like Group Shot at just the right timing. Every single look for an out was possible. We're going to send this over to the analyst desk to see how this can be broken down even further.
Thank you so much, Spids and Boulevard. I'm here with Skarzig and Alan to analyze this match we just had. And I got to start off by going back to the beginning, Skarzig. Talk me through that game number 1 and what was really at stake for both of these players.
In game number 1, I think that it was correct for Taigai to respect the John and Neela. We've seen that Talpanator bringing this wildcard deck, but still playing it to perfection. Even some very deep lines that we were having difficulty kind of foreseeing, Talpanator was able to bring to the forefront. And Taigai didn't want to deal with any of that. Says, I'm going to get this off the table and try to beat the other two. But with Riven Morgana showing up to the fight, the deck I think other players have typically banned instead of the John and Neela, the aggression was just too much. The key turn, I think, was the Triple Plaza Guardian development. Talpanator was so upset to see all 3 of those come down, but none of them got Challenger, which meant that he couldn't proactively force that trade and clear out the board. And when Riven Morgana has 2 or 3 separate threats at any given time, it's just too many things to deal with.
The essential part for the Morgana Riven is to get your opponent to the point where they have single-digit HP, and you, like Skarszik mentioned, having multiple threats on the board, where you have to respond to potentially with even 2 spells already on the stack, and then they can go with their might, with their stun, on top of the overwhelm unit, and just present you lethal in the other way, where you can no longer interact with it, having that protection with the Black Shield. And we clearly see in this game having that early Riven, leveling up, setting up the extra overwhelm units, having the backtap might with the binding. Like there were so many tools for the Talpinator to just close this game.
Yeah, and that leads perfectly into the fact that he went for the Blade of the Exile on Riven. Instead of going for the open attack, wanted to juice that attack even further, passing priority back to Taigai and saying, I don't think you have it. I don't know if he had the sickest hand read of all time or if he's just that audacious.
I'm going to go with I'm going to say both, actually. Both can be true in this situation. And Talpanator, as I think everybody has been saying up to this point, really has maintained that main character arc, that plot armor. And I feel like it just has such a strong case to move all the way to the end. But in that game number 2, it was very back and forth there, Alan, and it came down to the top decks in those final few turns. Was there anything that Taigai could have top decked that would have been able to win him the game, or was it just all coming up for Talpanator?
Talpinator had a really great setup on turn 5 with the Drop the Bomb, setting up the Rex, which he didn't have in the hand yet. He played with his whole deck. I was assuming he's gonna draw 1 by turn 8, given the odds, which he did. Getting him a complete board wipe, killing that Morgana, which was kind of problematic, leveled up for a certain period of time. But what really set them apart this game was hitting that early bird on the Deathless Rekindler. That absolutely shifted the game because it made the Taigai run out of the steam completely. Even top decking Mordekaiser in the right time was just not enough.
Yeah, you need that extra value and that extra greed, especially to get over an Elder Dragon deck. This Respect Your Elders list is board-based karma set where you're just going in completely over the top with resources and threat potential. And we were even speculating, spectating the game from the analyst side of things, of there's a chance in this top deck war that a raw Elder Dragon being played would end up being Talpinator's win condition. And when you get the early birds and that grind with Nora portals, forcing a top deck war is something a lot of decks never like to do, but something that Bandle City seems to always come out on top when that's the case.
So the crucial moment also for the Taigei that didn't go his way, on top of losing that Rekindler, was also fizzling the Glimpse, which just didn't resolve. He needed an extra card draw. He went for the greedy line. When the early bird hit, he tried to draw a card that will get discarded instead, like another Mordekaiser, like the first Mordekaiser or another Rekindler, just something that would get hit instead of the Rekindler. And he got heavily punished because there was a recall coming, which he didn't foresight. That was picked up by Talpinator from the oncologist.
Yeah, and also what's great too is because of the way the pranks were going back and forth due to the trinket trades, Talpinator had a lot of information when that first prank went off, saw the Spirit Leech and the Glimpse Beyond and recognized, hey, I've got pings and things to answer this Glimpse Beyond, but if I can delay the Spirit Leech by one turn, I can delay Mordekaiser maybe getting the key cards required. And, you know, the Inquisitor never showed up that game. Maybe taking some of those spells off the table would have given Taigei a fighting chance, but I'm not even going to lie. I thought the Morgana would just buy so much time with the lifesteal, shackle, lockdown, and the top decks just weren't there for Taigei.
You can see when the deck fights in more a fair manner, when there is no that Inquisitor just taxing you on the spell mana so heavily. It's more of a fair fight for this matchup for the Respect Your Elders.
Respect Your Elders coming up big once again. I did not want to have to play the mirror matchup in that case, and sadly is going to be knocked out from the tournament. But Talpinator is on a tear through that lower bracket right now, and we're going to have to wait and see if he can continue to do just that. On the other side of this break, though, we've got the winners finals, where Chenia and Seku have been waiting to be able to give us that epic showdown. We're going to be right back.
I don't really practice for LOR anymore. I've just kind of like built this skill over time that's kept around. And at this point, I just rely on that to carry me through any sort of tournament. It's just working with that, and then all of my time goes towards schoolwork. So the fact that I've managed to qualify for Worlds is, again, pretty phenomenal since I haven't prepped at all. I didn't really expect to do this well. There was nothing that changed over like this season from any other one. It's just, this was the season that the metas lined up and my luck lined up that it finally just like tipped over the edge. So I think that the only feeling that I could really say I had was surprised. I feel like so many of the people who are participating in Worlds know each other at this point that it kind of just feels like even if you're not qualified for Worlds, if you just like know those people, it feels like you're in that group anyways. Like being part of that like top whatever percentage that makes it to Worlds, it's kind of just like the same as being in this like club with everybody who plays LOR together. It doesn't really feel much different, but I guess maybe it'll feel different when I'm playing, you know? Take a break from LOR briefly and play TFT. It'll make you think faster and be better at LOR. If I did, that's the only variable that was different between last year and this year. So that must be what did it, you know? Take a break, go play TFT, think faster, come back to LOR.
We started today with 3 incredible matches in the lower bracket, and now it's time to turn our attention to the 2 players that are waiting in that winners finals. It is Seku versus Chenia, and we've got Skarzig and Alan on the desk to bring us through this next one. And Skarzig, this is the doozy that I think everybody has been looking forward to.
These are 2 incredibly strong players. If you were ever doubting over the first 2 days of competition, you have to be convinced by now that they are the cream of the crop, and the lineups are also nothing to sneeze at.
Listen, we've seen some great games from both of the players in the recent 2 days, but man, Seku against Chenia, who would you put your money on, Skarsgård?
I mean, Seku, he just got that charisma. I mean, during the winner's interview, the headshots looking all right. You can tell he's really feeling himself, you know, and that's definitely a big factor, I think, heading into this 3rd day of grueling competition. If you're kind of in a good state, you're feeling confident, you're feeling kind of loose, I think that he's not going to get too gummed up on this incredibly difficult ban decision he's going to have to make soon.
But have you seen how Chenia was drawing in those days? Like his top decks, his created portals? Like, man, this man is on fire.
Sometimes you do have plot armor, and the vibes can't overcome that.
That's a good
true.
point.
That's very true. We heard Seku, though, at the end of yesterday, the confidence that he has heading into the remainder of the tournament. And just to set the stage a little bit, it hasn't been an easy road for either of these players. Chenia on the top side of the bracket has had to take down some huge opponents, Runeterra, Chal, and Taigai back to back. On the other side, Seku taking down Aurora, JO1, as well as Yoshino. So some very heavy-hitting players to both make it into the winners final, Skarzig.
Yeah, and then the winner of this match advances to that next coveted stage of the bracket and is going to guarantee at least 2nd place. You get to design a spell when you win this one, Alan. I know that that's the best prize you're after.
Oh, most definitely. I would make a spicy one. But listen, good that you mentioned the 2nd prize, because clearly there is EMEA player gonna be stealing it from one of them coming from the lower bracket.
That's true. We only have 4 players remaining now. We know we're going to be seeing Seku and Chenia up next, but following that match, we have Talpinator versus Yoshino, both of them being able to make it into that top 4. So congratulations to both of them as well. And they still have that second life to be able to make it into that grand final. So I am pumped. Seku versus Chenia, these awesome lineups. Skarzik, you mentioned that this ban phase is going to be a difficult one. So I'm just going to let you and Alan get right into it to talk about these lineups and why that is going to be so difficult.
So let's go ahead and call out the elephant in the room. Got two Poro Kings here, Alan. And we saw earlier that Seku maybe doesn't really like to play the mirror after we saw how difficult it can be when one player gets Poro King and the other one does not. But at the same time, Poro King is still very well positioned to take a free win off of Karma Set. We've got a weird rock, paper, scissors kind of developing.
Yeah, most definitely. And if you are in the Seku position and you've paid attention how Chenya was a drawing champion so far in those 2 days, man, I would be actually scared not to ban the Poro King going into Chenya.
Yeah, the Elder Dragon, I think, has been one of the most unsung decks where Seku has just been bullying people with it. It's very strong into other Poro King decks. You know, Shyvana versus Poros. Poros is a matchup that goes back pretty long ways, and that might force Chenya's ban. The Shyvana Elder Dragon just wants to curve out. We've got and usually in the olden days of dragons, right? They really didn't do much up until turn 3, turn 4. But over the course of time, Demacia has gotten some fantastic units. The new Dragon Allegiant that was just released, Scholarly Pioneer, gives you some play and some utility as you build towards this incredibly beefy mid game with Cloud Drake for discounts and Dragon Guard Lookout for rallies.
Yeah, we've seen this Gentle Gem Dragon just scaling those units up, even though they are cheap, to the gigantic sizes at this point. Going into the Warden Nikonar deck. This deck was a big surprise so far, performing very well for Seku, going quite strong, eating all his opponents so far up with it.
Yeah, we've seen like Jax Orn, for example, try to go for this board-based, stat-based Freljord idea, but Nico takes that and just puts the jet fuel into it to try to beat down even faster. Meanwhile, this version of the Poro King is running Yumi. That means that some additional threats like Daring Poro and Pouty Poro do become some extra utility and threats for this list. Just only one copy of Sunburst, however, you can already tell that Seku wants to be the one in the driver's seat.
Man, I want to see some Zolani beatdown finally. 3 days and there was 0 Zolani beatdowns. Come on, man. One time.
Players just respect it too much. Just like Fizz Yumi, a lot of players feel like they have to leave this deck up. You expect it to take maybe a free cheesy win and try to 2-0 the other deck, but we've also got a preview about how this can kind of play more control.
We've seen how Fizz can choke into some decks, especially if it draws too much of the top end, like drawing double Battle Fury, and your hand starts to clank up. You are lacking those cheap spells that allow you to protect that Fizz. Hopefully not going to be the case for Chenya this time.
Yeah, when we look across at this build of Poro King, a couple more Sunbursts in here, a couple Black Shields to protect that Poro King and Zolani. I don't know if Seku feels as though he can win this mirror, or if he'll just leave the Poro King up and let the cards fall where they may. Regardless, I think every single potential matchup we could see is going to be incredibly exciting, Alan, and I cannot wait to see what the players do when confronted with the threat of Seraphine Karma Set.
Absolutely, Skarzik. In terms of Seraphine Karma Set, we've heard yesterday Seku talk how he was targeting this type of lineup. But again, Karma Set is a bit worse position into the matchup of the Seku. But this deck has a bit more wider variety of the spells that allow you to clear those early threats that Seku would be able to throw at the Chenya. So definitely should be a bit better into his matchup, into the Nico and Poro King, but the same deck will be going worse into the Elder Dragon version of the Shyvana deck because it lacks the amount of the recalls and the palms that the regular Karma Set does have in its tools.
And we'd have to make it plain for our viewers at home as well, right? The players go in with the best intentions trying to target a certain deck, but Ionia PNZ just has so much utility that if you aren't able to capitalize on that early mid game where your deck is strongest, as soon as that Sunken Temple or a set sticks to the board, the control and the ability to establish any sort of threat potential can very quickly evaporate. Seku going to ban that Fizz Yumi, and Chenia is the one that is going to ban Poro King. Jumping now into game one, we've got Seku's Nico Gnar versus the Poro King.
Yeah, Muslim, we see that very nice in hand of the Seku, which could be crucial going into the Poro, because again, once the very nice drops, all of the units get obliterated and replaced by the landmarks, you can have that little swing, and there is nothing that Chenia could do against it in the late game.
And once the Poro King comes down into play, you're kind of incentivized to keep developing Poros in order to get more snacks. If the Poros aren't big enough and Chenia has to develop into Buried in Ice, it could be a game-losing disaster. We've got Omen Hawk versus the Plucky Poro. Hopefully this buff lands in a good spot.
We have a pretty solid opener from Seku. Getting that one drop is pretty crucial. Getting this Nico progression here, we see already some cats, Nico itself, with the harsh winds for the later, not a very good throw early on, but also Chenia doesn't have a 2 of the hand, missing the crucial cards, which is the Poro King himself and some snack to scale your units up. You can trade early on and start scaling your Zolani for late game.
Sometimes when you miss out on those early snacks, going wide and swarming is a perfectly fine replacement game plan, but against another Nico deck that's also filling the board with a motley crew of a zoo, you aren't going to be able to sneak through that damage around the sides. Chenia might be incentivized to just hold back.
Seku finds a Poro himself, as I'm gonna be developing. That's shortly trying to get a Nico level up. Potentially turn 6, we could see leveled up Nico swinging, already buffing your board. Would be pretty devastating for Chenia if he does not draw his buffs to the Poros.
Seku debating whether or not he wants to get rid of this Daring Poro. Is this really going to be a big threat down the road, or saves the Omen Hawk, wants to keep that to get credit for the Nico level up? Seku's already mapped out how this game needs to go in order to spell victory, and once you get this 6-wide board with Nico's level up and AoE buff, that seems like a pretty dangerous situation to me, Alan.
We see already 4 subtypes developed. Just need and we see a dog pickup. So this is gonna be on turn 6, most likely flip on the Nico coming down. If we're not gonna see some kind of removal drop down on those units that came from the Seku. Meanwhile, Chenia's hand is just bunch of more 1/1 Poros, no scaling whatsoever.
Yeah, Sunburst finds a great target there on the Yudolski Snow Dog. Nico comes through, figuring out her disguise now. Chenia may be seeing a small delay here on decision, getting a little bit of a giveaway that this is a Nico coming through. Obedient Drakehound, just to get that credit for another dog and a reptile. Is Drakehound dual subtyped?
I actually have no idea, but it's gonna be great on this board. It's gonna be great on this board due to the fact that it's just no pinks coming from Chenia.
It's just a dog. It's not a reptile. It only counts as a dog.
This is pretty good given that Seku's dog has been removed, so replacing it with the 4/1 quick attack dog is as good as the snow dog. Doesn't buff your deck, but still will be pretty good on this board given it's a quick attack, have no good traits, and Chenia has to start chump blocking with his Poros, which you really hate to see.
And what's great about the early game, you assume it's just going to be a lot of 1/1s and 2/1s crashing into one another, but because Seku has this additional angle with the Precious Pet and the Sinister Poro, getting fearsome, getting a little bit of chip damage, every little bit counts. Chenia has no reliable healing in this list, despite being in Targon.
Top decking another Poro. Chenia needs to really find at least the Barbarian minimum that Poro snack to scar the scaling, because those Poros coming in for 1 damage are not really a threat. And Seku, looking at the top deck, potentially leveling up Nico next turn will be pretty detrimental for the match outcome. We see 9-8 Overwhelm coming Tritail in, and this is such a massive board already coming from the Seku. Chenia is in a very, very bad spot.
Absolutely disgusting. The Tritail getting massively buffed thanks to the Omen Hawk and this full suite of different subtypes in play.
We see Chenya flipped that Poro King in the deck, but he yet still needs to draw it. And that's not it. But on the other hand, that's a Poro Snacks generation. Quite a bit expensive though. What do you think about that Aurora Borealis addition to the deck, Skarzik?
It always ends up being such a strong hit when you're desperate for snacks, but I find that in the games where you do draw in and you're able to play it, you seem to not have the hand space to even get it done. You have Borealis here, and you have to wait till next turn to get the snacks, and this is already after all of your trades are being forced down. I'm kind of looking now over at Seku's side of the board. We've got Bird, Cat, Poro, Dog, Spider,
And
and
Cat.
I believe he is one
Spider
short
is
of
a
looking
cat.
Nico.
Yeah, most definitely. So Seko is just deciding what does he want to swing with to prepare for the potential, like something like Reptile top deck to get that Nico flipped. We definitely swing with the Overwhelm, we definitely swing with the Fearsome, and the dog will get automatically put into the combat once we see the other swings. So the only decision was, do we swing with the Hawk, do we swing with the Cat, and do I want to trade those units off for free? And Seko decides that he's struggling a bit on the board size, so he's completely fine attacking with those.
Yeah, once you kind of have gotten credit for that subtype, attacking to have it count for Nico, trade down on the board, this second deck hunter in hand will certainly find the final subtype for Seku.
Chenya needs to find somewhat lethal. We see that he found another Elozy from the Blunder Poro, but the amount of the damage he needs to put in is quite big because it's still 12 HP. We're looking at 2 damage at the board, and we see that Seku has a way to interact with it. So we see the Poro Snacks are coming, which Chenya might be looking to set up 2-turn lethal. So he needs to put Seku at 6 HP, develop blockers, and try to stay alive. But the problem is the Striker, 9-6. How do you deal with that? You have, without Sunburst.
Yeah, Chenya, I think, has 1 copy of Cosmic Wonder. I'd have to double check that because some versions do not run that card. Maybe when they run 1 or they run 2. And yeah, Chenya does not have it. Only 2 copies
He
of
has
Sunburst,
Targon
no stun there.
He has Telstones, which could provide a hush, which is a decent defense into the Overwhelm. Does not yet draw. Meanwhile, we see Seko being able to find a Gnar now. He finds a Dragon, so he'll be able to level up that Nico on his next swing. So unless Chenya makes some miracles play right now, he's in big trouble.
Can Poro Stories keep looking for more Swarm? Has double snacks to get some blocking potential. Chenya knows that Seku needs to develop 1 more subtype in order to level Nico. I wonder if Seko's going to take this bluff and say, well, I still have a big Overwhelm unit in play. I'm still +2 regarding attacking around the sides. I think I might take this round N and swing on you.
Chenya needs to definitely set up the lethal over 2 turns, because if he tries to take a slower angle and he does not develop anything, like he's not staring at the better board next turn, he's still looking at the lethal with this hand.
And what a wild situation to be in. Seku doesn't need to flip Nico to find the lethal because of this huge tri-tail.
Yeah, that's a great addition to the deck, providing that extra threat coming early on. Even if you don't get to level your Nico, you still have your win condition up. No need Warden, no need Nico level up. Yeah, just give me a Trital with a bunch of other subtype units, providing the utility of buffing it.
And we have to go back to the beginning, definitely, Alan, to calculate how much damage, right, the Precious Pet and the Sinister Poro have pushed through because Chenya got no early snacks to begin scaling, to actually threaten to trade down, to block Fearsome. It's all coming down to this point. Chenya can swing through with 2 damage, and Seku is going to come roaring out of the gate with this next attack token.
This Precious Pet swing 3 times, which is 6 damage. On top of the Fearsome Poro, that's another 2 points of damage. This is up. This is 8 damage from 2 1-drops coming down. That's a lot. On top of the Overwhelm, those 3 units single-handedly carrying your victory right now.
And now with the attack of the unit, wow, Seku's even going to develop the Dragon. The Fused Firebrand has Spell Shield getting even larger.
And we're gonna see Elusive coming from the Seku in the form of Nico, leveling Ooh, Nico is 4 out of 6. We're sure it's a 5 out of 6 quite yet, so should be flipping. But we see also a Yordle now in the play.
Yordle and Dragon should be able to do it.
Yes. And then we'll have Elusive, which Chenya needs to block as well, which also takes away the win con from him.
So here is the AoE buff. Nico is a gigantic elusive unit that can be blocked, but the extra point on this overwhelm and a massive dragon besides forces Chania, even if he's able to survive this turn, to sacrifice all of these Poros. It might be a little bit too slow on developing any threat. No Poro King in sight to begin hyperscaling these Poros to stand up to this Nico onslaught.
Yeah, Chenya is just trying to stay alive at this point, but like we see that Precious Pet being such a crucial unit in the his board, where he needs to sacrifice even his elusive Poros to stay alive. And there is no win convent. Like, even if you find Poro King, even if you find Zolani, does Zolani make it? He has nothing to back it up. But like, the units will be chipped down on HP a bit. Null should be probably the highest HP defended coming next turn. So I'm not sure how huge Zolani will be, but it will be definitely above 10 damage. So we should allow Seko to still be alive, on top of having Harsh Winds. So he should definitely be feeling quite safe here.
Another Poro stories, another development of a wide board. It has to be Poro King off the top to even pretend to have a chance.
Yeah, and we need to see some Frostbite snacks to be able to do anything at this point.
Picking up this nice...
black. We see the Black Shield on the side of Chenya that are just piling up in the hand. They are not doing much against Seku. They could be useful if we see Zolani come down on top of the Challenger, but like, if Seku knows the deck list of the Chenya, he'll know to Harsh Wind right away and not give the priority to Chenya to cast Black Shield in response.
Yeah, Nico blocks a Daring Poro. Another Daring Poro is 3 damage.
Nico can't block quite yet because we see on the Chenya side there is a Challenger Poro on the Plucky Poro, so that can be dragged. So technically, if we play the Poro sled, we can hit another elusive Poro on top of the impact. Could be lethal. Meanwhile, we know that Seku has a Harsh Winds, which will be able to stop that.
So all in all, Seku just got off to this ridiculous Nico start. This is exactly what the deck is built to do, exactly what it is known for. And Seku's just doubling down right now with Nico's champion spell to create a duplicate and have 2 elusive blockers anyway.
This is a really tough spot for the Chenya. Probably he will have to gamble something of the Poro sled because there is not much out left for him.
Seku's very happy to pass, has Harsh Winds, has been sitting on this all game. The curve was monstrous. The double deckhand, not only to get more pressure, but to find those missing keywords and get the Nico level up, even though it seemed awkward right there in the mid game where Nico wasn't leveling up as much as we would have liked to see, Alan. The Tri-Tail and the Fearsome units did all of the early homework to establish this board state right now. Lucky Poro going to take down that big cat, but still Gnar, Mega Gnar, another overwhelmed unit that needs to be responded to.
Most definitely. We see that there is a double Sky Splitter and the Harsh Winds, so the mana is perfectly aligning for Seku to defend the key units for him, while defending Nexus at the same time, to be able to push the lethal. Oh, and he rolled actually elusive. There was an option to actually win the game if Seku had no Harsh Winds in the hand. And no second Nico to provide the elusive blocker. So that was actually winning this position while having such a bad hand from the Chenya's position. That's absolutely crazy.
There always is, a possibility for an out there. Chenya probably has a hand read of the Harsh Winds after seeing the Sky Splitter, knows that there's going to be a lot more interaction. Another dog, another overwhelm from the Glacial Saurian. Trying to develop these Poros on the top. There's only 1 Borealis in the deck. Chenya can't get any more stat buffing, and with only 2 HP remaining, there's no way to block this damage. Seku's going to take game number 1.
even the Tailstones was not enough with the Hush because there is just too many overwhelm units coming at the Chenya, and Seku finds the lethal, going to game number 2 with the 1-0 lead.
A pretty easy way to take down the Poro King. We know that against faster, aggressive decks, it is more difficult for Poros to find their footing. If you're against something a lot slower that doesn't put on a lot of pressure, you have way more time to stall with, you know, even a 2-2 Poro defense until you get the King and then begin to outscale your opponent quickly. But now that Seku has access to Elder Dragon Shyvana, this is Poro King's other terrible matchup.
Time for a snack, and that doesn't mean a good way for Poros. The Shyvana Dragon deck are looking hungry right now.
Even finding Ruined Dragon Guard, so there is still some early game play. Seku debating keeping the Gentleman's Duel in a single combat just to have responses to Poro King when he comes down. But Chenya has the King potentially for his curve. And oh no, Chenya is going to count to 5, and Seku is also going to be counting right along with him with this lineup.
Yeah, look at this opener from Chenya. He has all the different Poros, Lonely Poro generating another Poro. So this is gonna be around 5 level up on the Poro King. On the other side, we can see there is a pretty good curve coming from the Dragon side, just curving out into the Challenger Dragon, trying to take out the Poro King when it comes down. However, Seku needs to find some combat tricks. We see only Dragons, which can be a big downside of the deck when you don't find those combat tricks. Pile alongside going all the Dragons.
Yeah, Chenya identifies correctly that the way to beat dragons is to run them over early. I need to swarm, I need to beat down before Shyvana comes through. Levels up, begins to control things with Strafing Strike. Getting the Affectionate Poro is key here to pull the next single development to the side and keep this onslaught going.
Remind me, does the Poro King summon himself, count towards his level up? He doesn't, right? Needs to be other Poros.
Has to be other Poros. But if you play him unleveled, he'll begin to create normal Poro snacks. So there is still the threat of some scaling, especially because Seku does not have those key combat tricks.
A very interesting turn. Chenya could have went for the removal of Shyvana, decides to instantly pay the extra Poro to go for that flip on the Poro King. Do you agree with this line? Would you go for the Shyvana level up? Because it's such a win condition in this matchup.
I think getting the Poro King down and flipped as soon as possible is key, because you get the special snack, which is cheaper, easier to weave into your turns, and the longer you wait to get the Poro King down, that's one more draw that Seku's going to get to potentially have a combat trick. The single combat fortunately comes through here, and the King is just a little bit too big for the current Dragon board to deal with.
And we see a hot dog coming for the Poro King. So they style partying those snacks, and we see that there is a follow-up from 2 Poros that will be able to generate even more. Question is, do you attack with the Poro King here as well, just to apply a bit more pressure? You run into that single combat problem.
How safe can you keep this Poro King? The Screeching Dragon will get a block, Fury will activate, maybe it can attack next turn to pull the Poro King. With this Pepper Snack, he will go become a 6-6, maybe a 7-7. Dragons are so good when they're able to outscale, but there's a chance this Poro King might get too big.
We see quite a good chunk of impact. Chenya was considering going for the just straight up lethal here with the hot dog, but opts to keep the Poro King alive just in case of the potential death. But like, if he does the straights, then doesn't the Challenger grow enough where he can single combat the Poro King post combat due to the Dragon Guard Lieutenant?
Yeah, has the Hush in hand that
Oh
might
my
help
god, he
a
doesn't see
bit.
it.
Yeah, goes for the single combat, thinks that as long as I can just chump block the Poro King and keep it from attacking, I should be able to control from here. Now up to an 8-5, that's pretty gargantuan, along with Shyvana leveling up on Seku's next open attack. Will get Strafing Strike for another combat trick. Chenya can potentially respond with a Sunburst if Seku chooses to develop instead. But because Chenya also has Poro Stories in hand, we can make sure there's always going to be plenty of hands in the bakery to keep the snacks up and running. Seku smartly open attacks, make sure to get that Strafing Strike to take down the King before it's too late.
pretty big attacks even with the Lieutenant wants to take out all the Poros he can, and we see there is a combat trick now coming with the Strafing Strike. We can develop the Dragon. The problem with the Strafing Strike, you can't really follow it up on top of playing the Dragon, so we'll see what Seku opts to do.
If Chenia passes here, maybe trying to wait out the Strafing Strike, threaten the a chance of having another Poro King, but it's just going to go wide. Uses the Poro stories, sees how far I can push this. Only one special snack was put on the stack, but these Poros are still going to be much wider than Dragons. Seku down to 6 HP already. If he can't fill this board, if the Strafing Strikes aren't there, he will get swarmed down by the Fluffed.
Seku can develop usually 1 unit, maximum 2 per turn, while Chenia can develop 6 wide board on curse of 1 or 2 turns, which will be providing him lethal. Once we see the Explorer coming down, providing the refreshments for that extra HP just to stay alive, and Strafing Strike will be able to take down one of the Poros. We can imagine that Chenia will be...
Yeah, getting the refreshments is basically like developing a blocker against a 2-2 Poro, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. And we see that Chenia just passed, making Seku waste the Strafing Strike, which is pretty big. Because all he can do is just... develop a blocker? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, not using that Strafing Strike to take out another Poro is a massive there. Wants to float that extra mana to head into the next rounds. As long as I have parity of blockers in play, I'm not going to extend further and give Chenia more opportunities beyond this combat trick to develop now.
And we see a 6 white Poros on top of Elusive, on top of Impact, coming in, swinging. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing Dragons can do.
Got a lot of blocking potential here. Gentleman's Duel, thankfully in the hand, trying to make it work, but Chenia has Poro snacks. I think this might be just enough to do it.
Yep, we have 2 impact, we have 3 damage coming in. That's exactly lethal.
Chenia finding the line, absolutely able to get there with this ridiculous Poro swarm draw into the King on curve, forcing Seku to respond to that one big target and take a turn off of controlling this wide board state. The redevelopment was monumental to keep Chenia in this series and bring it to a game 3.
We've seen that Chenia could have opted to go for removal, to go for slower. He opted to go for the fast, instead paced the swarm and smoking down, getting a perfect lethal on the Seku, just finishing off with that, actually winning a game, hot dog with them Poro snacks coming from the King himself.
Unbelievable that Chenia was able to beat that really rough matchup and take it to a game 3. Now we've got Elder Dragon Shyvana versus Seraphine Karma set. Another big beefy mid-range deck for Ionia PNZ to attempt to deal with.
Yeah, so this is all about how much pressure can Seku have in the turns 1 to 4, 1 to 5, and because the Seraphine set Karma doesn't have really that much good removal going into the Dragons, because those units are usually a bit too beefy. So if Seku weaves here, he might be in trouble if he has not enough pressure, and Chenia can just develop. An insane card for this matchup is 9 lives, because it actually provides good blockers that can trade. 4 damage is pretty a good breakpoint for this matchup.
Yeah, Chenia has multiple win conditions in here, simply being able to block down versus any early game, or multiple recalls and stuns lining up against Seku's single developments. This is going to be a bizarre one, Alan, because it's going to be double Gem Dragon, double Cloud Drake, just trying to create this massive board state that
look at
Chenia can only kick down the ward.
This is absolutely bad spot for the Seku. You have pass on turn 1, 2, 3, absolutely zero pressure, burn even 3 mana, while Chenia has a great development of just 9 lives, leaning into the Seraphine set development. You have already a great combat tricks, you have double recall, you have Honing Gate, you have Nopify. All of those cards are premium in this matchup in terms of removal. You just need slightly more mana to work with them.
And Seku doesn't want to take the risk of attacking because that 9 lives is a 4-2. It sets up the damage-based removal nicely. Seku's strategy from this point is just to passively develop all of these big units and hope that Chenia doesn't hit something ridiculous like Sunken Temple to really snowball this game. That's looking to take down Shyvana and forces Seku to respond here.
We'll see Seku probably challenging the Poro to just grow Shyvana to protect her from the set. And this is a great turret for Chenia. He can opt into just Nopify, into the Shyvana to threaten her, and that Gentleman's Duel is definitely the best card for the Seku to play here. The unfortunate part is that he has no combat tricks here to really protect the Shyvana. He can try to kill the second part of the 9 lives, but we see there will be also Mystic Shot coming down.
4-2 Liminal Guardian has already dealt 8 damage to Seku's Nexus. I know that this matchup is mostly about control, about outlasting the dragons, but we're seeing the potential for a Seraphine deck to become the beatdown.
And again, that's a pretty good hand. The problem is you need your win con. The win con is Becalibar, Sunken Temple to get those discounts going. Even though it's looking pretty good for Chenia, it might go fast out of the control given how explosive is Seku's hand. He can just develop the Cloudy Drakes into Cloudy Drakes, get your hand discounted, and quickly this board will be gargantuan.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is still an Elder Dragon deck, so we know that the power spike comes at round 6 and beyond. Cloud Drake hits the board, gets Challenger, puts some pressure down onto the set, and is recalled. Sets up another potential play for an open attack. Strafing Strike now put on the stack and is nopified. Cloud Drake goes away. Set stays alive. This is another 8 damage threatened with Chenia's attack token, setting Seku all the way down to 3 HP.
What a position to be in. You are threatening another 8 damage. That's a little coming out soon with like another Mystic Shot paired up. Maybe Seraphine can create something.
Yeah, Chenia is thinking, I think that Chenia is definitely saying, Seku can only realistically develop maybe 1 unit this turn because it's a dragon deck. I could bully a bit by developing, looking for more attackers or more burn damage, and just let Set pull to the side whatever is developed instead. Likes the 8 damage, though. It's a hard offer to turn down.
If Chenia had some sort of damage development, would be definitely worth it, because it could be followed up by the recall and just going for the lethal, because we again know that Seku is most likely being able to only develop 1 unit per turn.
Imagine being forced to take healing in the mid game versus Seraphine Karma Set. It's only the World Championships you're going to see absolutely nonsense games like this. Matchups completely turned on their heads, folks. Here to help, used to heal up Set.
And grant him the extra damage, because whenever the unit is damaged, it also gets the bonus damage on top of that. So like it'll be challenging the Cloudy Drake whenever he'll try to come and get it. And then we'll see the Chenia's top decks. Those are absolutely crucial now. He needs to find the Sunken Temple to shuffle this hand, because again, it's a great hand to protect your board, but it doesn't necessarily win you quite yet.
Yeah, this would be so important for Seku to stabilize from this point. Now with Cloud Drake being chained into Cloud Drake, going to be massive development after massive development. But because Chenia has managed to work in this early tempo, set Seku down to 5 HP, all Chenia needs to do is kick back and defend what the deck specializes in doing, and just wait for the burn top deck to come through.
Look at the set spell coming in, stunning the Drakes, absolutely massive for the stalling. We'll see probably advanced Intel this turn to just cycle a bit hand, try to level up Seraphine. But like, look at the discounts that the Cloud Drakes provided. We might see another Drake come down into full board of dragons following up next turn.
Yeah, Chenia has Unworthy Soul. If you keep developing Cloud Drakes as your threat, it is a card that your opponent is disincentivized to recall. It just makes itself cheaper. So many of the other units in hand cheaper. But Chenya has the body blocks. The dragons aren't overwhelming. As long as you have that defense, that's all that matters. Seraphine is just on the cusp of leveling up. And if Set is able to stick around the showstoppers, well, it doesn't matter how big a dragon is. The showstopper will put it to its end.
There's a screeching coming down, threatening Set, threatening Seraphine, and we see immediate recall. Chenya checks if there is any single combat before he decides to draw, because he had a deny backup, and now we'll see if he decides to tap out of deny and go for the draw. If he wants to set up level up on Seraphine, there is a lot of lines, it just depends how greedy does he want.
This is very similar to what we saw before. As long as I have board parity, I think I'm okay. You really want to draw into another answer for the Screeching Dragon or that Challenger.
So this is
Grabs another face breaker, punishing these developments, getting rid of 2 blockers, and getting ready to attack with everything.
I mean, this is the turn where you get double Showstopper, you get double Divine Draft, you have just 4 damage coming from the Seraphine spells, and like we're gonna see the Strafing Strike, but there is already Deny in the hand, and there is nothing else that can interact with Chenya's board. And Chenya is looking to level up Seraphine, and this is where the magic will start happening. Set is gonna level up, Seraphine will level up, and he can infinitely draw quite a bit of cards, get it back up with the extra mana from the coin. So this turn looks really, really bad for Seko, even though he can develop quite a bit of discounted dragons.
Chenya is just defying all logic in this best of 3, Alan. Every way we thought that this matchup would go, it has gone the opposite. Never have I seen a Seraphine Set deck generate this much early pressure in Temple without a Sunken Temple, without back alley bar. Just pure units on board, duking it out. This is exactly what Set is known for. And now with Seraphine leveling, the dragons cannot keep up with this. The face breakers are monstrous with doubled up Divine Draft to bring another blocker low.
Oh, this is the classic Seraphine beatdown deck. Did you see it yet? We see that there will be Set generating Showstopper, set up on the Showstopper damage killing of a whole board. We know that Seko can develop 2 more units, which should be not enough to stay alive, because we'll have 3 attackers. He needs to get healed twice. No healing. This is a pretty big board coming from the Seko, but like, yeah, Seraphine doesn't really care about your board. He's just gonna throw some good all removal and punch you down.
Warm up does come through on the Allegiant to keep that blocker alive.
Make absolutely no difference, because we see Chenya having 3 attackers. Seko has only 2 blockers that he can commit, and that's gonna be lethal. Seraphine delivering the final punch.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. It is all I can say. That when you take players of this caliber and you tell them the matchups, they're going to look at you and say, never tell me the odds. We have nothing left to say. The analysts have to take this one.
Thank you so much, Skarsig and Alan. Yeah, what a finish for that match. Spids, you're shaking your head right now. What is going through your mind looking at trying to analyze that 3rd game?
All 3 of those games were really, really weird. They went like the exact maybe the first game went the way I was expecting, but every single game went the opposite I was thinking they would go. That 3rd game, when you have Ionia decks versus Demacia decks, there's like 2 ways you can think about it. Ionia has always beaten Pantheon. You can recall these big units and reset them, but it's always lost to Aatrox, because Aatrox is much lower to the ground and consistently tries to pressure. We saw Shyvana, a deck that normally looks like Aatrox, feel like Pantheon there. It was too bricky. There was so many like awkward draws. I mean, if you just look at that mulligan, you must have been so upset.
That was definitely a rough one. I mean, Boulevard, we looked at that hand and went, this is going to be an uphill battle for Seku to climb in that 3rd game. But you still have to give respect to Chenya for finding that aggression so early and identifying that that was the right thing to do, right?
It was incredibly heads up of Chenia to pull the trigger on the 9 lives that early and say, yeah, this is not plan A. It's not really plan B. In fact, it's not really in the playbook at all. But that's kind of what Chenia has been doing all year, is writing their own script and saying, yeah, when you're down and you're in a matchup where you're not supposed to be winning, you have to make weird plays, like just jamming through 9 lives and hoping that that's enough to get there, making a read and understanding that one of the only ways you're going to win a matchup like that is if your opponent's hand is in a similar state to what Seku had, and really push that advantage.
When you're playing decks like the Karma set or the Seraphine set, you need to be identifying what is the best value that every card is doing. And 9 lives does have different ways of showing its value. Typically, it's a burst blocker, but you don't need that as much in this matchup. If you can make sure you're using your mana effectively, then you're able to try and get as much value as you can. Seeing the hand, making an understanding of what these cards are doing. Cheniel was really, really clever with not only that play, but everything else throughout the entire game, using those recalls aggressively, knowing how to tax mana against a deck like Seku's.
Yeah, it was just so beautifully played out there. And as you said, Spids, this was already 2 very difficult game 2 and 3s that Chenia was going to have to find a creative out for. But it goes all the way back to, I feel like, the bans that happened for this matchup, where you look at these 3 deck lineups, and was it the right call there for both of our players to ban what they did? What do you think, Spids?
It's always so awkward, because once you lose, you're like, okay, what could I have done better? What could have been the right play? But unfortunately, this results-based analysis for something like a ban is something you're not really allowed to do, because that feeling you get of losing those matchups would have been so much worse if those bans didn't end up being the case. So I think they were the right bans, but it always feels awkward, and you always have that in the back of your mind. What if I didn't do that? What if I did something very different from that?
Yeah, it was sort of a call out on the side of Chenia saying, I really don't want to play a Poro King Mirror, especially when Chenia is already at an inherent disadvantage in that matchup due to the lack of Yuumi, because that's already been committed to the Fizz list. So I think that while the Dragon list from Seku looked like a mountain to climb for Chenia, especially given how Seku's matchups previously in the tournament versus JO1 went, who's on the same lineup, the Dragon versus Poro matchup looks abysmal for the side of the Poro player, and Chenia finding that very sneaky exact lethal thanks to double impact Poro was just massive. And yeah, you maybe could go back and say, yeah, Dragons looked so rough, maybe you should have banned it, but Chenia found a way to 2-0 that list regardless.
The Poro King looked really weak throughout the first 2 games, right? It's this Swarm deck that doesn't actually get its Swarm going on until after around turn 7, but we saw Chenia find that opportunity to use Swarm early, but when we saw it against the Nico deck, Nico is able to Swarm so much more aggressively, so much earlier. Nico's Swarm potential comes around on turn 4, turn 5, Poro King 6 and 7. We have seen the issue of the clock and when you're actually threatening your damage be quite relevant all throughout today.
Yeah, we've already seen the tempo get set by a few of our players to be just a touch faster. But that is what makes Legends of Runeterra so exciting, is when you do see that dance on the field. But Chenia, with that 2-1 victory, gets to move forward to the grand finals, where he is guaranteed a 2nd place or better. So congratulations to him. Seku still has another shot, dropping down into the lower bracket, where he will be waiting in that loser's finals. But who's going to face him? Only one way to find out, and that's after this break, when we go to our next match.
flying from your chest. This is history, I came for victory and nothing less. Well, it's me, a warrior with heart across the sleeve. When I lead, that's an army that won't stop until they bleed. I'd rather dance with the sirens than you get lost in the wind. Now this the clash of the titans who wanna charge me again. Ooh, you ain't on the battlefield, I think you should flee now. You'll never have a legacy cause you belong to me now.
Light 'em up, we're down to the wire. Bring my doom, my desire. Don't you hear the sound of the choir? Dancing to the dark.
Cherish every moment that you got, it's not a lot. Knocking them down, you hear the horns, good on the boots. I'm showing the proof, there's nobody safe when I'm on the loose. Hey, battle cry, don't need no alibi, where you be? Won't be satisfied till I hear you say that you retreat. I can fantasize a victory when lay here by my feet. I can dance into the dark, ain't nobody can compete. Crush them up, shatter every dream if they coming up. Run it up, ain't no running round with the runner-ups.
Light 'em up, we're down to the wire. Bring my doom, my desire. Don't you hear the sound of the choir? Dancing to the dark. Light 'em up, we're down to the wire. All the pain and the fire.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. We are getting closer to determining who will be the world champion this year, but we still have 3 more matches to go. To bring you through this next zone, we've got Skarzig and Spids, and it's going to be Talpinator versus Yoshino in that lower bracket. Skarzig, I am also so excited for this one.
Yeah, Talpinator has continually surprised me, playing very audaciously, taking the big gambles that are necessary when you're on this kind of off-kilter lineup, trying to keep catch the opponents off guard. I think that he might just have some ridiculous hand reads that not even I can comprehend. He's going up against another somewhat standard lineup, and we'll see if that magic holds true.
Yoshino is the last vestige of the standard lineup. He's the only person on that XYZ, but sometimes you know that someone's going to do well with this deck. You know that when we looked at LoR in the past, sometimes this is the thing that gets to the top. We're going to see if Yoshino can actually do that this time.
Yeah, what's really interesting, actually, is if you take a look at our bracket, this is a rematch. We saw Yoshino and Talpinator play yesterday in that winners round 2, and that's where Yoshino was able to take that match 2-1. So was able to get the job done with that more standard lineup. And so I wonder, Spids, if that's going to continue to ring true today. What do you think?
Sometimes history repeats itself, sometimes it does not. Talpinator's got to feel so sad that the only other person they have to play is the person they already lost to in the top 16. It's got to feel awful. While Yoshino is probably feeling so comfy. I've done this before, I can do it again.
Yeah, a player like Talpinator, who's been fighting tooth and nail to stay in this tournament, might be exactly in the mood for a grudge match. When you have decks like Morgana Riven, decks like Jana Neela that are so draw dependent, if you shuffle up the deck and let them go another time, we could see some gargantuan high rolls, and Yoshino cannot get too complacent. Oh, I've already beat this matchup before. I'm definitely favored. Who knows if he might overthink. It wasn't as close as I would have liked it to be because it was a 2-1. Am I going to change my ban? And these are the sort of factors that really come to a head this late into a 3-day tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially after looking at the lower bracket run that Talpinator has been able to complete up until this point. That is so many players that Talpinator has had to knock out left and right. We got a chance to watch that JO1 versus Talpinator matchup to be able to kick off this stream. And then it was a 2-0 versus Ty Guy to now face Yoshino. And sadly for Yoshino, it's been a lot of EMEA versus EMEA and had to knock out his compatriot in Shlulu Flippy earlier on. But it's all about this next match here. Only one EMEA player can remain after all of it is said and done. So, Spids, Skarzig, I'm going to just hand over the reins to you so you can talk about this upcoming match.
Now, Yoshino and Ty Guy were both trying to bring that standard, that XYZ, to the tournament. And so Talpinator has gotten a lot of practice, so to speak, throughout the tournament now, especially today, against what is the strongest decks of this newest meta. Is there any shifts that you can identify that either of these players should be making for this matchup?
I think when you're on the XYZ, you have to have seen what has been going on throughout the last tournament and try and see what you're banning. You can use what Ty Guy banned and see if that was the right play or the wrong play. I mean, Ty Guy did lose, so maybe it was the wrong play, but maybe you can use that logic and say, hey, this is where I saw Ty Guy mess up. Maybe I can play a little bit differently in those spots. We did see it on stream. We've seen Talpinator on stream, like I think 5 times over the last 3 days. He's definitely a fan favorite for us to watch.
And when we look closer now at the deck list, for those of you who might have missed those early matches or want a refresher on what Talpinator has brought to the table, this is Jana Neela on the double blowback, no Sunken Temple, 1 copy of Called Shot. These are the key differences from the standard builds you might be used to, is trying to go very aggressive with this build. Talpinator has really surprised us in earlier parts of the stream by updrafting Tide Dancer, just trusting that he'll redraw it again, and we'll have to see if that luck holds true, combining that with Nora Elder Dragon. Respect Your Elders, a deck that is usually picked, usually banned. Whenever it seems to get through, it does pretty decently. I wonder if Yoshino's going to take the bait and ban this one out.
It's like being the main deck of this tournament. This has been like the main thing we've been talking about. More than 50% of players brought it, and Telpanita still remains in with it. It's trying to cement this lineup, right? Telpanita's got two really awkward decks. This is the main big one. Bringing that one early bird to try and discard certain things is combined with the Riven Morgana, the modern version of what we saw last season, the Gwen Riven, trying to play for this combo aggression. So many cool and interesting tech cards in this list. We see the Armed Acquisitioner, the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer, the Blinded Mystic, so many ways of interacting with what Yoshino wants to play.
If Yoshino doesn't take a more aggressive, proactive stance, time and time again, Talpinator gets 2 or 3 overwhelmed targets in play, and then there's just too many threats to deal with. Morgana Mordekaiser starting off Yoshino's lineup. Again, 2 copies of Spectral Ironhound, having a little bit more board-based play. The Crumble, also very nice for opponents that are trying to play on curve, don't have as much interaction. You can very easily take down a key target while still getting that Slay proc, cycling for Mordekaiser. If this deck is going to come through for Yoshino, it's going to be purely up to, I think, the draw quality.
Now we're seeing the other version of Nora Elder Dragon, a little bit of a slightly different list. This one's on 3 early bird versus the one that we saw earlier. That 3 early bird can be quite relevant. It's going to get rid of cards like Enraged Fire Spirit. It's going to get rid of cards like Morgana or the Tide Dancer. We've seen the Tide Dancer be critical to try and win this game, and the early bird being able to discard that is going to feel awful if that matchup ends up happening.
This is looking like the sort of deck that would get banned. But when you have this combined with Karma Set, you have these 2 incredibly late game oriented decks that are both hard to deal with. You have to take a big risk versus Karma Set. Can I put on enough early pressure before 9 lives blocks me out, or even Sunken Temple or Set comes through to really explode in the mid game to carry Yoshino to victory? These players have played before, like we said, and remains to be seen if they're going to stick with the same bands or jump in with a new strategy.
I think Telpanita has historically banned Karma Set. There's been so much going on throughout this tournament. I don't fully remember if that's entirely true, but I can imagine that being the ban. But Yoshino does have a little bit of difficulty. Are they going to go with what Taigai went with? Will they not? It's so difficult to decide because this isn't an XYZ versus an XYZ. Telpanita has got that protagonist energy, bringing slightly different decks. Gonna have to see what ends up happening.
Right, and Yoshino has been kind of light and breezy, been kind of rocking to his music, relaxing. Talpinator, you can see the look on his face. He's been playing some very, very hard sets to stay in this tournament, and I have to imagine that fatigue is starting to wear on him. There was one key game, right, against Mordekaiser, where the Inquisitor gumming up the John Anila deck was just too much to deal with, and I wonder if Talpinator's going to shift his focus to get rid of this potential Inquisitor replication idea that Yoshino has rounded out the lineup with.
Telpanita's decks are so difficult to think about because they're so used to spending their mana in the way that they want to. If you're able to interact with these decks in any sort of difficult way, Telpanita really, really struggles to find their way out of that. When you've got these linear combo decks, the last thing you want to do is have efficient interaction pieces such as this like suppression guy that's cost 4 mana but makes you spend 2, so he ends up costing 2 mana, being a little bit overvalued in that sense. And especially against a deck like Nilajana, which has burn cards, that tough keyword can be extremely difficult to deal with.
You're trying to gamble the strength of your draws versus the opponent. We've seen Mordekaiser brick before. We've seen it make ridiculous comebacks, even with the hand not looking that great. Karma Set continues to be Talpinator's banned, and Yoshino wisely bans Respect Your Elders. This deck is just too consistent, has way too much late game to really play around. Morgana Riven is a deck with a stronger means of interacting with it or disrupting it. Mordekaiser Morgana is probably going to get a pretty easy win, and it's going to be up to this Respect Your Elders to find a line instead. Yoshino opening up with it now.
Telpanita's got a really good early curve, a 1-drop, a 2-drop, a 3-drop. That's all you really want to see in your aggro decks or in your slightly mid-range decks. We even see the Acon come down on 1. Might be answered by the group shot, but that does allow your units in future to be protected because Telpanita runs so many X1s and X2s.
The pings line up so well against Talpinator's early swarm ideas, and Nora is typically supposed to be giving you a lot of chump blockers, but with Neela having Brash, the Windborne Mariner and Exalted Cloudwinder having Quick Attack, this deck doesn't actually mind having to chew through a few more portals. We'll see if Talpinator goes for an open attack now. He historically hasn't valued Slipstream too much, but is more than happy to just get this free chip damage.
Very cool play there. Not wanting to play your Vikrash and get it easily killed. We're going to see the Portal Palooza come down, summon Avora. Decent unit, can attack next turn, deal a little bit of damage. We have seen this Nora Elder Dragon deck need to be able to deal that chip damage early in order to find their wins later on, especially against a deck like Talpinator's that will put you on a clock because all of their champions, all of their main cards are quite aggressive.
The early bird always is lurking on the sides. Getting rid of Tide Dancer, getting rid of that key win con for Talpinator could be disastrous right now. If it hits Exalted Cloudwinder or Divine Whirlwind, that's a lot of utility and potential card draw taken away from Talpinator. Fortunately, 2 Slipstreams are shuffled into the deck, can give him some reload soon. I wonder if Talpinator does want to take 3 damage now or just sacrifice the Vikrash.
Yoshino's got a really interesting defensive hand. It's so many, just Broadmean for now is the expensive unit as well as this Burblefish, but 2 Wallops are going to do a great job. And when we get to around turn 7, turn 8, when the Tide Dancer comes down, when Nilla might be attacking, doing at level 2, if you pre-commit that Wallop, it deals with so much of Nilla's power. So while this hand looks sort of okay from Jorzino, when we go into the future, it's going to look even better. Talpinator is going to have to find those power cards to deal with what Yoshino's threatening.
Talpinator shuffles back in the Divine Whirlwind, doesn't want that burn now, but leaves the Exalted Cloudwinder vulnerable as the 5-drop. Yoshino getting a lot of information on the hand.
The card gets discarded. Pool Shark might come down this turn. We have seen Talpinator be really aggressive with these Pool Sharks, and this seems like a relatively good time to get Pool Shark down. Everything that you could draw is going to cost 5 mana or less, or it's going to be the Tide Dancer, which gets revealed as opposed to given fleeting. So I can see that Triton come down, but you might also want to play it in a future turn to try and get that sort of 2-draw combo. But you know that you're going to be drawing your Slipstream soon, and that could be a little bit of a concern piece. If this draws Slipstream and then that draws into expensive cards, that could be concerning. You got to think about, where are my Slipstreams? Where are all these fleeting cards coming from? Talpinator does decide to play the Pool Shark, try and get those cards sooner rather than later.
Conjologist finding a group shot is pretty nice, getting another ping in case there's further development, further wide attacks here. I could certainly see Heroic Refrain as an idea to try to get some additional up trades and strangle Talpinator out of resources. A lot of players have fallen prey to this mentality. I can certainly run John and Neela out of cards, right? And you would certainly be mistaken. Condense. And you can see there's a case to be made for all 3 of these cards, and Yoshino has to think fast.
Manifest pool can be so large for the Conchologist. We do see the Heroic Refrain come down. It has been such an important card that we've seen in the past, and being able to block a Brash unit is going to be quite important here, because you can now make your Nora able to uptrade into this Nilla. Would be quite useful to see.
Conspirator off of the portal to get an elusive blocker. Talpinator was hoping for this tempo to get a little bit more defense, is going to pivot into the Slipstream now to maybe try to clean up this board a bit before committing to the attack.
You see the Cold Shot drawn, quite a good card to get fleeting on, because it's just like a 2-mana spender card, put something into the deck. You don't really care too much. It sort of like gets rid of fleeting on itself, and it does draw the Slipstream for the future turn. But Yoshino, you can see that they're vibing. They've drawn everything they've wanted to at this point. They got the perfect portals. They got what they wanted off the Conchologist. They're going to be able to go into the future turn feeling pretty comfy. And seeing this Nilla attack when you took this Heroic Refrain, expecting this, has got to feel quite good.
Having the ability to uptrade into this champion is so key. 10 out of 16 we're seeing on the board now for that level up. And when she levels, you're getting even more Slipstream in the deck. When you're attacking, you're getting free AoE damage, free chip damage. But Talpinator, continuously wanting to value the Slipstreams in this matchup, knows that it's going to be a value grind fest. With 1 Slipstream in the hand, there is a small case to be made for maybe kicking back on this pile of spells, but no, decides to commit.
That Heroic Refrain coming down has got to feel awful. When you're looking at the deck list, you're trying to see what is every possible card they could have. There aren't any buff spells. You're not able to play around things like Form Up or anything. Just seeing that's got to feel bad. But we do see the Divine Whirlwind in response. It's discounted. It's going to get rid of this card, keeping the Nilla around, because it's going to level up soon. It'll probably be leveled up by the time it's the next attack token. We see that open attack to try and deal with things with Wallet. Right, if you open attack, you can't deny the level 2 effect from Nilla. It's going to be quite good. So keeping that Nilla around, very, very important for Talponator for their win condition.
This is such a beautiful sequence now with the Exalted Cloudwinder just to play on this off turn and then go into the attack token with even more resources alongside Slipstream.
Another step.
A free 1-for-1 block here, 2-for-2. Talponator keeping the board narrow. Currently no portals available for Yoshino to refuel after this. It will be with the top deck and the Slipstream. Nila should be leveling up. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out of the gate.
Jorginho has quite a few options for how they want to be defensive here. You are able to do the trinket trades. You're able to develop 2 Burble Fishes. If you even get another cheap spell off that, you can get 2 Burble Fishes and the Nora. You can also go for Broadmain, say, hey, if I want to try and top deck something or try and get something off this trinket trade to deal with the board, that could be quite a line. We do see Talponator do a bunch of drawing here, get the Mayim able to put something back in, and get the Master Lookout, which gets the buff because of all the draws that we've seen.
Yeah, just recognizing I want more Swarm, I want more resources. I know that when I'm playing against Respect Your Elders, this is the turn where they usually commit to one singular development. So Talponator fully exploiting what his opponent is most likely to do by committing to this counter Swarm idea.
See the Quicken come down. A good way of dealing with 3 damage, right? Quicken sort of in this moment just says heal 3, which is what you want from a deck like Yoshino's. Talponator's about to go so wide with all this Swarm potential. Getting the discounted Cloudwinder, probably going to go into the Mayim, either for draw or mana. Both are pretty justifiable here. And Yoshino thinking, how am I going to deal with this? Because this looks really aggressive, and my only answers for it in response are going to be things like Wallop and Quicken. That's not going to feel amazing.
Talponator has a very interesting idea with Mariam. Shuffle back that second Nila, get some spell mana, maybe to use the Mystic Shot to clear a board spot. Yoshino wants to save this Quicken to answer Nila. And I wonder if Talponator is going to anticipate something very strong was grabbed off the trinket trade.
See the Broadmain come down instead. Instead of developing multiple units, setting up one larger unit, it is playing around things like this Mystic Shot, but not necessarily playing around Howling Gale. I'm pretty sure Howling Gale will be able to deal 5 in this instance, so we could see Talponator go for the mana, then go for the Howling Gale, deal with the Broadmain, prevent the capacity for something like a Pie Toss or a Group Shot to deal with Nilla coming up, because there won't be the Broadmain on the field anymore. Perfect sequencing from Talponator. You can see it on Josino's face. They're so upset at this instance.
No tough on the Lord Broadmain results in this exquisite tempo play from Talponator into this open swing. Nila leveling up from the card draw thanks to Exalted Cloudwinder, thanks to the double Slipstream last turn, and this is almost lethal. Double Mystic Shot in the hand. Thankfully, Yoshino has Wallops.
Oh, Mystic Shot and Eye of the Storm as well. Everything you could possibly want. Talponator got the best draw they could, putting Josino down to like 4 HP. We're going to see the Wallops come down, try and interact with this a little bit. It won't just be 4 HP. But what an amazing, amazing draw and sequence from Talponator. And Yoshino doesn't have a great way of coming back to this. We're going to see the Quicken to get rid of the Master Lookout, but down to 10 health is not what you want to be as against an aggro, against a combo, against a burn deck.
Oh my god, Eye of the Storm counters Quicken. It only recalls units below 3 or less attack. Has to commit the second Wallop now just to sustain this damage. And what I love so much about this swing is that Nila put Slipstream in the deck. She's already dealt 2 damage to the Nexus. You feel like you've already gotten so much value, even if her pure attack doesn't connect. Yoshino sitting at 10 HP, still pretty difficult without a Riptide Rex to really swing this one back in his favor.
We're going to see these Burblefish come down, and they can create some amazing cards. This Bursting Backpack, not really what you want. It's not what you were really looking for. But if we can see something like a Pie Toss come down, if we can see something like a Group Shot out of this Burblefish, we can try and see something. So I'm going to see Oceanic Will or Mountainous Vigor as options. You can go for the heal to try and be defensive, or Mountainous Vigor to try and deal with other things. We're going to go for the heal. We're going to see the Bandle Tellstone that is able to deal with one of these units, such as the Nilla, such as the Master Lookout. But Yoshino is going to have to try and rely on that draw and try and set up for a Riptide Rex. If it's drawn, it's not.
Plaza Guardian, maybe trying to find Challenger from the position. Who knows if it's going to get even more healing. Yoshino really needs this Nora to connect to potentially get more blockers. But as long as Nila stays in play, because she also damaged the opponent's board, there's not going to be a lot of ways to block Brash. Master Lookout, Neela. This is guaranteed 8 damage when they hit the Nexus, and Talpinator is getting into this late game scenario where all the slipstreams are allowing him to dig and dig and dig for burn. Blowback double Mystic in the hand. Just by crunching the numbers, you can see the lethal already there in game 1.
Alpinator's sitting so pretty. They've got a full board. They've got nearly a full hand. They just have to wait and see what Yoshino tries to go for, which is, always asking for passes. Hey, if I don't need to do anything, I'm not going to do anything. We're going to see the Pytos come down on the Neela. We're going to try and see if this Perilous Pish comes down on the Master Lookout, try and deal with as many units as they can. But even when these units die, they're just going to be replaced with these Windborn Mariners. More 3-1s, more total aggression from Talpinator's side. Jorginho feel awful about what's happened throughout the last couple of turns.
Slipstream is a great play here just to find some additional resources because of Mariam in the hand. If you get something you don't like, something with fleeting you don't feel like casting, you can just shuffle it right back in and dig again. There is still the parallel convergence lurking in the deck as well to double down on this wide board.
That would be so hype if we saw Perilous Convergence come down in Worlds. That card has never seen play for so long. Cold Shot's always been way too cute. Even from Echo's like champion spell, it's rarely seen play. And if that came down, I would pog out of my gourd personally. We're going to see just more passing, I imagine. We can see some cheap develop. Josino's hand is so small that you're able to just play these units and say, hey, even if your 3 cards answer them effectively, I've got so many cards in hand, it doesn't even matter.
And so much mana to play them with more besides. Talpinator's probably calculating, okay, is there another Burble Fish, the Plaza Guardian? Being able to take these 0 mana, like interstitial plays, just to force your opponent to take another action is one of the hidden strengths of John and Neela for sure.
Yeah, you're combining discounts and card draw. It's got to feel amazing every single time you play it. We do see the Challenger on the Plaza Guardian. It's going to be able to take out 1 unit and keep itself around. Sort of the best thing you can hope for, but when you see Talpinator's hand, you're going to be able to see all of these units be build, like the Nora, like the Burblefish, and the attack seems pretty wide. I don't think it's deterministic lethal just yet from Talpinator's perspective. There is a lot of things they need to be able to draw and try and deal with, but it's such a tight scenario for both players right now.
Yeah, Talpinator, after tracking the hand, knows that these remaining 2 cards are the Burblefish hits, and just has to say, is this most likely Pie Toss? Isn't really relying on the 3-1s to reliably connect to the Nexus, and is calculating, okay, I've got Cloudwinder, -1 unit being pulled by the Plaza Guardian, so I think Talpinator has to keep his nerve and not overcommit this burn to keeping the board narrow.
I wonder what reads Talpinator's putting in as well into the timer, right? If Yoshino's hand was something like 2 Pie Tosses or 2 Group Shot, it's pretty easy to try and work out what you want to be targeting and what you don't. So knowing that it's not those cards and thinking, okay, well, I know the pool. It's really small. I think there's only 6 options. You might end up having Bandled Hellstones and you're trying to figure out, is this discard worth it or not? We're going to see the Eye of the Storm. Was that Eye of Storm? Was that Slipstream come down, try and draw some cards?
Yeah. Slipstream into Eye of the Storm and Augmented Clockling, fleeting in the hand, a little bit awkward here, difficult to play both. I think you have to Clockling and commit to Mariam to shuffle something back in if you want this Eye of the Storm to not leave your hand.
There's a lot of draw in the hand of Talpinator, and there's a lot of things they want to draw into. There's still that Tide Dancer that's really hard to interact with. There's that Parallel Convergence, as you were saying, extra copies of Burn. There's another Blowback, another Mystic Shot. I think just 1 more Divine Whirlwind, as well as just a bunch of future draw cards. We're going to see the Mystic Shot come down, deny the Portal. That could have been one of Talpinator's lose conditions. Getting an amazing Portal like the 4-2 Lifesteal unit would have been a massive blowout, so denying that Portal is quite powerful.
Always got what I wanted.
Mariam's just going to shuffle in the Augmented Clockling, still 6 wide, has mana now for Eye of the Storm to draw 2 more. After sacrificing that potential Nexus damage by Mystic Shotting Nora, but redraws the Augmented Clockling back into the hand anyway, and that fleeting Destiny cannot be avoided. Talpinator has a great open attack now, 3 versus 6 on the stack. Yoshino with no pings, but still 12 HP.
This is such a Talpinator moment. Redrawing what you updraft. This is everything that is done. He's done this like 3 or 4 times so far. The attack comes in, putting Josino down to 7 health. We can see 5 burn in hand, and healing is not easy to come by. There is the healing boon, but can only appear 1 out of 6 choices. Going to see the sign and come down, try and get some draw, try and get some pings to stabilize the board. Maybe a Riptide Rex, which we haven't seen all game. Weekly Burblefish and Nora, not what you want. They are defensive units, but you need to eventually find that Rex.
We are getting a lot of resources and a lot of pings here. However, the Deathless Burblefish revives itself, creates a poison dart in hand. Yoshino has another option to get another ping to keep this board narrow. Janna is the pull for Talpinator, shuffling those other 2 cards back in and keeping that burn in hand. Slowly but surely, Talpinator's on this chip damage line, and we'll see if it can bear fruit.
Josino is starting to add a little bit of pressure, though. We see 3 damage Burblefish, 3 damage Burblefish, 2 damage impact from the Sign-In. When this Nora levels up, it'll also deal 2 damage. We can see possible impact from the Bloodstone Seedling combined with the burn of Poison Dart and the Electro Harpoon. Talpinator's got to start thinking, hey, am I starting to need to block? And if you are starting to need to block, that's got to feel really bad when your aim is to try and do a Swarm lethal.
With Neela out of the equation as well, Talpinator's chain of draws and slipstreams are beginning to evaporate. The Janna was so important here to dig a bit further into the deck. Still some key win cons lurking deeper in this card pool. Yoshino is very tempted to take Portal Scholar here.
See that choice come down, get the Portal Scholar, get the extra units, try and look for absurd outs like Lifesteal units, like Challenger units. We're going to see the pass offered. This sort of doesn't tell too much. I know it's like a lot of mana being burned, but because of what Talpinator's hand has looked like over the course of this, you can say, hey, these probably aren't units, because if they were units, you'd be more aggressive. They are likely to be spells. You can probably have a really good read that these are even burn spells, because if it was something like a Divine Whirlwind or a Howling Gale, they probably would have been used to try and interact with the board a little bit more.
Another Janna drawn, Eye of the Storm, a bit more card draw for Talpinator. Yoshino, meanwhile, finding another Oceanic Will, slowly stabilizing. This is still game number 1. Both players are struggling to the best of their might to keep things going. Talpinator searching through the deck for a little bit more burn, perhaps, before this healing connects with the Nexus.
If that did draw into a Mystic Shot, that would have been game right there. Talpinator has drawn so many Eye of the Storms throughout this game, as well as Slipstreams. Drawing 2 is their middle name, as they finally find that Tide Dancer, finally find that way to add Brash to whatever they want. And Josino doesn't have good answers to it if they use up their attack token here. Talpinator's got free reign to play this Tide Dancer. All they have to worry about is burn now. They might shoot some of their own burn at the Elusives, because now they've got this side win condition.
Tide Dancer with a wide board, the Plaza Guardians and the Sign-In Thousand-Tailed will still be able to potentially block that. Maybe with Neela being tutored, right? Because that's how boats work. We get the AoE damage. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder to block down versus Brash.
Talpinator doing the math, saying, hey, okay, I've got a decent hand read into your hand. I know what your burn ranges are, even if you get them through the Burblefish. If it's something like a Bandle Tellstone, you do have to discard a card, and if it's something like a Perilous Pastry, that means you're not interacting with my board, so I'm willing to go down to 7, because I'm going to be able to set up this Tide Dancer in a 6-white board, go for the attack, and I can even use Blowback to get rid of some of these Brash blockers. Nilla will deal some of that, and then the Blowback might be able to do the other bits.
9 HP remaining for Yoshino, has been able to keep up a decent defense this entire time. Lord Broadmain #1 was answered by Howling Gale, and from there it's been pure defense. No Riptide Rex to truly swing this board back into his favorite. A clutch victory has allowed Talpinator to slowly chip away at this Nexus, and the more time you give to John and Neela to draw cards, it's only a matter before these big win conditions start to come out. Tide Dancer now still in the deck. I don't even know how many cards Talpinator has remaining in deck before this Parallel Convergence comes through as well.
We gotta talk about Talpinator and these one-ofs. This Tide Dancer has come up every single time and has been the win condition pretty much every single time. It's like Talpinator's addicted to drawing the Tide Dancer, and Yoshino's looking at this and thinking, oh my god, what are my outs? How am I gonna deal with all this Brash? We do see Broadmain, so if enough actions are given, Broadmain could be doing something to it. All of Talpinator's cards do take a lot of actions, but if you put all 3 spells on the stack, Josino won't be able to get any action.
Incredibly clutch draw. Mystic Shot, blowback. Get rid of the entire hand, putting everything down on the table, into the Neil open attack, into the AoE brash. And can Yoshino deal with this? Vandal Telstones and Heroic Refrain, buffing these units just a little bit more to find some different brash blockers. Plaza Guardian goes down. Sign in sacrificed. Portal Scholar also going down. Nora and Burblefish can't block the remaining unit, and Exalted Cloudwinder gets that final hit on the Nexus alongside the Mystic Shots.
And I'm reminded of what we had earlier with the Is It Lethal puzzle. I think this one was relatively obvious once you saw all the burn drawn, the Tide Dancer, everything that was going on. Talponator finding what they wanted in these matchups. You know, being the last vestige of the XYZ lineup, and Talponator saying, hey, you beat me once, but I can beat you again. I can try and deal with this now because I'm going to get my payback.
A massive point that's been proven time and time again for these counter lineups, for these oddball deck strategies from the competitors to exploit this standard powerhouse 3 decks, is the fact that each and every one of them are relying on very specific cards. And if those cards don't come through at all or at the right time on curve, it opens up so much room for your opponent to find the gaps in your strategy and pull victory. Talponator now on Riven Morgana, the final one left in this tournament, has to find a win into Nora, another deck that can disrupt with Early Bird, can chump you down, but might struggle against Overwhelm unless Wallop is drawn.
Like how you mentioned that Talponator brought this Riven Morgana. Only one of 2 to bring it, and one has made it into the top 4. We're going to see a relatively good curve of a 1-drop into 2 2-drops and a 4-drop. But Josino also has a really good defensive curve against an aggro deck. We see the Pietas, we see the double Conchologist, we see that being able to curve into a Wiggly Burblefish when it comes down really around turn 5, considering how many spells are in Josino's hand. We're going to see the pass. When you're playing the defensive deck, you can always take these even passes when the board is empty like this. We have the Rune Reaver come down and then the Conchologist.
It is important to note that Talponator's early aggression is based around a lot of 1 HP units. Very easy for Bandle City to deal with. It isn't until we get till Riven Morgana and Razor Mace that the tax really begins to be applied to Yoshino of, do you have Wallop or not?
Trixie Tentacles is a really cute option here. It does get hit by the blade fragments, but if you do it at just the right time, you could hit that big blade. We don't see it go for. We see instead the proximity puff cap, just an easy way of dealing 1 damage. It does it for 2 mana, which is a little bit expensive for a 1 damage ping, but we do see Perilous Pastry as well, both of them trying to deal 1 damage. It's something you have to accept, and against a deck like Talponator's, you're going to accept it and feel happy about it.
Another key card missing from Josino's hand is, of course, Lord Broadmane. Great way to deal with a lot of these mid-game threats. Ruby-Eyed Conjurer finding the perfect target in the Red Barb Razor Mace. That 4/4 Overwhelm now has a Spell Shield, is going to be set up for the next attack token on turn 5.
We're looking at Talponator's hand. If we just step back a little and think, okay, what's Talponator really wanting in this matchup? We did say early aggression is important, but I actually think it might be more important to go for the Riven and the Morgana. These are champions that are unable to be answered with pretty easily at all by Josino, and not having the Riven as the target for the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer is something that... Look, Red Barb Razor Mace is okay, but you really need that Riven in this matchup. And so Talponator is going to try and have to find her in the next couple of turns, because if Talponator doesn't find them soon, Josino does have that late game with the Sign and with the Burble, and even the Elder Dragon in hand, which can come down in matchups like these.
In this matchup as well, right? Yoshino's looking to cast this Early Bird, maybe this turn or the next turn, fishing for Riven, fishing for Morgana, or even Enraged Fire Spitter. And once that leaves play, it's going to be devastating. And Early Bird finds the Razor Maze. After that Ruby-Eyed Conjurer came down, Yoshino knew that there was a key target for that, and that is one of the 3 best recipients of that buff.
And getting rid of the spell shield, that's absolutely insane. We did see the Riven be drawn, so we are going to be able to see that full blade come through. Very important way for Talponator to try and win this game. That isn't a great way of dealing with big overwhelm units from Josino's perspective. There is option of Wallop that can be drawn, but there's only 2 in the deck, and eventually you are going to go through them all. We do see this Conchologist try and look for something. Facebrow can find a healing unit. Quicken can get rid of Riven. Vandal Telstones can get some little bit of burn, some little bit of damage. You're going to see the Vandal Telstones come down as the choice.
I was really rooting for the Quicken there. It's a little bit too unreliable, but if Yoshino's confident in finding the key moment to play that, it could be, once again, incredibly devastating towards Talpinator. Now that the attack token goes back over to his side, Morgana is being offered up as additional development here if Talpinator doesn't want to just overextend into Wallop.
Talpinator's got some choices here. You have seen both the Pytos and the Perilous Pastry come down, so you know, or you might have the possibility of seeing that there isn't that many pings. I don't think that's something you're allowed to say, but we do see the Armed Acquisitioner come down. That's what I was talking about. I was going to say, can you play Armed Acquisitioner or not? Because Riven asks you to spend 4 mana on her spells, 3 to get the blade and then 1 to try and get the blade, like actually play the blade. You really want to have 2 units when that happens. Talpinator is going to put some stock into this Armed Acquisitioner, and if they open attack, they can get through this slow speed spell, but I presume you want to play this blade to get Riven to be, I think, an 8/5 from memory is how her stats line up.
Yeah, Talpinator has already shown us time and time again that he's willing to play a little bit disrespectfully, knows that this is the best chance I'll have to really capitalize on my deck's aggressive strategy. I certainly would not be surprised if Blade of the Exile is assigned as you predicted, Spids.
Do see the +2 blade on the Armed Acquisitioner, and when this inevitably does get pinged off, we're going to have to ask at the end of the game, hey, did that 2 damage that could have gone on Riven matter? Because counting down to 20 is something that you need to make sure you're doing when you can with these like combo aggro decks. I presume Yoshino is going to respond with the proximity puff cap. It's really hard not to in this instance, but that does mean that 2 damage will be missed just because of this one sequencing of the blade fragment, and these minor sequencing things are so important in a tight competition like this Worlds Tournament.
Yeah, Riven Morgana is a deck that needs to hit you for, 6 or 8 across the course of the early mid game and then line up that final 11 to 12 HP in another wide combo swing. Missing 2 HP now and not having that later could be absolutely devastating. Yoshino also demonstrating from game number 1 the potential to just keep healing after some of this chip damage is dealt.
We look towards the future a little bit. Yoshino does have this broad main and is able to deal with things, but doesn't have a lot of ping options, just the 2. Just the Bandle Tailstones and the Proximity Puff Cap. And this Morgana isn't too far away from flipping. If you're looking at the hand, we've already seen 4 targets with these blades. Then we've got the Blessing of Targon, we've got the Might, we've got the Healing spell. Picking that off the Armed Acquisitioner was really, really cool, by the way. It's the only spell that you're allowed to target your own units with that isn't contingent on what Yoshino's trying to do. You could take the Keyword Denial, but this one allows you to beat things like Broadmain as well. Very cool option. If Talpinator just draws 1 more spell, that means they're able to... Wait, no, Morgana flips on her own because she is the 4th target herself. Never mind, Morgana is currently flipped in hand once all of these cards come down.
And Yoshino does not commit to the Proximity Puff Cap. Instead, gets Electro Harpoon off of the Bandle Tailstones, discards Elder Dragon, the most expensive card that you aren't going to be able to play this game at all, in order to set up for Lord Broadmain to take down Riven.
I can't believe I got caught up in my ramble and didn't even notice that that wasn't going to be the play. Trying to set up this Broadmain it's an identification of what is important in the matchup, right? You're saying, all right, I need to deal with this Riven in the most effective way I possibly can. This is how to get around Explorer spells, by doing it in this action. When you're tapped out as the Riven deck, you weren't able to put that spell on the, with your mana, with the actions, with everything that matters there. This is a really, really good play from Yoshino. It does put you really, really low. It's losing to plays like Might or Fire Spitter, but that's what you have to do to try and find out your way to win against Riven with the spell in hand.
With Burblefish slowly coming online, that is an option to get more pings, as well as sign in Thousand Tailed. Talpinator's not the only player who's looking deeply into the future here. Yoshino's going to have to keep up with his protagonist energy to draw some key cards off of the top. And once this Lord Broadmain sticks, every single development that Talpinator makes is going to come under heavy fire. Only a single Ruby-Eyed Conjurer drawn from the deck. Maybe a Spell Shield can still be established, but it's all up to Talpinator's luck from this point.
Talpinator's got a really interesting method of going for lethal. You've got this Morgana, you've got this Might, you've got the Blessing of Targon, and you've got the stun spell. You're able to do this famous thing with Might decks, where you're able to stun in front of the blocker to get that damage going straight into the Nexus. Now, if Yoshino doesn't draw a wallop here, this sort of play might end up just going for a lethal, because I'm pretty sure if you do the Might and you do the stun, you're just 1 away from leveling. You can then play the heal spell to get that final spot. You have enough mana to afford it, so Yoshino just needs to try to find that wallop. I think that's their only out towards that win con.
Morgana lining up into the Lord Broadmain here is absolutely glorious. No mana left to pay for the shackles. Goes for proximity puff cap to remove a unit. Recognizes that if I try to pre-commit this onto Morgana, because of the refreshments in hand, it's simply going to heal her. And now it's all up to Topinator to put all of these spells on the stack, giga buff this Morgana, and try to full send it. Yoshino gets one draw off of the top to get a response. Maybe a wallop will rescue and give him one more turn, but it's a burble.
Burble is exactly not enough. We see 9 mana from Topinator's side. They can afford everything they need to. Yoshino earlier having to kill the Riven, but taking the extra 5 damage because of it could be the reason why this game has gone this way. This matchup can be played in so many different ways, but Talpinator's deck is one that says, hey, if you make a slight miss-up, a slight misjudgment, I am going to punish you very, very strongly. That's what Riven Morgana excels at, punishing really, really difficult decisions to make. We're going to see all of the pre-commit come down, get the Morgana leveled up, and Talpinator is probably going to take this once all of these spells are committed.
Might. Targon tells Stones, hush. Taking
Hush
away
is so
the effect.
clever.
Yeah, taking away the hush from Broadmain. This is important to note. It's still immobilized. That keyword comes from the curse in hand. That means that if there were to be double ping in the hand, Morgana is still safe. And there is the combo finish from Talpinator.
Talpinator taking down Eugenio, taking out the last XYZ lineup. The only lineups we've got left are all of the anti-meta choices. Talpinator showing why he's got that protagonist energy. The Dark Horse is clopping in. An amazing set of games from Talpinator. Another 2-0, another special game. We're going to send this over to Necra and the Analysts to break down what we have just seen.
Wow, I am speechless. I cannot believe, Alan, that Talpinator was able to get his revenge after Yoshino actually won that matchup last time they played.
Yeah, definitely. Respector Elgers just falling slightly short in that game 1. We've seen that absolutely masterfully played turn 6 when the Talpinator was left with 2 mana. Eugenio decided to develop his Broadmain, but then the Mariam came down with the updraft or mana into Galewind, which completely swung the game in the Talpinator's favorite. But then Eugenio being able to play this double 0 mana Burble, getting some boons, healing up, getting Deathless on the Burble, getting that extra value, managed to get the game back. But then this boat who was MVP for Talpinator so often, just brought him just enough damage with the slipstreams to finish off the game number 1.
You would never guess by looking at the gameplay alone that they're only on one copy of that card, right? This boat has been so big for Talpinator. And again, it's very thematic, right? The Tide Dancer, the Neela coming through and defeating all of these big bads. It's just exactly the way that it was written.
Script writes itself sometimes, honestly. It's been so fun to watch, though, because it really is a unique deck, Alan, in the sense that we don't see many of these, and Talpinator is able to show us such a great show of why it's still so skillful. So what is it about the Janna Neela that you feel like, outside of just what it was able to do in this match, you feel like Talpinator has wanted to lean on for this tournament?
Yeah, definitely just the ability to cycle throughout the deck, where you see most of your key cards pretty much every second game, maybe 70% of the games, which makes up for the variance of just playing the card game, because you are not only an aggro deck, but you get to cycle so aggressively throughout the deck and cheating out on mana, developing 0 mana units, 3 mana units that keeps you in the game by drawing more and being able to finish off those games by drawing a burn when you need it. And if you draw too early, you can updraft that burn and just cycle into different cards, which is a really, really important feature for such an aggro deck.
There's a really nice read on the meta from Talpinator. When you look at our top end, you've got Respect Your Elders and Morgana Mordekaiser. Both of those are incredibly late game decks. So you've got a bit of a window in between, like turn 4, turn 6 to really put a lot of pressure on your opponent. And some players went the Jax Ornn route, right? Trying to put the pressure on that way, but it's not always quite enough. So what the lineup from Talpinator is doing here is saying, okay, I know that aggressive strategies have a window, but I can't really go for the 12-1 drop versions. There's too many pie tosses and group shots in the Respect Your Elder list. If I just try to play 12-1 drop pirate aggro style, it's not really going to work out. I need an aggressive deck with late game gas, and those are hard to come by. And it really is just these Riven lists that we've seen in recent months, as well as this incredibly aggressively postured Janna Nila with the blowback.
Definitely.
Perfect that you bring up the Riven, right, Alan? Because Morgana Riven versus the Respect Your Elders deck, that's how Talpinator was able to get it done in that game too.
Listen, getting Riven down early, getting her leveled up on turn 5 with that blade swinging, pushing so much overwhelm damage on top of the followers, getting to 7 HP Respect Your Elders was just enough to later finish it off with the Morgana leveled up herself.
What a phenomenal performance there from Talpinator to be able to move on. Sadly, this does mean that Yoshino is going to be out in 4th place, but we only have 3 players remaining now. So up next, we are going to be looking at Talpinator taking on Seku in the lower finals before we conclude with the grand finals to determine who is going to be this year's Legends of Runeterra World Champion. You're not going to want to miss it, so stay tuned after this break.
Thank you so much. I am joined now by senior game designer Steven Rubin, aka Ruben Zoo. Ruben, we're going to jump right into it. Now that the year is over, how do you feel about this year's competitive system?
I feel really good about it. I mean, I think we've accomplished a lot this year for Legends of Runeterra competitive players. Mainly, we've added daily events for players to play in. It wasn't so long ago that you couldn't actually play best of 3 Legends of Runeterra on a daily basis. We've got competitive tournaments each month, which is, a huge win for everybody out there trying to grind their way to Worlds compared to our previous 2 or 3 month cadence. We've introduced new prestigious rewards like winning player titles, and also stuff even to the extent of creating a card with the Legends of Runeterra team for winning Worlds. So overall, I think that this year has been great for LoR. I'm excited to see what happens at Worlds itself, because I think the capstone of the system is the new Worlds tournament, the international Swiss play, having 64 players in there. So I'm really excited to see just what people come up with and who comes out on top.
Absolutely. It's a huge change to the system. But going back to something you mentioned earlier, how successful do you feel that the Gauntlet system was?
So Gauntlets definitely filled a role for us in terms of having those daily tournaments that players can flex and play in. I definitely think they were successful in getting players into the game on those weekdays, playing in competitive like events. But I would say that, there's always room for improvement, and there may be something we'll be looking at in the future. I think one of the things to call out there is like the competitive versus more casual events and how those should be run in the tournament and whether those should feed into Worlds or not. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I think that Gauntlets in the past were very much for a very secluded portion of our audience, but now we've brought in a lot of different players that can play best of 3, they can play casual modes, and they give you those short and medium term goals season to season to hit your prime glories and get ready for the big tournaments. Overall, we're hopeful that Gauntlets really is not the ultimate decider of who's going to win Worlds. You know, you got to go into the Runeterra Opens, you got to go into Worlds itself and compete. So as a sort of stepping stone for players, I think it has worked out. Definitely some room for improvement, though, and we'll be potentially looking to make changes in the future.
Excellent. So looking back at the year as a whole, what was your favorite moment of 2023?
My favorite moment of 2023 was getting to work on Fate's Voyage Onward and Beyond with Riot Dirtle. We basically worked together as a team for the entire portion of the set development as two designers, him as the lead designer and me as a partner designer, co-designing the set. So everything from curses to Elder Dragon, Dragon Boons to stuff from Fate's Voyage Onward, where with slipstreams and card reduction and card draw, and a lot of the Titanic units we see really come from Tyler and I have a shared love for just playing giant units. And that really comes to show through the set that we made. And also just shout out to the rest of the design team and lore team and narrative and art, everybody that contributes there. It's not just one person on lore. Like, we all make our mark on cards. But yeah, it was really an honor to work with him on that stuff.
I guess that leads us right into the next question then. What was your favorite card that you worked on?
It's got to be Elder Dragon. Like, Elder Dragon, the initial idea from Riot Dirtle was like, okay, what if we do a Runeterra slice with just big boys? You can play whatever big units you want in your deck. And when we were developing it, we kept getting tripped up because we kept trying to cost reduce them. Obvious card gamer brain. We're like, well, these things are too expensive. Let's make cost reduction. And that didn't quite work because that's not really the fantasy of slamming big units down. And we also had the idea of like, okay, what if kind of like Dragon Chow Shyvana style, your big units were eating your little units, but it really didn't play out how we wanted to because you just ended up kind of behind. And if they removed your one threat, it didn't really work out. And the one really big breakthrough was Dragon Boons, which was like, okay, what if we just give you big units, but we give you even bigger units, right? You get extra buffs on top of that. You get healing, you get Challenger to control the board. What if we just make your cooler units even cooler? So I think that design on Elder just is so fun. You can do tons of stuff with the slow, listening to slow and skill kind of Elder cards like Ocean Drake that we added. So sorry, it was a long answer, but Elder Dragon is really close to my heart as just a really cool thing that everybody been so pumped on the team to get it out. And also, once again, I'm responsible for bringing dragons to Runeterra because I'm always just like, hey, what if we had dragons in the set? And everybody's like, hell yeah. So yeah, Elder's kind of my guy.
You'll love to see the passion. Thank you so much, Ruben Zoo. And now back to the desk.
Welcome back, everybody. We are 2 matches away from determining this year's Legends of Runeterra World Champion. We have got Alan and Spids on the casting desk to bring you through this lower bracket finals. It is between Talpinator and Seku. Alan, I have a feeling I know who you think is going to win this, or you hope will. So who do you have winning this match?
Listen, there is only one possible winner coming out of this series. It's NA versus EMEA. Like, come on, is there any doubt? Obviously, we are taking it home. Like, we maybe there would be a doubt if in the upper bracket was EMEA player waiting. Then maybe there would be a chance for NA. But like, come on, like, we have to take the third trophy home. Am I right, Speeds?
You don't have to listen. No, you don't have to listen to that sort of propaganda. We support NA here. We know that Seku's got this. He's been playing so well that I think we can all rely on Seku.
No.
There's some strong cases for both of these players, which makes this matchup so tough to predict. Looking at the bracket, Seku had such a strong start in the upper bracket, sadly falling 2-1 to Chenia. Chenia is now going to be waiting in that grand finals match, and Seku has one last chance at redemption here to make his way back up there. But it's against Talpinator, who is on a 4-match win streak in this lower bracket. I feel like that's as strong as case as any, Alan, if you want to put another accolade onto Talpinator's record.
Yeah, definitely. We can't really tell who is really ahead in this matchup due to the fact that Doi did not face each other. And in fact, both of them brought such a unique lineups that we don't have really data of how they'll go by clashing each other. So we can just go by head hitch, but think like how Talpinator was navigating so far in the previous series, taking 2-0 Yezhino, 2-0 Taigai, 2-0 JO1. Like, come on, look at this performance. This man is unstoppable.
Seku gets a bad draw once and you're going to discount him? Really, Alan? Seku got his bad luck out just last game, and I mean, it's so unfortunate to see, and I think Seku's going to use the sort of like fallacy that you can create to get that luck back and try and get this. I think Seku's going to get this. He's actually going to draw his units on curve for one.
That's the question,
you bring greedy
isn't
decks.
it?
Mm-hmm. When you bring greedy decks, sometimes you start missing out. Like, you can't perfectly draw every game, and you see that in the example of Seku, finally proving that he can bleed.
I think, sadly, a lot of players have had that happen to them in this tournament, just the nature of playing a card game. But on the flip side of that, you look at Talpinator, who might have gotten some really, really good draws earlier on in this tournament in order to take some of those wins. But just another credit to him. Spids, we gotta level the playing field a little bit here, and I think agree with Alan on one thing, which is that we did see Talpinator take down JO1 earlier, and that was a pretty big upset, don't you think?
Massive upset. I mean, we've seen. Every game's an upset, basically. With all these amazing players, someone's gonna have to lose, and everyone. And I mean, when we're at these final 3, whoever wins this is able to continue, and whoever loses is out. Such like a heartbreak. One of us is going to be sad in a couple of minutes, Ellen. Like in 20 minutes time, one of us is crying, one of us is celebrating. I really hope it's not me crying.
Listen, worst case scenario, I've heard the Seku is half Polish. I'll be good.
I can't tell whether I should give you credit for that one. I guess I'll leave it up to Seku whether or not he's going to claim being 50-50 there for EMEA and also the Americas. So I'm not sure about that. But I do know that this matchup is going to be super tough. Even just looking at the different decks, you brought this up, Alan, Spids. There's like basically 6 different decks in this matchup. And so I'm just going to go ahead and let you both get into the meat and potatoes of that, because I'm sure there is a lot to break down in terms of the deck lists and the ban strategy for these 2 unique lineups. So, Alan, Spids, have fun with this. It's the lower finals for all the marbles to head up to the grands.
Most definitely. We are heading into the finals of the loser bracket, ladies and gentlemen. And hey, even if you are the most experienced competitive player, you are going into, at this point, this stakes kind of runs, it's gonna get you. Like, no matter what, you'll still feel the pressure. And this pressure can make you do mistakes.
both of these players have played in tournaments before. They know the pressure, but the difference is so much larger in Worlds. We know Chenia has been here before. They've had this experience. But for Seku, it's sort of new, right? The best that Seku has done is sort of done okay in the WCQ. Talpinator, very, very similar, done all right in some of these tournaments. But it's going to be so hard to deal with that pressure. Sometimes you falter, or sometimes you power through it and are able to get that mental edge over the opponent.
Definitely. If you grab already, you might be mentally grabbing the trophy. If you are thinking, I'm 2 steps away from being world champion, you might be already living the dream which didn't come yet. And it might set you back. So we'll see if this is going to be the case here where players choke, or it will be the opposite, where this adrenaline, where this pressure will actually motivate them to play perfect set of games. And then we'll be jumping into the decks and to try to break it down for you folks. Who should be ahead statistically by just looking at those decks? And first we're going to go with the Talpinator.
We've got the Nilla Janna, Talpinator's signature deck. They've played this so effectively over the last couple of rounds. We followed Talpinator, I think, 6 or 7 times over the broadcast, and every single time we have seen this deck be a powerhouse. This Tide Dancer as a one-off has shown up every single game, giving everything +2-0 and Thrash. When you play 3 spells, it's such a powerful, powerful deck. Combined with the Nora Elder Dragon, the only deck out of these 6 that is part of that XYZ lineup, the most brought deck still here.
Yeah, having that early bird we've seen being MVP in so many games, just throwing away those tokens from the player's hand being absolutely crucial to them. And like you have to remember that we are planning ahead and playing around certain cards, and then when it's taken away from you, the whole plan starts to falling off, and then we're gonna get followed up by the final deck from Talpinator, Riven Morgana, which usually tries to close the game very early on round 6, round 7 with those overwhelm units / Morgana attacking, applying the shackles, preventing the blocking.
Riven and Morgana are the of punish. If you are able to see a slight misplay or a slight awkward hand from the enemy gamer, this deck is able to punish that greatly. We saw that with against Jorginho. When you just have to play for one or the other option there, Riven Morgana is able to pressure a lot. But we've got Seku's lineup. We saw this Dragon deck have a little bit of difficulty with its own draws a little bit ago. We can see that there are a lot of 2-drops and 3-drops, but if you don't end up drawing them, your hand gets clogged up with, I think from my count, 14, 6 or more drops. Might have been 13. It can break quite badly, but when it gets its curve, this deck feels phenomenal.
Yeah, but again, you can choke you on your own curve if you don't draw those early game. And the final but not last deck from Seku. This deck has been absolutely phenomenal for Seku, providing so many victories back to back, having so much utility, especially in the spell sector. Birdie Nice dealing with those wide boards, and also players having to be feared of that, having harsh wits against some possibly tall units, so you can actually go aggressively without worrying to trading with those Foros where Zolani can kill you, and providing absolutely amount of the pressure.
Finally, Seku has brought this Yuumi Poro King. We've seen this deck be successful, and I want to shout out Yuumi in this deck. We've been talking a lot about how the Poro King is able to do a lot of swarm capacity, but Yuumi is so great at being put onto one of these 3 daring Poros or something getting elusive from one of the many other sources that keywords are spread throughout this deck. Yuumi creates a great alt win con and had such a glow up over this year. Yuumi has seen play in so many decks, such as the Fizz Yuumi, such as this deck, that this has sort of been Yuumi's year. Rotation has been really, really good for her.
Yeah, most definitely. JO1 tweeted yesterday or today that Poro King will take the whole worlds. We'll see if he was right. If Seku can bring back to the finals, the absolute finals, this Poro King deck. And we're gonna see shortly the bans. Players still debating what kind of strategy they want to lead towards. Talpinator having his Riven Morgana, Janna Nyla aggressive decks, / just that respect your elders. And Seku, we know that he might fall against the aggressive decks if he doesn't get that early opener. So Talpinator, knowing that how bricky can the dragons be, he might even leave it. And we've seen just Seku flip a coin. He might be debating which deck to ban, and he just flip a coin. We didn't want to make a decision perhaps.
the American way. Just see what happens. You don't have to use your thought to go for it. You just think. I think the ban here should probably be the Riven Morgana. I think that deck is a little bit too great in its combo potential, especially with big overwhelm units. You have to find your Hushes or your Freezes to deal with that. Palpinator's got a really tough decision to go with, though. They've spent the last, like, I don't know, 4 rounds dealing with the XYZ lineup, and now they have to deal with Seku's completely random roster. I want to say Talpinator wants to ban the Nico deck. I think that's been the most consistently strong and difficult to deal with, but you could also ban the Poros because he is the king after all.
Yeah, I think Nico sounds like the best strategy to go for ban, given how consistent the deck was. No, he decides to go for the ban on the Shyvana Elder Dragons instead, being scared of the units being just too tall against you. Meanwhile, Seku getting rid of the Rivana Morgana.
See, we're getting into game right now. Seku has got a Poro Snacks and a Poro King in hand. Exactly what you want. All you need are actually some Poros, so you're able to get these units buffed up. Talpinator finding the early bird, though, which is amazing against the Poro King. You're able to discard that early, and the Poro King is such an important champion for this deck, right? If you don't end up getting those excess snacks, the Poro deck only has 2/2s against one of the better decks in the format, which is this Respect Your Dragons deck.
This early bird might come very early because Talpinator just seen Seku keep 2 cards in opener, and as we've seen across those 3 days, Poro King players usually just hard mulligan for either Poro Snack or Poro King. So I would be very surprised if we don't see the bird come down before turn 5 from Seku, because again, that would be a massive discard. And the longer you wait, there might appear in the hand cards like Celestial Wonder, Zolani, which might take down the bird for the king himself. There might be like, Mr. President, get down, I got you!
Earlier today, I was actually DMing Seku about this matchup, saying, hey, what are you thinking about the early birds? What do you think about the Broadmain? And he said, yeah, no, those are the cards that I'm scared of. If Talpinator draws those sort of cards, I'm in an awful position. And we look at Talpinator's hand, early bird and 2 Broadmains. This is going to feel absolutely awful. I think Talpinator's got every single card they could possibly want. Seku's going to have to try their absolute best to try and find some win. Going for this little, like, aggressive line here, I think that makes sense, because Seku's going to have a really, really, really tough time in this matchup. It's so unfavored.
I mean, given the spot, Talpinator has not much to do, so he might just jam early bird because there is nothing else to do. Maybe spend an early wall up, that's also fine. But then the next turn, he's looking at his hand, what am I doing next turn? The only play I have available to me is actually early bird next turn, so might as well keep the blocker and just spend wall up this turn. So some great mana management between turns, and we see the top deck is not in the Talpinator favor, so just jumps this early bird, and we see Seku disappointing, discarding the Poro King, and not having much to go for him. But he still has Yumi, he still have Paro Snacks in play, so there is a pretty reasonable board presence. Well, Talpinator hand is so heavy, he doesn't have much play until turn 6.
Seku has found his alt win con in this deck. You can't stay for the Poro King. We don't see the Zalani in the hand just yet. But going for that Swarm potential, I mean, we saw Seku lose to this earlier dealing with Swarm. So now seeing that, hey, now I can go for this line. I just top deck this Lonely Poro. That's 2 mana for an equivalent of 2 2/2s. It's like old Mirai Ward and an old House Spider, but even better because they can continually be buffed up with things like Porosex. Talpinator doesn't have an amazing turn 5, but once we get into turn 6 and turn 7, Talpinator will feel absolutely amazing, spamming out these Broadmains with the Perilous Pastry. We're going to see the Explorer's Blunder come down. That way the blocks are going to line up a little bit better. You can't choose your challenge anymore. But I don't know if that's all that important. What do you think about this Blunder?
So Talpinator cast the spell just for the sake of casting it, to discard Plaza, to discard the Burble. Like, you know, like, and he has nothing to spend mana on next turn, and the top deck he gets doesn't really make him spend his whole mana. And like we see, this is a pretty brutal hand. Talpinator only thing he can do is just throw a bunch of pies at Seku. And at this point, Seku is looking at his hand and he's pretty happy. You have another buff, you have a recycle to your hand, you can go for Tailstones, invoke cards, you can go for buff, you can apply so much pressure from the Seku side. Meanwhile, Talpinator, acting like he has some decisions, well, he just doesn't. He's considering playing Pythos now, Pythos in combat. Again, not much things to be going on for him.
You see the double pie toss on the stack, probably targeting this Jubilant Poro, but it will be answered with by the Pale Cascade, able to pressure even more. Seku has got the hand they need for this go wide attack. Talpinator's got to see this and be really unhappy. You can see a sort of smile on Seku's face as they're able to try and go for this Pale Cascade, get this extra damage in. It can be blocked by the Portal Pioneer in the next turn, and Seku drawing a really good card here in Poro's story, is able to flood the board even after these broad mains come down. Seku, despite losing the king, is gonna be able to get in with the army anyway.
So we see that Talpinator set up his Plaza Guardian. If he gets a challenger from the boon into the Broadmate, he might be actually stabilized going into the following turns. The story with the extra Poros will definitely be handy in refilling that board, on top of getting potentially Hash for open attack for his next swing, preventing Broadmate to be doing some plays. And we see there is no challenger. Challenge was so crucial in his position and he just missed it.
Talpinator's be able to develop one unit next turn, and this unit might end up having to be signed in just to look for that extra wallop. Broadmain is able to deal with the Poro bot, which is quite nice, but Seku's going to be able to be 6 wide anyway with at least 4 2/2s or 5 2/2s, as well as this 6/6 Yumi when it comes to the next turn. Talpinator open attacking is something you can always do for free when you're playing these control decks. Seku doesn't really want to block in this position because they don't know what's in their hand, is willing to take that damage, and Seku's now going to play Affectionate Poro, be as aggressive as they can be. This is looking really good for Seku. Talpinator's going to need to find draws to get their way out of this.
I strongly disagree with Talpinator open attack here, because again, he's aware he needs to deal with the wide variety of the board, and exactly, he found the challenger. That's what I wanted to mention. You needed to go for the challenger to start chunking on this board down. And he found the challenger, he decided not to pick it up because he has no more attack token, which he just spent it. Attack token is a resource you don't want to always throw away. Again, Seku had a great refill to the board, it wouldn't matter that much in the hindsight, but still, Talpinator is something that he couldn't play around in this position. And Seku, looking at the wonderful open attack, maintaining the Tailstones into the Blessing for the lethal on the following turn, while having the Poro with impact to support even more damage, even if blocked.
I'm really happy that you pointed that out with the Broadmain Challenger. You fall into these positions when you're playing LoR, especially if you're tired and have been playing for so many hours, where you're so used to just attacking when you're playing the control deck and give a pass to the action. You're going to see Seku be able to attack here. Talpinator not able to draw any sort of card that's able to interact with things. No wallop, no pie toss for the unit, and we're going to see this swing come in. Seku 1-0 against Talpinator in this losers finals.
We see Poro King taking another victim. Like, pretty cleanly played by the Seku, drawing perfectly. We see what happens when this deck just draws all the tools you want. Even though Poro King didn't level, he just fell. But we still had the Poro Snacks on which back the deck could just snowball the victory. And we see how the pink deck just struggles into the stuff that has a bunch of HP, some random spell shield here and there, or toughness.
Seku's lineup and Talpinator's lineup were all trying to be anti-meta options to beat the XYZ, but Talpinator is actually on one of those decks in the XYZ, which means Seku is feeling really favored into this lineup. Talpinator trying to hedge their bets, not going all in on that line, and starting to get punished a little bit for it when they haven't been previously, because they haven't found lineups like Seku's in the past. Seku got an amazing draw, by the way. They've got 2 Omen Dogs, as you love to call this card, able to buff up the units that they draw entirely into a deck that relies on damage-based removal like the Drop the Bomb.
We've seen Respect Your Elders just falling short in so many matchups, even though it's the most popular deck brought by the competitors on this Worlds. This is the most deck I feel we've seen just fall short because it's being targeted by the players.
The first Omen Dog come down. A scary omen for what's about to happen in the future turns, as another one will be played very soon. We do see the first one interacted with the Drop the Bomb plus the group shot, preventing that open attack from coming through, but there will be another one in response, and having Drop the Bomb played early does mean that it won't be able to set up the Riptide Rex on turn 8. But you have to do it. You have to get rid of this Omen Dog ASAP. We see 2 Anura and Froops drawn, and there's no good 2 damage removal to deal with them anymore. Seku's turns going into the future are looking really powerful. Talpinator's going to have to find something in order to deal with that.
We've seen how threatening is a dog, because Talpinator spending 2 cards to remove that, and now Wallop on top of it. Like, look how much resources a poor dog can take away from the opponent. while deciding to even play another dog instead of Froop here, which would accelerate your further turns. This is such an important card in this deck, and now Froop coming down, accelerating further drops.
You just look at each other's hands, right? Talponator's got all of these expensive cards and Seku's got all of these cheap cards. The Omen Dog still existing on the field, looking as scary as ever, while Talponator's trying to play this Trinket trade, looking for any sort of interaction piece. They can take Bandle, Telstone to try and deal with this Omen Dog, and I think that is the line they are going for, but it will be answered by the Sky Splitter, which is going to be such a blowout against this hand. Seku has drawn amazingly, and Talponator is bricked up to high heaven.
Talpinator is playing around dropping Plaza Guardian next turn. It's gonna be discounted already to 4 mana. He needs to find something to back it up in the following turns. Now he has to decide, okay, I need to win the game somehow. What's the best discard options here? Is it Rex? It might be Rex because I won't have Activator. Broadmains are probably too valuable to just chain one back to back. And then we see a Sky Splitter protecting Froop, being able to ramp into further development.
Let's see this Anura and Froop in hand and on board. I mean, all of these cards are going to be discounted so much. Seku's probably going to be 6 wide if my count is right by the next turn. You see the Wiggly Burblefish drawn, but just not enough right now. You could do Wiggly, get the spell, and then try and see. Well, the spell will never be cheap enough. You can't do Wiggly plus a Guardian. But Seku's just thinking, how am I going to be able to deal the most damage here? We do see the Overwhelm unit come down, the Glacial Saurian. Try, and you can still go 6 wide because of the draw that was gotten. A really cool play there, and we're going to see the Tough come down to try and block a little bit more favorably.
Even though Seku still didn't deal a single point of damage, he's looking pretty good given how wide is his development going to be, and we see the 5 wide attack. It doesn't give a in trading into tough unit, and Talpinator will be only able to develop 1 unit per turn coming in, and he doesn't have any spells to support Broadmain, no cycle, so even though we see those drops coming down, we don't know if this is gonna be enough, and we see very nice top deck from Seku, which might actually shut down completely Talpinator's board next turn when he decides to develop, and Talpinator will take the development time action for him, and then Beric might come down, which would be devastating for him.
We've seen Seku with a lot of these unit-based hands being able to spam wide, but there are quite expensive units in Seku's deck, such as this Warden, as well as the Buried in Ice. We haven't seen this come through very much, but it's such a blowout against so many decks, right? And when Talpinator is relying on their units as defense, this 9 mana one-sided removal can be so important. See the Deck Hunter come down, create this Lunari Cultist, being able to get some gems, buff things up. Won't have the mana for it if they still want to threaten the Buried in Ice. They don't even have to play Buried in Ice next turn. They will be able to play it in a future attack token if they want. Seku's in a really comfy position, but Talpinator has finally gotten to the turns where they can play things. They can play this Broadmain and the Sign-In in future turns, and they are threatening a non-insignificant amount of damage with this quick attack unit.
Hitting Challenger is pretty important on the Broadmain due to just a pure power of being able to remove stuff from the board, because again, you are facing a pretty wide board presence. Finding Sign-In makes a guarantee that you will be able to refill your hand. You just need to get there. You need a bit more time. And Seku will not give you the briefing room. We'll develop that Froop. We'll develop further threats being discounted. We might not see Birdie Nice quite yet the next turn. We might see a setup for the turn 9 instead.
Both players just thinking about what their best outs are. When you're in a tournament like this, you have to have the deck list open. You have to be thinking every single possible permutation that they could possibly play. There are so many variables. The tree diagram goes absolutely insane with this. They're going to play the Anura and Froop into the Lunari Cultist, probably going to try and develop into their next turn, because they know that Talpinator is kind of a 1 unit every single turn deck, right? They can only afford 1 of these unless they've got the cheapened cards like the Burblefish and the Plaza Guardian. Drawing into another Wallop, into Nard does give Wallop if they want it, which is a very cool way of gaining that extra tempo. Sort of lets you develop a 7th unit by stunning out one of theirs, and it's 5/5 because Omen Dog just keeps buffing it up. What are they feeding them, boys, in your duel?
Wish we've seen perhaps a Crystal on the dog just to prevent a kill on it. But perhaps Seku is thinking about keeping the Crystal to put it on something like Nar, if there is a unit with 5 HP plus toughness perhaps, which are pretty common on the side of the Talpinator, but given that he already selected the Tough Boon, it can't really show up again from the Talpinator side. We're gonna see either Impact, Fearsome, or Kill here, and we see that he'll be selecting Ocean Boon, damaging Gnar, setting up a kill on it with the King instead.
Seku can see that that has been set up, knows there's a ping in him, because otherwise you're always seeing the Omen Dog here trying to deal with that. We are going to see the gem come down to play around 2 different pings if it was something like a Perilous Pastry or Anapytos at the same time. We do see Nico is quite far from the level up. It's probably much closer now because this attack has finally come through with the Cultist and the Yordle. This is a lot of damage to be taking, going down to 6 HP, but we are going to see the Pythos come down, make it down to 3. And Talpinator has come back with the presence all of a sudden. They do have that board now.
I believe Nico is leveled already, but we just need to draw it on the Seku's side. So next turn we're gonna probably see some combat cook development, and hopefully gonna draw into something more powerful, and potentially maybe even hold on to mana, see what we draw next turn, and then decide if we want to go with the combat cook line or we want to go into buried line instead. We see a pretty good amount of the blocks here, the Gnar removal. And yes, Seku probably wants to hold on to the second Gnar and just develop it next turn, potentially on buried on turn 9, into Talpinator being able to only develop like 1 blocker into 5 or 6 units swinging, providing potentially lethal.
Have to see what ends up being that play. We're going to have to see what these draws are, because we are getting into the point of the game where the draws are extremely important. Seku has outs, Talpinator has really good outs. There are multiple options. I think Talpinator has the better possible draws. Seku needs to find either Warden or Nico, while Talpinator needs to just find any sort of expensive unit or any sort of ping in order to deal with the board quite effectively. I think there's like maybe 15 draws that Talpinator's really happy to see, but Seku's only happy to see about like 4 of them. We're going to see the Burblefish come down, choosing Chemtech Blight or Infernal Might. Infernal Might dealing a little bit more damage, but Chemtech Blight, when you block, is able to get extra options for your broad main because the pool is so small. Most of them do quite well. We're going to see the Impact trying to threaten damage because the Sign-In can come down, give +1/+1 to everything.
Next turn we'll see also from Talpinator being able to challenge something with one of the broad mains, having still the keyword. Seku being able only to develop 2 threats, and next turn if he chooses, he can choose to develop 1 more unit into the buried, which would give him, but he still need to block this turn on top of being challenged from the broad main. So the problem is Seku is looking only about 3 wide attack, unless he decides to play buried now. And Talpinator, we can look at his camp, he forgot about buried and he just developed into it, and he's absolutely devastated.
That is such a different experience. Playing around Buried in Ice is so painful because when you forget about it, it always gets you, and it's such a blowout. Seku now is able to develop 5 wide. Talpinator going to be able to play the Sign and get Deathless or Hextech Prowess on it. Almost certainly going to choose. Okay, chose the Impact, get the extra stats. Drawing into another Wallop is a really good save. You already see one from Controller just drawing into one of the 2 left in decks. We saw a Wallop really early on, I think, in this match. Might have been the last match, actually. Seku able to pressure in for quite a bit. Talpinator is going to need to find something in order to deal with this even more. We do see the Elder Dragon and the Plaza Guardian, good developments for Talpinator.
Really solid development coming from the Seku, being able to develop 3 threats and back it up with the Sky Spitter, unless somehow Talpinator would be able to remove that fruit, which we know he doesn't. So he needs to start overwriting those units he had on the board that are entombed to get a bit more blockers. We might see even Elder Dragon coming down this turn, but again, then there will be a problem of having no more mana for any combat tricks. So this is most likely to be a turn where we just develop the Plaza Guardian and double Wallop. The question, is it enough? And then
Seku's going to be 5 wide, but we also have to remember that these Buried in Ice units aren't gone, right? If Seku doesn't get lethal this turn, there's going to be such a massive clapback on the response. Some of these units even having summon effects like the Burblefish being able to create extra things. Talpinator is going to play the Plaza Guardian. It's the only thing that allows them to keep up both of these. Wallop's going to get the Oceanic Will Heal too. Seku's upset at this because they're trying to go for a win this turn, and they're going to lose all their units to Talpinator's attack in future. We see Upcycled Rake versus Shepherd's Authority. Neither of them too amazing. We're going to see Shepherd's Authority so that it's able to attack and be Sign-In in that trade. But Seku's in a really tough position. That extra healing came in clutch.
Seku Seku was probably looking for impact that would be providing the most damage output, given that and the unit would be will be blocked otherwise. Now we're looking at the wall of probably just hitting the NR to not generate that extra Poké Stick to allow that will allow Seku to cycle the deck, and then we're gonna see a massive board from Talpinator, because we are only staring at 2 damage coming from the cat, and that's about it. The rest can be block / stand out. And yeah, Seku will have to deal with the giant board coming from Talpinator from those Antoms, and even Elder Dragon himself can be dropped next turn, which might be even leveling here, which we actually haven't seen once coming from Respect Your Elders.
Hurt you. I don't think Elder Dragon's gonna level. I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to see that guy can be unable to be stopped. Seku had to attack here. You might argue Seku isn't supposed to attack because they're not able to survive the open attack from Talpinator, but they have to. They have to play for this out. They have to play for that win. Elder Dragon at 13 out of 75. I don't think that's going to be enough on the attack just because these units don't have 10 strength each. So unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to see that. Seku's bulging their eyes saying, is it really 2 wallop? Come on now. You can't be serious. You can see how upset he is. I would be too.
Listen, and the really good blocks from Talpinator, due to he decides to block the 2 units he can kill while maintaining alive 2 of his attackers for the next turn. So he decided to essentially take 3 more damage, so he can propose himself even more damage. We can see a nice conversion here from being on the defensive foot into offense in the following turn. Really, really solid play. When Seku is living on the edge of the top deck now.
Ana gets that level up, applies the vulnerable, now has overwhelm, so if they get the opportunity to attack again, they do have some cute options for how they want to get this, maybe via a Warden. We do see all of the units come out though, back to the pressure. We do see Harsh Winds as a top deck able to deal with some of the aggression that Talpinator is going to be doing on this turn. I think they can't survive though because of the not block weapon.
Yeah, that should be lethal, but Seku, the good heads up attack from the Talpinator, because there could be second buried in nice. So even if we as casters would love to see that Elder Dragon come down and take a swing with his whole crew, we really can't. The Talpinator needs to take a safe play to just open a swing with his whole board. And we see that he'll be slightly short to stay alive, and we're gonna go into game number 3.
3 of this very, very tense match, both of them bringing very, very weird lineups. I doubt this is what they were prepping into even today, because they would have been prepping into the opponent they were fighting immediately. We're gonna see Nilajana versus Nico. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've seen this matchup before, even when playing Nico or Nilajana myself. Have you seen this before, Alan?
Not quite. Back in the days, Nico was just not strong enough. Now it has the support of the Omen Dog, just so big for this deck, as we've seen, just providing this extra buffs on those cheap units, where Nilajana was just such a powerhouse. And now, even though despite all the nerfs it received, it still shines in the top 4 of the worlds.
Of these swarm decks, looking to do their swarm in a little bit of a different way. The Freljord deck trying to buff up the units, while Nilajana trying to get cheapened things. The Master Lookout's very efficient in its form. Seku has a really interesting hand of the Precious Pet. Talpinator's deck famously doesn't really have a lot of fearsome blockers, so a card like Precious Pet can be quite good. You're going to have to burn it down with something like a Mystic Shot, because this deck I don't think is on the 2 mana ping 2 units for 1 damage. So we do see the Precious Pet as a keep, as well as the Omen Hawk. Massive. You get these Freljord buffs, they're going to help out so much.
The cards for the Talpinator are Nihilarly, because there is nothing really that can block her outside of playing 1-drop plus Sky Splitter, or some other 2-drops plus Sky Splitter, so that Nihilai is pretty much guaranteed connecting if she doesn't see any support on top of the units. On the other hand, you look for cards like Boat to just provide that extra brush to everything, because Seku's deck, if it doesn't get the early Nico level up, or it doesn't get the early Omen Hawk into Omen Dog, getting the buffs, you don't have really good blockers against Brush. And we're gonna see here if Seku decides to take down Nyla.
See the Sky Splitter in hand, and not deciding to go for it, not deciding to rock Blash, keeping the Sky Splitter around for future, dealing with burn when the attacks go through. We also see Seku smirk when they drew this Berry Denies. I think they're thinking that, hey, by around turn 7 or turn 8, I might get a really cute lethal here. We do see the Yadulski Stygod getting the +1/+1. It might come down as a massive unit, but it's sort of an awkward time to draw it. You would have preferred to draw it last time because you've got these 4 drops or the dog, and we're going to see the Combat Cook instead with that +1/+1, picking Combat Reel or Pot of Pain. Which one's better?
To be fair, I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about not trading with Nyla because you're starting at 4 mana, you burned 1 mana. If you go into turn 4, you still have the mana for another Sky Speeder that you would keep, and you really need to take down that Nyla because it's a big win con for the deck, and like you can essentially trade for free with her, putting the Sky Speeder on your precious pet. So like and Seku take very fast pass, like he was very convinced you never trade there. So like I was still going over that. He decides to go for the Combat Cook because if you develop Gnar there and there is a Janna, you can't really attack with Gnar unless you commit your Sky Speeder there. And we see that clearly he's trying to keep the Sky Speeder for the future turns.
One of the beautiful things about LOR is that even the early turns matter. This turn 3 play that seemed maybe a little bit innocuous. I personally also would have played the Sky Splitter there. It seemed rather clever to me, right, and go for that. But Seku knows this matchup way better than you and I do, Alan. I think if he's kept this card, he's done it for a very, very, very specific reason. We're going to see Talponator develop some quick attack units, not the easiest for Seku to deal with, and that's the sort of way that Talponator's deck tries to pressure. Instead of using evasive keywords, there is Brash, but it's mostly through these quick attack threats. Going to see the Gnar come down. We might see the dog come down in the future. And we can also, if we wanted to, see the Buried and Ice to try and deal with this board. It might be a little bit too early, but it is a possible line for Seku if they decide to go for it, keeping their options open.
I'm looking at the hand, and we are representing next turn 12 +1/+1. So Seku has 14 damage next turn, including Pocky Stick. So if he decides to go for the Very Nice, just take down the whole board and swing in, not accounting any sort of removal, he would be able to propose almost lethal. But obviously we know that Talponator deck is packed with different type of removal, and we see that Sky Spitters were kept to just protect your units from different type of removal, like here protecting Gnar from the Whirlwind.
See the Sky Splitter come down, kept from earlier, needing to be played against this Gnar. Talponator has gotten some really, really good draws, and their board is rather large at the moment. It is pressuring quite a fair bit. We do see Vikrash, the Exubi, fleeting. Probably will come down to shuffle another Slipstream in, and Nilla isn't that far away from being leveled. We just see the Eye of the Storm. We know there are Slipstreams in the deck at this point. When the attack comes through, there might be another Slipstream pushed in if Talponator decides to attack with this Nilla. We're going to see the quick attacks at least threatened right now, to try and go in at least the 3-1, because you are able to threaten the Mystic Shot on top of it. So if this Combat Cook were to block, the Mystic Shot would come down and deal with this unit. Seku would get the weapon back. That's one of the powerful parts of Weapon Masters. You always get that weapon back. But we're going to see this attack come through. Talponator just thinking, is this really what I want to go for?
So Seku needs to decide whether line he goes, because he has no real win con aside of the Buried. And like next turn, like any of your attacks can be just easily blocked out. The Buried Nice is not a real win con right now, given that you are not having a huge board presence. Talponator smartly kept a mana open so he can connect Mystic Shot if Seku decide to block with Cook, but and decides to develop the elusive post combat, because you will be slightly too short mana. And we see there is a potential Janna level up coming down, not sure on the her counter, but definitely we can develop Nyla and maybe Janna, and those two would be a big factors in the following turn for round 7 from Talponator. The only thing he has to be worried is about just to block out Seku this turn, but we see that Seku doesn't have much threats going on, just regular units which we can chump block.
Seku might be going for something like a ward and top deck, thinking that this is their way out of this matchup. Telpinator's deck doesn't really deal with when all of the units have like +6/+6 from Warden. So keeping that Sky Splitter might have been playing for that line. And when you see this attack being lined up, we see the Gnar going in to try and get that draw for that Warden. And Telpinator's board looks so full. Even if they have the Nilla level up, even if they have the Janna level up, they're not going to do great into something like Warden. Seku does have 2 in the deck. That's the line that they're going to be going for, because it's sort of their only out. As you point out, there's not that many other good options for Seku. We do see Eco counter go up. I think that was a level. And we're going to see some blocks come through, because Telpinator's deck is nothing if not able to have their units be replaceable.
Okay, let me help Seku a bit. He's gonna top deck Darkin Spear, he's gonna put it as an Aska next turn, into swing into Warden. How about that?
I mean, it's a line, and it's sometimes the thing you have to go for. Seku is on a couple of copies of Darkin Spear, and I mean, I've personally been blown out by that sort of play many times. Anaka can do so many amazing things. Telpinator lining up the blocks, making sure they're not taking too much damage. Gonna see the Slipstream come down, try and find some burn pieces, see if that's how they're gonna interact. We see the cold shot again given fleeting. Like, it's one of Telpinator's favorite things to do, give this cold shot fleeting so that it just shuffles back into parallel convergence. Gonna see these blocks lined up. I think these are good blocks by Telpinator.
I think that's the first, like, even that we've seen a lot of one-offs from Telpinator, that being Tide Dancer, Cold Shot, Acorn. I think this is my first time I see him actually draw Cold Shot. I haven't seen Acorn yet, but Tide Dancer being there every single game. How is this man doing it? Also, Clocklink being there every single game, being even though one-off.
See the Nilla spell into the Mystic Shot be committed, and then Telpinator, just the legend, drawing 2 Nillas and getting both of those spells. Seku trying to keep this Gnar alive to get the draw, to draw the Warden, but not able to get there. Telpinator having everything they need. Fire Kitchen, trying to get what they need to get the win con. Seku still has another Gnar in hand to try and look for a Pokey Stick again, but it's going to be so hard to try and find that. Telpinator playing the cold parallel convergence deck, getting that draw. They're going to try and win really soon.
Telpinator leveling up that Nyla pretty quickly, and still this is where it might bite him back, because again, remember that Nyla could have been removed. We'll see how crucial it will be for the Telpinator to lead him to the victory. Also, Janna leveling up with the drone Marine. Holy, what a board presence.
Everything they need. Seku has prayed and drawn this Harsh Winds. All they need to do is get a knock and parallel convergence. I've just seen it in hand. That is absolutely amazing for Telpinator. They get this attack. It's very hard for Seku to try and deal with this, and even in the parallel convergence will be able to come out right after. What an amazing draw from both players, but let's be honest, Telpinator got the better draw here.
Look at this draw. Parallel convergence just like that? Right after you just shuffled it? With full board? After freeze already being deployed, we can override some units and we can go for lethal here? Holy smokes, what a draws from Telpinator. While Seku is staring at his hand and he's thinking, what am I trying to cook here? There is nothing to really do. I can just try to sculpture in this not so great hand.
A little bit annoyed. I think you've got this lockdown, Alan. I think the EMEA player is going to win, unfortunately. What an amazing draw, that protagonist energy from Telpinator. They've had this all tournament and they're continuing to harness it with them. We see the Nilla champion spell come down to get rid of this blocker, getting rid of any possible way for Seku to try and deal with this parallel convergence. You can play the Master Lookout into it. I'm pretty sure it summons... does it summon exact copies or new copies? I want to say they're exact, which means that they will have frostbitten units.
Yes,
so it may not necessarily be the turn, but it should still be an amazing play.
Yes,
this is actually
unless
not
you
as
want
easy as
to
I thought.
overwrite, unless you want to overwrite your champions, it's not too amazing just yet. Again, Telpinator has to be aware of like very nice, but again, there should be much follow-up given that Seku has only 9 mana and he's staring at 7, 9, 10 damage potentially with the Poké Stick, which is not too amazing. And he decides to go for it. Wow. He decides to go for an override. Perhaps we're gonna see another override coming with Clocklink, going over Nyla, but that Nyla is doing still damage just by her pure attack. Going with the another 2, and Seku sees the parallel convergence. He can't believe it that Telpinator already drew it.
I mean, who could believe it, right? Seku has been blown out so much in this game. Talpinator has drawn everything they need in both of these matchups. Seku is able to block this a little bit, isn't necessarily dead, but Seku has got to hope and pray for an out, and it's an out that I don't even know where you would find it, right? Warden isn't even enough at this point because there's no way of dealing with Talpinator's board, and with 14 health, there's no way that Talpinator is dying anytime soon. This has not been Seku's day at all. This one match the last two matches have all had bad RNG for Seku's perspective.
I mean, okay, let's be fair and honest to Seku. He was facing the EMEA player now, it was determined from the future. It was, there was just no shot he could have done anything. That's not on him. It's doomed to be happened because we are taking a fair trophy for a trophy home, and you just can't deny it. Look at this gameplay.
Worst thing that can happen in life is when Alan is proven right. I'm so sad to see this, but Talpinator played well, right? Talpinator did what he needed to do, and Seku, while trying to play for his outs, it just wasn't there. In the last chapter, in the last moments, he didn't manage to get his draw. Damn it, Alan, I can't believe you made it. But we're going to send this over to the analyst desk and Necra to see them break down, maybe with less bias than Alan and I.
I hear all the bias in the world. I hear it all. I'm so sorry, Spids, that you had to put up with that. Alan, though, is going to be able to see into the future. Talpinator did win this matchup. Skarzig, I see you having a reaction, so what's going through your mind?
I was going absolutely ballistic behind the scenes, folks. John and Neela, for those of you who follow the deep lore, knows it is one of my favorite decks, and it is just a list that has this underdog energy to it. Now that it's been nerfed, if you underestimate it, if you give it so much time to draw cards, it just pops off on you. And Talpinator had his back up against the wall the entire time versus this Nico deck. It was looking so doomed in the Elder Dragon deck, and then managing to stabilize from there was exquisite. And there is one moment in that other game I have to call out when the pool shark came down and said, "Do you have a problem with called shots?" And then the called shot gets shuffled right into the deck. Mwah, you can't write scripts better than this, people.
The game just giving it to us. Yeah, I love it. I feel like we just had so much entertainment from this last match, but it all started by trying to figure out how the bans were going to work, how these decks were going to line up, because Boulevard, no matter how you sliced it, these matchups were always going to be a little funny.
Yeah, Seku took game one we've kind of just established a baseline of did Poros open with Poros snacks? If yes, win rate skyrockets to 80%. Seku did that in game number one, so that one was a little bit of a wash. Game two looked really rough for Talpinator to kick things off, had a very expensive hand, and we just saw Yoshino lose in a similar fashion of two Broadmain and too many of the Plaza Guardian Burblefish type cards, as well as Sign-In. But the Nico Warden list is just a little bit too light on the actual power that it's putting down in the early game. A 6-wide attack is very threatening on paper, but then when you actually look down and notice oh, this cat has 1 attack, this bird has 1 attack, I'm only taking 7 damage off of a 6-wide swing. And it just gave enough time over to Talpinator. And then that game number 3 actually cracked my brain in half. I feel so sorry for Spids. Alan has dragged her through Karma set mirrors on multiple occasions, and now she had to be there for the Janna Neela pop-off for EMEA. But we mentioned earlier in the day that Tide Dancer, that Neela, this is the script, this is the lore of Fate's Voyage Beyond, and Talpinator's just playing the role.
Yeah. Once you get the Janna and the Neela set up against a tempo deck like Nico that can't really interact with that backline directly, is trying to force the opponent to block, I was actually calculating oh my god, this Janna is going to level up, it's going to take over the game, and it ended up almost not mattering. It flipped right there at the end for Neela, and all the formless blades that have ever been printed to come into the hand to set up these tricks and these up trades, it was way too much for Seku to handle despite having double Sky Splitter.
Yeah, you want to talk about, the Janna level is going to take over the game. What if you just draw 5 copies of Neela? I mean,
Burst speed
talk
deal
about drawing
2?
1 champion. That's 2 Neela, 3, and then 4, and then 5. And you could see Seku's reaction there, just what am I dealing with here? What am I playing against? How am I supposed to beat this?
And hopefully Talpinator can get some of Neela's joy, because he has been having to play out some insane sets to stick in this tournament and to finally advance. He's going to have a bit of a break coming up, but man, what a great player to spectate so far this weekend. Every time he's been on the stream, it's been a sight to behold.
Truly the plot armor. Like, the plot armor just thickens for Talpinator, I think, at this point. Winning some really difficult matchups, taking down so many strong players. Boulevard, it really just feels like it's coming up Talpinator. Do you think that he has a shot to win the whole thing?
Oh, absolutely. It would be disastrous for an EMEA player to win yet again with Alan on the broadcast. So it's really kind of an inevitable, unavoidable future. But again, hats off to Talpinator for being, if not the most aggressive, one of the most aggressive players in this tournament, being the only player to bring Janna Nila, one of the only, I think it was like 3 Noxus players in the entire tournament, definitely one of 2 Riven Morgana players, and saying that, yeah, I saw the top end of the meta, I figured out how to beat it, and now I'm moving into the grand finals.
So special for Talpinator. It's been so much fun to watch his journey throughout the lower bracket. That's going to be 5 matches in a row now that Talpinator has won in order to secure his spot in the grand finals. Sadly, this does mean that Seku is out of the tournament. Will be going home in 3rd place. Still nothing to scoff at, but you know, for all these players, it is the end goal of that world champion title that everybody has their sights on. So now we only have 2 players left. It is Chenia versus Talpinator, EMEA versus Korea. Boulevard, I think I know usually where your heart is on this side of the coin, but I'm going to ask you both, who do you have as your favorite to win? Boulevard first.
Let me tell you, last year I was like, have you heard of Korea in a Riot game? Let me tell you about Chenia. Let me tell you about KDF Reroll. This year, let me tell you about Chenia. Let me tell you about JO1. Let me tell you about the player who looked at Mordekaiser, Morgana, and the Elder Dragon and said, I'll have none of it. You printed a champion that cannot be stopped. It already existed. His name is Fizz, and I'm bringing him to the finals, and I'm bringing him to a victory. I'm going Chenia.
And Talpinator says, when I'm going up against the best of the best, we need prep. We have to study these new cards. We have to look at old decks and try to get in as much testing as possible. And you have to channel the final factor you need to be a world champion, and that is protagonist energy, plot armor. Talpinator is... Every single set has been mind-blowing. How hard he's had to struggle these uphill battles. It's the perfect hero's journey to this point, Boulevard. And I think Talpinator is really going to take it all. We'll have to see.
Ooh, okay. We're tied up on the desk right now. 1 for Talpinator and 1 for Chenia. Well, we're going to have to figure out exactly what's going to happen as we take a short break. Get ready for that grand finals. This is it, the last match of the broadcast. Chenia versus Talpinator for the title of Legends of Runeterra World Champion. Don't go anywhere. It's coming to you really soon.
Thank you so much. My name is Boulevard. Joining me now, we have senior designer Riot Dirtle, aka Tyler Morgan. We're just going to jump right into the questions here. When should we expect the next rotation?
It's going to be going along with the new set around next March.
All right. And do you maybe want to give us a champion that's going to be rotated? I know last year you told us Twisted Fate and Misfortune a little bit early, or Aurelia rather. Is there any one that maybe you could tease us with?
I think it's pretty safe to say that Akshan's leaving at this point.
All right. You heard it here first, folks. Now, for our next question, where did the inspiration for curses come from?
Yeah, so that definitely came from us exploring Morgana's mechanical identity. We wanted to make some new form of interaction with your opponent to sort of model the 2 years route that she has in League. So we were playing around with different ways to do that, and curses were sort of the thing that we came up with that we liked the most.
I think they've landed really well. So another question for the expansion, of course. What were the challenges of successfully incorporating Elder Dragon's power fantasy into LOR? We see a lot of questions about it cannot be stopped and what that means exactly.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a long story. So from the very beginning, we knew that we wanted to do Dragon Boons, or like something like Dragon Boons as a way of executing the buffs that you get from the Drakes in League. And so that brought us to Dragon Boons. Then we knew that he was going to be a Runeterran, but we weren't sure what his slice is going to be. So we ended up on that like 6+ mana cost slice, which felt like a cool, really different way to build your deck that had some exciting deck building implications. That brought us back to his play effect. So play all Dragon Boons on me was just like really, really exciting text that immediately made Elder Dragon into an unstoppable 13/13 monster. So we didn't really have anywhere for his level 2 to go. Like we knew it probably wasn't going to show up in that many games. So we sort of had this like extra half of a card lying around. And so from there is like, okay, if this isn't going to come up that much, what is the coolest possible thing we can do with that card? And thus cannot be stopped.
I think you guys absolutely nailed it. So aside from the Elder Dragon, we got Morgana and Mordekaiser this expansion. When developing the set, how did you land on those champions?
Yeah, so when we started working on Fate's Voyage, the idea that the team sort of rallied around was revisiting the old gods of Runeterra. That's also how we got Jaina and Volibear in the first half of Fate's Voyage. So Morgana and Mordekaiser both sort of stood out as larger-than-life figures that we thought players would be excited to see visited in the game, and that's sort of what tied the set together. Then Neela ended up coming on as sort of like our point-of-view character across those different things.
So going back to the Elder Dragon, what was the thought process behind adding them as the Runeterra-specific champion for this expansion, as opposed to many of the other characters from the League of Legends IP?
Yeah, so Elder Dragon himself was just, as we were like sort of brainstorming different Titanic characters or characters that feel like they fit thematically in the set that we were making, Elder Dragon's name came up a lot, and he was just a character that the team really rallied behind and really seemed to enjoy.
Excellent. And for our final question here, why were Morgana and Mordekaiser chosen as the first champions to be dual region outside of Bandle City?
So for both of them, it was more of a thematic angle, and the fact that we both ended up happening in the same set is like just kind of chance. So for Morgana, obviously Morgana has really strong thematic ties to Demacia. Like if you look at the universe page, she's listed as Demacian, but there just aren't that many Targonians, so she kind of needed to pull double duty. So originally we started off with her as just pure Targon, and then over time we sort of realized we could expand your deck building options by extending her into Demacia as well, and we thought players would appreciate having the optionality there. For Mordekaiser, like in the lore, he's obviously deeply tied to Noxus. He's core to its founding and all that, but his thematics around like death and resurrection are like pretty strongly associated with Shadow Owls in our game. So we worked with narrative to create a situation where Mordekaiser could feel plausibly Noxian and Shadow Owls on the same card.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dirtle. That was excellent. Now, back to the desk.
The moment that everybody has been waiting for, the grand finals of the 2023 Legends of Runeterra World Championships is upon us. Welcome Boulevard and Skarzik back to the desk to bring us through this final match of the weekend. I'm sure you are both ecstatic, Skarzik.
I mean, this matchup has just had so much going on for it. There's so much hype and just so many factors that built up over these days. So much in the making for this final matchup. And don't forget, these players aren't just competing for the bragging rights and the prestige. The first place winner gets to design a follower, and the second place runner up gets to design a spell. And these are excellent ways for them to cement their permanent legacy as part of the game.
I feel like the nerves must be at an all-time high, Boulevard, for both of our players that are sitting here in the grand finals, especially knowing what is ahead of them. These are two incredibly gifted players. You know that this is not going to be an easy match for either of them.
No, it's a nerve-wracking experience to have this much on the line, the title of world champion, because while they are playing for other prizes, mostly playing for the title of world champion and the pedigree that comes alongside that. Can EMEA get their third title in a row, maintain that 100% streak, or can APAC sort of upset the narrative from year one and finally get that first win?
I love that you've been able to bring that insight when it comes to the APAC region, because Boulevard, you've shared so many storylines about these players over the last few years. And I feel like that has been important to watch their growth as a region to now. This feels like it's been their best tournament year to date, hasn't it, Boulevard?
Absolutely. It's a little unfortunate that JO1 and Aurora fell out in the top 8 and Chenia had to ride it all the way to the finals. We had Yamato in the finals year 1 as well, but I think that APAC is continuing to gain a little bit more publicity. It's one of the regions that for a lot of people happens at an awkward time zone. They don't get to watch their tournaments as much, and thus the players are constantly sort of underrepresented. There's just not as much footage of these players playing the game like there was in the earlier days of LOR when there were some more show matchy tournaments for them to play in. But now it's really nice to see their personality shine through on the stage, even in just the player cards, getting to see that like Chenia's favorite card from the new expansion is Mordekaiser, but he was able to set that aside for what he thought was going to win the tournament.
Sometimes you got to win with your favorites, though, and so we'll have to see whether you can get that done. I mean, on the flip side of things, right, Skarzik Talpinator gets to rock with one of his favorite decks. That's the Jananila. I feel like that also has to say a lot about how Talpinator is feeling going into this matchup.
And this is a factor we maybe haven't talked about too much, because the players have had the chance to test with the new expansion that released just a couple weeks before this tournament. They might have zeroed in on these new cards, but you also have to leave room for your own comfort picks. John Anila was taking over the metagame not long ago, and the players that really enjoyed it put in tons and tons of reps. So even in this new metagame, in a post-nerf state, John Anila is still able to find the means to get these wins just through pure draw power, it seems.
We have seen the heart of the cards when it comes to Talpinator's drawing potential, but you have hit the nail on the head that these players had to come in prepared. They only got access to this new expansion just about a week and a half before we had the World Championships, and so everybody was going into hyperdrive to figure out this meta, and it has certainly paid off for our two players that are in the grand finals right now. Looking at Talpinator's journey, he got dropped into the lower bracket by Yoshino and has had to win 6 consecutive matches in a row, even getting the revenge onto Yoshino in order to find his way into the grand finals, where Chania has had smooth sailing. It has been a full upper bracket run here for Chania, even beating Seku in that winners finals to be able to make it here. So this is going to be one star-studded grand finals, and let's not waste any more time. Chenia and Talpinator are waiting to be able to grab that world champion title. Boulevard, Skarzik, take it away.
Skarzik, it's back to the old Classico, Boulevard and Skarzik together again. Now, Necro mentioned that there has been a very long run by your Talpinator so far in this lower bracket. If I've done my math correctly, currently Chenia is 10-1 in this tournament, while Talpinator is 11-3. So Talpinator's played a considerable more amount of matches than Chenia has, and that is going to be the advantage that Chenia has going into this. They are well rested.
Yeah, when you come out of this lower bracket, some players do begin to thrive when they hit that low point and begin to bounce back. But I think that anybody who's been following the broadcast today, has been following Talpinator's journey, can see how hard he has to fight for every single victory that he's gotten today. And there is no way I think a player can have this much mental endurance, especially stepping up onto the world stage with so much more on the line. Not just, I want to stay in the tournament, I want to make it to the next round. This is where all the chips are on the table, Boulevard.
Absolutely, and we're going to take a look at the deck list because, Skarzik, I talked a really big game earlier on about how confident I am in Chenia. When we take a look at the head-to-head matchup, take off the player cards and look at the lineups, I'm very worried for Chenia because Chenia kind of needs to sprint. It's a mad dash. You kind of walk a little bit, then you have this one really big push, and that's kind of it. If that doesn't work out, then your lineup kind of falls apart. We see it with the Poros, we see it with the Fizz Yumi. On the side of Talpinator, it's a little bit more of an engine. You know, we've seen the draw come out of this Janna Nilo to keep him in games for so incredibly long.
And with Respect Your Elders, this is always a deck that players are either trying to just ban outright because they don't want to deal with it, or they're trying to target it down. And this is a deck that even when you have a good matchup, if your deck doesn't put on as much pressure as it's supposed to, and you let a player like Talpinator get to turn 6, turn 7, start getting these insane protagonist top decks, suddenly a winning game becomes a losing one quickly. Not even having to rely on Early Bird, one of my top picks, just going on pure, broad main Burblefish engines. And speaking of which, Riven Morgana. Every player that has left this up thinking, well, it's just a simple aggro deck, I've got stuns, I've got removal, I should be fine, finds themselves between a rock and a hard place. Riven and Morgana being able to generate extra spell shield seems to be too much.
And that's a big concern when we look at Chenia's lineup specifically. You look at the Poro King, you look at the Fizz Yumi, very, very light on interaction, even going with the Seraphine Karma set, which is going to be lighter on the stuns and the recalls than a more traditional Karma set, paying that deck building tax that Seraphine requires. Taking a look here at the Fizz Yumi from Chenia, it's really just that 3 sisters getting access to Flash Freeze, that one of Wallop that Chenia would probably prefer to use aggressively. That is going to be their only way to try and stop this Morgana deck from running them over, and a similar story with the Janna Nila.
Yeah, we think that we can count out Fizz Yumi, however, but it's always a deck that can hit the board early and start to hit hard. Meanwhile, with Poro King, is Chenia strong enough to get one Poro Snacks in the opening hand and completely change the dynamic of any given matchup?
Oh yeah, the Poro King in the Grand Finals is a real treat, and there is one deck in the lineup for Talpinator that this list can try to pick on, and that is the Nora Elder Dragon. But Talpinator has been in this position before. The last 5 matches or so that they've been in has been players trying to pick on his Respect Your Elders, and he's having none of it. Then we finally get to take one last look at the Seraphine Karma set. You can see that this is a little bit different than traditional Karma sets. So many more one-ofs.
A lot of 1-ups equals a lot of utility. 9 lives has been a card that has really jumped out and surprised me this entire tournament, Boulevard. And the threat of Pursuit of Perfection, having that one final obstacle to throw in your opponent's way to take a game, gives you that extra, that extra oomph to get you over the finish line. Talpinator still, after his very short rest, trying to get back in the zone to figure out what the ban could be here. Chenia, well rested, has been sitting in the winner's side, just coming into this matchup and thinking, okay, especially after seeing Talpinator's performance so far for the tournament, maybe his evaluation of which deck is the biggest threat has changed.
And I really hope that Chenia is looking at this logically. If he's been watching the World Championship up until this point, watching Talpinator's run, thinking, okay, here's what I need to do, instead of looking at Talpinator's games and going, how am I supposed to beat this guy? Look at what's going on here. We keep talking about the protagonist energy, the very clean and tight play that Talpinator is pushing out there. I don't think Chenia can really watch Talpinator's games and get a good read on the player.
When you have a deck that is so volatile, right? When your opponent just seems to be drawing the right cards at the right time, you it really skews your ability to read matchups.
Ooh, okay, we've got Poro Snacks in the opener for Chenia here in game number 1 of the grand finals, but Talpinator on that signature Neela Janna, the only player in this tournament to bring it. We've got a heck of a game 1 ahead of us here in the grand finals of the World Championship.
Ooh, kicks a couple cards and gets another Poro Snacks. We've got some great scaling on the table for Chenia. This means that dealing with Brash will not be that difficult. Acorn, the Hex Technician, one of the only cards that Talpinator hasn't really been able to stick or take advantage of for this game. Could maybe get a little bit of love with a mana discount. Affectionate Poro coming down to threaten.
I was so worried about Chenia's opening hand. You can have hands with the Poro deck for sure, where you get all of the snacks, but then you fail to convert that into actual Poros. But Chenia gets the Poro stories. That's going to be 3 1/1s coming out of this, and a Sunburst. Again, this is more of what I was worried about, right? We haven't seen a single unit drawn from Chenia yet, but because one of them generates units, they are still in this game.
You get to beautifully just go for Poro stories here, take next turn off to develop those Poros into snacks. You can already see the game plan writing itself. Meanwhile, Talpinator is going to be much more on the fly. What is this Pull Shark going to grab? When are my slipstreams going to come through? It becomes much more difficult to evaluate and understand which units you have to prioritize.
Chenia drawing a second Affectionate Poro might not help for the king, but honestly, having 2/2/2 challengers, I know that was a lot of 2s, here on turn 3 could help Chenia start to take over the board and really stop the snowball from Talpinator, who has an uncharacteristically weak hand, Skarzik. We haven't seen any of the champions just yet.
Chenia has the potential to just play Poro Snacks, weave it in while there's not a lot of pressure going on, especially now with another elusive unit to tempt him. Beautiful. Just get these out of the way now, deny these mana discounts, and then the Poro stories come through on the off turn. You get a much more interesting offering of keywords that you can begin to prioritize.
No mana for the Black Shield means that this Affectionate Poro will go down, as will the second one trading on over, but this is going to be a really cheap Howling Gale for Talpinator, who, I just want to shout out Talpinator's player cam. No reaction on anything a player ever does. Doesn't react to the Poro Snacks at all, just says, yeah, that was expected. I knew this wasn't going to be easy.
Is completely in the zone with his eyes locked on victory, understands that my best chance at victory is to answer the Poro King on sight. As this Howling Gale discounted, it's going to be incredibly easy to stack when the time comes.
Question is, will it be enough to slay the Poro King? Because at the moment, even a level 1 Poro King is a 5/5, and unfortunately not going to be pulled out by the Poro Herder. I feel like Poro Herder actually has a higher chance to pull the Poro King than any other Poro. The amount of times that he has come in clutch for me in situations like this has been great, but Chenia not going to have such an easy route. Does pull the Pouty Poro, though, and with that second snacks, it's going to hit that Empower 3, get those tough regeneration and overwhelm keywords.
I love the idea here for Talpinator as well, to potentially set up the double Pool Shark, but no, actually shuffles away the Pool Shark and goes for Janna. Says, okay, next turn, you've got access to Poro King, or you're going to have to Sunburst this Janna. If players don't interact with this champion, she can snowball and level incredibly quickly. What an audacious choice again from Talpinator.
A second Poro stories from Chenia means that they've got all the 1/1s they could hope for. Not going to use this turn to take out the Janna. Going to set up as many Poros as possible. Try to get a really big push in and set Talpinator onto a 2 or 3 turn clock. But when we look at Talpinator's hand, we see the Neela, we see the Cloudwinder, and the Slipstream. A board of 3/3s doesn't mean much if Neela level 2 gets to knock them all down to 1 HP and sneak through that Brash attack.
Talpinator going to choose Augmented Clockling, wants to look through the deck for one more instance, doesn't want to chain with Exalted Cloudwinder. I think this tells us is fishing for a cheaper block, wants to play Neela this turn and go for the counter attack on the next token.
It's going to be a few more Poros thrown down from Chenia. Talpinator still has that Howling Gale, but probably really hoping to save it for the Poro King, but it's already a little bit of an uphill battle, right? Skarzik, 1 Poro stories has resolved. The King is currently a 5/5 on level 1, will be a 6/6 and outside the range of that spell once he hits level 2.
Since Poro King did not hit the board on curve, Talpinator being faced with a very interesting conundrum. I can Howling Gale now for tempo, play Neela. I've got Slipstream now. Try to set up for this best attack token. If Talpinator can put Chenia on the back foot, it becomes a lot harder to weave in the snacks as they come. Chenia might no longer have the tempo to play this expensive Sunburst to answer Janna, and with this attack is offering up the capability for Talpinator to trade down one blocker.
There's 2 cost reductions on a spell in Talpinator's hand that Chenia knows about, perhaps just thinking, what if it's Eye of the Storm? What if Janna is able to block my Fearsome Poro and trade effectively onto it after the snacks, but does just full send everything in? See a block from the Mariner, a block from the Janna. What else is Talpinator going to line up, or do they just want to take the 4, potentially 5 damage after the snacks?
I think this is definitely a great decision. The Janna is always going to be looming large over the opponent's game plan. Are you going to put the extra resources down to answer this? If not, her ability to level, especially in response to removal, is unprecedented. Chenia has 3 mana now for snacks, but do you go for it now just to weave it in? Do you float this mana to make it easier to use Sunburst? What about Black Shield? So many decisions now for Chenia. Poro King seems straight up at first, but when you're playing a similar board-based matchup, the trades can get very intricate.
It's going to be up to Chenia to push as much damage here and now because they've got an uphill battle ahead of them. They still don't have the big finisher in the Poro King, and this is not a matchup where we really think that Zolani is going to be able to climb to the heights of assimilating the entire board, but I want to just remind everyone that it doesn't take a 16-16 Zolani to end the game. A 10-10 Overwhelm is not something Neela Jan is going to answer particularly effectively.
Yeah, and Talpinator even floating the Howling Gale, still trying to respect the Poro King. I thought for sure that would come through to deny that Pouty Poro from continuing to scale, but Slipstream rewards him with a couple cheap units to keep this development strong.
And we're just continuing to see more and more elusive units on the side of Talpinator. Chenia has yet to find a daring Poro, but still has that Poro stories in hand. The Destined, unfortunately, going to be a little while before they can go ahead and get that one turned online because the Poro King is still absent. It's just a vanilla 3-3 for now. And again, Chenia does not play Yuumi. They put it in the Fizz deck, so that secondary champion from the Poro list is absent from this game.
There is a terrible line that I'm kind of beginning to see take shape, Boulevard, where by the time Chenia gets the Poro King, the rest of his followers will have been traded away and won't have the means to generate any more snacks.
That is a terrifying reality that you are setting your sights on there, Skarzig, and I'm wondering mostly now if Talpinator, how are they going to play this Howling Gale? Does the Pouty Poro as a 3-3 tough regen look threatening enough? No, it doesn't look like it. It's just going to be 5 elusive damage, nice and safe coming through. Chenia's got the Hush if they want to take a block onto one of these, but need to save that for something a little bit later on. That Brash keyword, that boat from Talpinator being so pivotal in a lot of their matches.
I also love that Talpinator is just going for some chip damage, right? You can just go full send with the Exalted Cloudwinder, try to attack, force some trades down, force some chip damage, but getting that additional tick, a 0 mana Howling Gale, is obscene tempo for the next time Talpinator wants to attack through all of this.
Chenia is now really starting to establish that Poro board, but they've got to find something just a little bit hardier. These elusives are really getting underneath of them, and with no daring Poro coming out of the Poro stories, Chenia doesn't even necessarily want to draw a daring Poro here. It would almost certainly get eliminated by something in Talpinator's hand. Whatever Chenia draws needs to have a big impact on this game.
And Talpinator actually having so much riches has to overwrite a unit in play to get that Cloudwinder down, to keep this chain of card draw up and running. Chenia's got a beautiful board right now with a bunch of 3-3s, but needs something that actually lets him convert. Talpinator has plenty of chumps and more resources coming.
I was going to say, I don't really mind the overwrite on the side of Talpinator. You kind of just need to draw as many cards as possible, and now Talpinator finds that one of both that we have hyped up so much, but the Fabled Poro is going to spread a myriad of keywords to the remainder. We got a couple of challengers. We've got Quick Attack, Spell Shield. We've got Spell Shield on the Pouty Poro, and Life Steal, importantly, onto the Fabled Poro himself. Black Shield backup for Chenia.
Oh, this is looking really good now. Being able to snipe some of these elusive units, keep them down, maybe finally putting an attempt on the stack to get rid of this Janna or this Neela. Talpinator has some pretty slow developments here, and with the board full, can't take an in-between play the way he would like. Would have to override another unit, and when your opponent has the attack token, it feels so bad to not use that unit as a blocker instead.
Talpinator has the means to fight through the Black Shield as well. Chenia still waiting on Talpinator to make a move before they can go into combat and start to challenge out those champions. The keywords off of this Poro have been so good for Chenia, but it's just not quite enough. Talpinator still has so much refuel in hand, right? We've got the boat, they've got the Cloudwinder, both at a reduced cost thanks to Janna, so they'll be playable this round. So even if Talpinator does lose control of the board here and the life advantage as Chenia climbs back up to potentially 17, I think Talpinator still got a really good shot at finding that next full cycle of cards that'll get them back into this.
Yeah, quick attack and challenger. Beautifully done on the nimble Poro here to fight for this board and maintain attackers. This is the key turn. If you force your opponent to block down, wipe their board, maintain your pressure and your presence, it might be difficult for Talpinator to come back. And I know that sounds like it's not that big a deal for John and Neela when they're drawing a lot of cards, but you also have to think about having enough actions to develop all of these, Sunburst to maybe land on this Tide Dancer with a little bit of help.
And when we look at the list from Chenia, I just want to call out this Hush in their hand because they are on 2 copies of the Hush and 1 of the Targonian Telestone. And I'm sure that this Hush has come up really big for Chenia on the mana efficiency throughout this event, but right now I bet they really were wishing that this was a Targon Telestone and they had that additional out of either the Behold the Infinite or maybe a Blessing of Targon to push something through.
Wow. Actually extends with the Formless Blade and the Divine Whirlwind, trying to rescue Janna, but Black Shield comes through to deny. Janna will go down and denies the level up. Chenia now pulling ahead and trying to win this resource tug of war.
And that's so good for Chenia Skarsgård. That Janna, I believe, was it 7 out of 8 when she actually went down, and that those 2 draws a turn, the reduced cost on everything that you draw, absolutely would have been able to bury Chenia from here on out, but not out of the woods yet as the Tide Dancer comes through. Not a lot of follow-up for now, but Talpinator going to get that Cloudwinder down, draw a few more cards, and honestly, the one thing I haven't been able to keep track of is how many Slipstreams are on top of the deck, because for Talpinator, there always seems to be at least one in the top 2.
I think there might be one yet, and Howling Gale to remove 1 Poro. If the king hasn't come through now, by the time he hits the board, the scaling might be too slow. Get rid of that chunky lifesteal Fabled Poro, and now Neela levels up at the start of the turn. I can't wait to see what Talpinator's top decks are.
There's the Slipstream, there's the Windborn Mariner, and closing it out with a Divine Whirlwind.
3 spell shield units on the opposing side. Neela's ability does go through that, but it's going to be difficult to set up any additional procs because of that clutch keyword development.
Talpinator could go straight into combat and activate the Brash. It doesn't seem like the most effective use of their mana and their turn. It's not a guarantee. Okay, we're going to start off with the Slipstream. That's not unexpected, though. There's really not a lot of developmental punishes coming out of Poros outside of that Sunburst, which I imagine Chenia is immediately going to throw down onto that Tide Dancer and could get punished by a Mystic Shot plus another card here to activate it before it actually goes down. Chenia playing super safe with the Hush, actually, not going to give Talpinator the window of opportunity.
Neela still going to get some AoE, it looks like. Here comes Windborn Mariner, still committing to keeping this board as wide as possible. If you're trying to go into a swarm contest like this against Poros, it's always risky. Chenia's hand is basically almost face up at this point. Talpinator has demonstrated time and time again his ability to read the opponent's hand. Is almost certain that this card might be a Sunburst, and now goes in with Neela. Some AoE damage from Chip to the Nexus, and this elusive going to slowly find him getting closer and closer to victory.
Chenia not unleashing the shackles just yet, says I'm never going to block with this plucky Poro. It's got the challenger keyword. That's how I'll use it in the future. I want to leave this Sunburst open and see how Talpinator plays through the combat for this turn before I decide if I want to finish off this boat before going into my next turn, or if I can go ahead and find something else to develop here before starting off my next round with that before I go into combat. And it looks like, I would imagine at this point, Chenia just going to take out the boat. There's really not a bigger threat to be found, but no, Chenia actually going to unlock the Poro.
leaving the Tide Dancer up. Unbelievable. This card has been so pivotal to Talpinator's run through the loser's bracket to get to this point. And Chenia says, it's time for me to unshackle. What's going to be the top deck? Maybe it's Poro King with one Poro in hand that can generate a snack, and with Pepper's snacks, that is enough impact damage to maybe see the victory. Chenia, do you have the top deck? Can you make it happen?
I'm wondering if even something like Zilani off the top would be enough. We talked about it's nowhere near the assimilation level, but if it's just an 8-8 with Overwhelm or something along those lines, that could very well be enough to close this out, especially if the Tide Dancer does go down. It looks like we're about to finally make it to the end of this round, so we will see what comes off the top for each of these players. Chenia, what's the draw? It's Aurora Borealis.
And plenty of mana to use it. These Poros are going to get beefed up. We've got 2 quick attack Poros, one with Challenger, nice Overwhelm coming through. With Talpinator at 8 HP, has to be very respectful of this turn. And a Daring Poro, not too shabby. Another big elusive that must be respected.
And with 2 challengers, that elusive would connect Skarzig. The problem is that I don't think there's enough residual damage outside of that to really secure a victory for Chenia. They're going to need to buy one more turn, but Talpinator is the player with that Neela in play, has the second Neela in hand, so really nothing Chenia can do to permanently deal with this champion, other than maybe going for a challenge onto the first Neela and then a Sunburst onto the second. But there's not enough mana for that.
With enough trades being forced down, if Talpinator feels the need to develop further for the next turn, maybe it does open up a window for that other Sunburst. I know that Neela, when she attacks, is 2 damage guaranteed.
Okay, Talpinator, aware of the double Poro snacks and the 6 mana, lining up their blocks. The Neela will persist unless Chenia commits the snacks, but then they are down below the range of the Sunburst, and they are so low on Nexus health. Skarzig and Talpinator has been a beast when it comes to drawing that burn in this tournament. We're going to see the double snacks committed. That's a full board wipe onto Talpinator.
The board is gone, but there's a second Neela in hand. That is 2 damage that Talpinator has access to on the open attack. Another Slipstream being shuffled into the deck, even sacrificing the elusive unit, understanding that that's no longer going to be guaranteed damage. With the Pouty Poro having tough, it still takes 1 damage, so the Master Lookout being additional brash target could get there.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think... Oh, Poro Snacks is not going to be enough, actually, and blowback off the top to secure it for Talpinator. This is going to be 2 damage onto the Nexus. Next round would be able to draw anything and push it through, but as you mentioned, the brash keyword actually makes it so that Chenia doesn't even get to see that the burn was top deck. Talpinator covered on 2 fronts here.
Unbelievable for this to come down to the wire like this. Both players threw everything they had down on the line, but Chenia with no Poro King could not outscale the mid game of John and Neela the way he would have liked. The final Master Lookout going unblocked means that Talpinator will take game number 1.
And this is a matchup that Chenia wasn't necessarily expecting to win, but it sure would have been nice given how close they got to have to not 2-0 that Respect Your Elders deck, to only need 1 opportunity to find that deck faltering, but instead Chenia now has to 2-0 the most represented deck in the tournament. They've been able to do a great job of that so far, but Talpinator on the other side of the coin has been in a similar position. They have had this Respect Your Elders deck targeted time and time again and continues to pull through.
Poro King and Fizz Yumi are 2 decks that have developed a monstrous reputation. When they draw the right cards, when they draw exactly what the deck is built around, can end games very, very quickly. Talpinator's build of Elder Dragon isn't running the early birds. Only 1 copy, rather, is a little bit more early game focused. I believe is still on the no junk construct version, and navigating the early mid game to get to turn 6 has always been a tall order for him.
Aurora Borealis is in the opener for Chenia unless they go ahead and kick it back. It is an extremely mana-intensive card. It is 11 mana to really take advantage of the full Poro snacks. Chenia kicks it all back, looking for something a little bit on the lighter end and is not rewarded, just finds a couple of Poros.
I like the mulligan strategy there. Understands I just need main deck snacks, perhaps a Poro King. 1/1 plucky Poro with tough, immune to these Bandle pings.
This is the tournament life for Chenia. If they lose this match, they are eliminated. They are second place. Talpinator is our victor, but they're not going down without a fight. A couple of Poro herders to thin the deck, but Talpinator getting some nice hits off of this Conchologist. Going to be able to control the early game of Chenia or preserve into the late game with a Condense for a Burblefish or a Broadmane.
The Pie Toss presenting 2 procs for that is nice. I wonder if Talpinator is going to go greedy with the Condense. It's so hard to have a read this early on in the game as to what Chenia's draw quality really was, but we know that the Broadmane is probably going to be babysat, just waiting in the wings to answer Poro King as soon as he sees the light of day.
It's really just about taking out that champion, right? This isn't the kind of deck from Talpinator where the Broadmane gets a big sweep onto the board, right? You're not doubling up a Caustic Rift and taking out everything. It's got to be a slower, more methodical process. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Talpinator just going after the Poros while they've still only got 1 HP. But actually, Chenia not drawing any Poros that can die to these pings, finds the Fabled Poro, has the Plucky Poro, has this 2/3, the Poro Sled, a Pale Cascade.
Hatch Porobot, what keyword did you get this turn, my son? Is it another tough unit to be developed? It would be massive on the side of Chenia to keep this early pressure up. And Talpinator as well knows that, hey, I might have Broadmane, but that's still a very expensive commitment. You can see here on round 6 when that comes through, Chenia won't have the attack token just yet. But what it means is that the Poro King being in play, the potential to get another Poro, to get at least 1 special snack, I think might be all Chenia needs to jump out ahead in this game.
So far, they haven't been able to draw that Poro King off of these Poro herders. It's not working as well for Chenia as you would have liked, and now the Lonely Poro has, okay, generating a Daring Poro. It's not the worst thing in the world, but unfortunately, without the snacks, it's just a 1/1 elusive. This is something that was relegated to coming out of Poro Cannon. No place in the main deck.
It's great late when it scales, but right now we've got a lot of 2/3s trying to turn up the pressure. Talpinator has to ask, do I want to stop this damage now or save these chumps from the Poros are actually bigger?
It's like willing to at least sacrifice an Otterpuss to this. Now, one of the things that we've seen throughout the day, especially here in day number 3, Skarsig, is the amount of pressure that players will put on the Respect Your Elders deck on turn number 5, right before their clunky hands start to come online. The Broadmanes come down, the Sign-ins draw some additional cards and things like that. But Chenia doesn't have a lot going on. The Fabled Poro here is only giving a keyword over to 1 other card, now getting a prank down onto this Sunburst. And the Poro Sled is probably something that you want to come down before the Fabled Poro. That's something that's going to take advantage of the keyword a lot better. And we get some medium hits off the Conchologist from Talpinator, but Drop the Bomb is good enough to keep things under control. Deathless, the result finally for the patched Poro bot.
Keeping another unit in play is always nice. As the summons keep happening, you get more snacks on the King. We'll have to see if Chenia feels like extending with the Poro Sled. This still comes down on the turn before Lord Broadmane. This is another incredibly wide attack that Talpinator has to deal with. 1 more Conchologist for development, 1 more block, and perhaps Drop the Bomb we'll see on this turn to pray for Riptide Rex here in the next 3 draws.
Oh, Skarsig, we've talked so much about the lack of junk construct in the list from Talpinator, but when you just draw all 3 Conchologists, it doesn't really matter. You're not getting punished. More impact pulled out of the sled. And luckily for Chenia, these 2/1s are not going to be blocking the Poros effectively. They are going to get traded down, but this is still a pretty healthy life total for Talpinator out of a list that doesn't have any burn and is going to just be fully unit focused in terms of the damage it can output.
Now, Talpinator does have eyes on this Pale Cascade in the hand. Even when that comes through, could deal 1 damage to the Plucky Poro, but then once the round passes over, I believe it still counts as being undamaged. Probably just wants to pressure that now. Makes it harder to weave in snacks later.
Yeah, it doesn't really want to offer up the Plucky Poro, Pale Cascade, just trade down onto the Conchologist. And Skarzik, if I may be so bold here in the grand finals of the World Championship, there is an Elder Dragon in Talpinator's hand. We have not seen a level 2 of that champion hit the board just yet. Is he not obligated to at least attempt to give that to us?
With Chenia playing a deck that wants to draw the game out as long as possible, I definitely could see a world where Talpinator brings this to a top deck war. There's a lot of swinging and blocking back and forth with Plaza Guardians or some such, and Elder Dragon might just be played to block a giant Poro King or Zolani at some point.
Chenia not willing to use the Pale Cascade onto the Poro Herder. Just says, you didn't draw a good enough Poro for me. I'm willing to just let you go down. But this is also the pivotal turn 5 drop the bomb that sets up the turn 8 Riptide Rex. Talpinator just giving himself another top deck out, while Chenia finds another Poro Herder. Just everybody drawing 3 of their 2 drops this match.
And now Talpinator finds a perfect target with Lord Broadmane. We know from experience how strong Poro Sled is, kind of being that backup threat alongside the King. The summoned Poros also augmented by snacks. The additional summons have a chance of accelerating Poro King. The summon itself counts to activate Poro King's snack if they're both in play at the same time. So now Talpinator seeing a very strong tempo swing, answering the sled, and then taking all of Chenia's mana thanks to that pranked Sunburst.
Chenia throwing down the Sunburst onto the Lord Broadmane, but because Talpinator slips in a Condense, a 1-1 or even a 2-2 Lord Broadmane is just as difficult for Poros to answer as the full HP 3-4 is, and Talpinator's continuing to draw down these reduced cost cards, the Plaza Guardian, the Burblefish, the sort of win conditions that go alongside the Nora Elder Dragon, and Chenia once again whiffs on finding the Poro King, and without a Poro Snacks, I don't know that Chenia is going to be able to slip through this elusive lethal like he has in the past.
Chenia developing wide, has the Fabled Poro in hand, isn't out of this yet, has a great pressure turn with this attack token. Talpinator on a very awkward idea because you want to save these pings to activate with Lord Broadmane, but everything that's in play right now isn't really that outstanding. Talpinator decides to commit to a 5-cost Plaza Guardian just to get another boon and another big blocker.
That's going to be Challenger Quick Attack, sort of the one of the more terrorizing keyword combinations that we've ever had in LOR. Chenia going to pull a Fabled Poro, which again, the Poro King has been absent, the hide-and-seek champion of the Grand Finals here, taking the crown from Mordekaiser.
In a different board state, one might try to fish with the Pale Cascade, have enough mana there to play the Poro King down, but because Talpinator has a 1-cost Lord Broadmane in hand, the threat of having another 1 mana ping to get rid of the Poro King means that Chenia has to continue with this line, not even going for Fabled Poro. Now that Talpinator's committed to a 5-5, can just go incredibly wide. 11 HP, still pretty dangerous from this position.
Chenia's going to be able to get a 6-wide attack here if that's the angle that they want to go for. Talpinator could even take out one of these units. Chenia could replay yet another one from their hand. They've got the mana for it as well as the Pale Cascade, and just try to chip maybe 4-5 damage into the Nexus of Talpinator. Try to set up for that miracle lethal on a following turn, because as it stands, Talpinator's going nowhere fast. Unless the top deck is Riptide Rex, Talpinator's more than a couple of turns off of finding lethal on Chenia.
There is a desperation play of just using Lord Broadmane to snipe one of these Poros right now with his on-summon ability. And then you have just his passive in play to use your other pings in order to deal with bigger threats. And Talpinator's feeling the pressure here. Deathless on Broadmane's not too shabby.
No, neither is +1/+1 and tough. Having a 2/2 tough, I mean, Chenia, at the very least, has shown us what a 2/2 tough can do throughout this tournament with those plucky Poros, but gonna be, yeah, it looks like that is going to be the Deathless coming down onto this Broadmane, so even actually just more willing to use it as a blocker now and get one with some additional stats.
This is similar to what happened in game number 1. I have answers for the Poro King, but as long as he doesn't come down on curve, if you do catch me without that answer in my hand, I still think that it's not going to be a punish. I don't think Poros can scale up enough. We'll see if Talpinator wants to try to get a cheeky additional block with this first half of Lord Broadmane now.
I think just about everything in Chenia's deck that is going to kill the Broadmane would silence it first, and so the Deathless keyword really just opens it up as a blocker, and Talpinator kind of deciding, do I want to try to trade onto one of these Poros, maybe force the Pale Cascade out of Chenia for damage, or for an effective trade rather than for damage. And Chenia just really going, you know what? I'm not finding snacks. I'm not finding the king. I need to just send as much in as possible and hope that if the king does come down, maybe I can get a spicy snacks before it's eliminated so that I can have an impact lethal down the line. And Broadmain's not blocking. No group shot committed. Talpinator daring Chenia to use that Pale Cascade.
Pale Cascade pushing through just a little bit more damage. This is just a couple more points of chip with impact. Protoporo looking really scary from this position. Talpinator looking for Nora, has a couple spells, maybe get something off of Burblefish, but needs some card draw here. This wouldn't be the first time that Talpinator's had his back against the wall with this Elder Nora.
Absolutely not. It's a position that they've become quite comfortable in over the last 5 hours, and now you're down to the final minutes, 18 left on the clock, unlikely to play a factor in the ultimate decider of this matchup, but we get the top deck from Talpinator. It is not Riptide Rex, it is the supplementary condense that you put in the deck to take advantage of that Titanic unit, and it's just going to be a Perilous Pastry onto the Daring Poro to kick things off for Talpinator.
Yeah, nicely done controlling these threats, trying to block down versus everything else. Getting that Poro out of the way clears a path for Nora to get one more portal. Another blocker, perhaps. Condense onto this Burblefish also can be quite nice to get even more wide swings. We've seen this Respect Your Elders deck. You think it's just trying to build towards broad main control, but can suddenly pivot towards an aggressive line once the Burblefish come down with the Infernal Might and Impact.
And we've gotten word from production that this round, the Poro bot is elusive. So that is a 2-3 elusive that Chenia could throw down. Would love to wait until after combat happens to do so to protect it from this Plaza Guardian. But the Hush onto the Nora could also clear up a blocker from Talpinator, as well as deny one of the portals. We're going to see the Wiggly Burblefish come down. And Skarsnik, we might even see a follow-up Condense onto the Burblefish.
Yeah, I do like that line a lot.
High toss.
A lot of, and every time it looks like there's a clean line of play because of all of the different choices that Bandle City offers. It changes your game plan again. High toss to pivot for more control at 4 HP. All of these 1/1 Poros are incredibly threatening.
It's worth noting that now Group Shot is online. It's going to deal 2 damage instead of 1. Talpinator's deciding to go to combat. This is going to give the green light to Chenia to throw down their patched Poro bot, and maybe even follow it up with the Fabled Poro. The question now, does Chenia care about letting this portal go through? Are you going to hush the Nora now or save it for something later? It is going to be the hush on the Nora. Talpinator has an option to protect this with the Group Shot and the Pie Toss if they want to.
Dealing 1 damage to the Poro Herder. Just with the Nora chip to get it out of the way means that Talpinator is going to trust that the pings in hand and the Broadbane are going to be enough to weather this next attack token. It's a very big risk, but he has to make that call. Patched Poro bot with elusive now hitting the board. All we need is for this Fabled Poro to hit the right keywords, and we're going to a game 3.
Talpinator down to just 4 Nexus health, a couple of removal spells, and a Condense in hand. That would be the last spell to fully reduce the cost of the Wiggly Burblefish. Develop another blocker. Maybe grab the Healing Dragon Boon out of it as well, as Challenger, Impact, and Deathless have all left the pool so far. On Chenia to see if they want to end the round. It's either Poro Stories and pass back, or just end round Poro Stories to kick things off on your turn.
The more developments you make, the more actions you give Talpinator, the more dire the situation can become. Chenia might take the risk of just 1 Fabled Poro trying to high roll it right here, right now.
Zolani the Bloodweaver has to be maybe even at +0/+0, Skarsnik. I don't know if anything has actually even died with increased power. We're going to get a couple more 1-cost Poros out of Chenia, but none of the elusive keywords that they were searching for. And now it might just be that Fabled Poro coming through to see if some impact can be down. Yeah, the very turn 9 rather, +0/+0 Zolani.
No snacks. Zolani's going hungry this game. Fabled Poro can overwrite the Poro Herder just to maximize the number of keywords that will be given. Talpinator develops Elder Dragon. This is also going to automatically pull the Healing Boon. Talpinator back up to 6 with a big body in play, and 1 elusive blocker says, I think that this is good enough, and we'll see if Fabled Poro has anything to say about it.
Fabled Poro, all you have to do is give elusive over to 5 Poros, yourself and 4 others, and then maybe impact onto the one that's already elusive. We can see Chenia taking their hand off the mouse and keyboard going, this is quite a pickle I found myself in. How on earth do we get out of this? Because even if things do make it back over to Talpinator's turn, there is no fearsome blocker for that Elder Dragon, and it looks like there were no elusives rolled onto the Poros. No, actually, the Jubilant Poro does pull elusive, and 1 impact given over to the Fabled himself.
So close. With no main deck snacks, it becomes so easy for the pie tosses and all of these pings to keep the Poros under control. Talpinator once again with his back against the wall at the 11th hour has the blocks and is capable of surviving this turn. Elder Dragon now with Deathless, Challenger, Impact can begin to take over this board and threaten anything big that Chenia wants to develop from this point onward.
And Chenia had faith in their deck. They kicked back the Aurora Borealis, said this is too slow. I'll find some main deck snacks. I'll find a Poro King. I'll find something to become a world champion, to claw my way back into this and tie the series up to a game number 3. And it just wasn't available. Instead, mocked by the top deck of the Zolani the Bloodweaver after not finding snacks for 9 consecutive rounds.
A deck with this specific anti-meta energy shares the same weakness as those very same meta decks. You need the cards that matter to turn these matchups so far in your favor. After the swing, 3 HP now left for Talpinator. Chenia has to make the read that I can buy 1 more attack token for myself. Lifesteal on the Patch Poro bot, helping just a smidge.
And Chenia has to draw Poro Snacks or Pale Cascade or Targonian Telestone, something to develop a fearsome blocker or the Elder Dragon. While we never got to see its level 2 Skarzig, as a 13-13 impact to fearsome would be enough to destroy the 14 remaining Nexus health that Chenia has. It looks like we're about to make it to the end of the round. Talpinator with the Perilous Pastry and the group shot might want to take a couple more pot shots before they go over to the draw, but no, it is the round passed over. Chenia, can you draw it? No, it's Daring Poro!
And Talpinator develops Wiggly Burblefish, just taking that insurance of what if that's a snack, my opponent has a fearsome blocker. As you said earlier, Boulevard, Talpinator is obligated for the folks at home who have witnessed his entire journey to bring it home with the Elder Dragon.
And it might not be the level 2 animation that we were hoping for, Skarzig, but it gets it done regardless. The Zolani coming down as well. Chenia showing their hand, saying, this is what I've been dealing with this game. This is what my deck has done to me. And Talpinator continuing to play it slow, unsure of what tricks are in Chenia's sleeve, not wanting to run in there and get hit with a hush onto the Elder Dragon to take away the fearsome and give Chenia another turn to try and finish off that 3 Nexus HP.
Yeah, even though from our perspective, we can tell Talpinator is very far ahead, is able to close out this game, Talpinator still showing his opponent due respect. This is the grand finals of the World Championships, and Talpinator is on the cusp of being crowned. 1 living library is just another elusive unit to be developed, gives you another emergency blocker, and dealing 14 attack this turn, damage to the Nexus, going to be a tall order. Group shot is boosted enough to take down Zolani.
Group shot taking out Zolani the Bloodweaver at round 10 is a disaster here for Chenia. Might develop 1 more blocker, but the elusives can't even stop the Burblefish, the fearsome, onto this tyrannical unit from the history of Legends of Runeterra. Condense onto Broadmain. Talpinator dragging this one out, going even further into the pool of control.
Nothing will stand in between Talpinator and his victory. Is covering every single obstacle, every single instance that could possibly prevent this. And even after all these Poros have come down, I don't even think he's kept track of this Destined Poros off of Poro stories or where everything is going. Plaza Guardian challenging the elusive. The rest of the attackers come marching in.
It doesn't matter. The Elder Dragon cannot be stopped at level 1 against this non-fearsome board. Chenia just has to hit the skip block button. There's the GG Shen. There is the game. There is the match. There is the tournament. Talpinator is your world champion. EMEA for the 3rd year in a row.
Absolutely exquisite, heroic lower bracket run. Talpinator had just a short time to rest before taking on Chenia, a titan from Korea, and gave him a run for his money. What an excellent tournament, and I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Boulevard and Skarzig, and congratulations to Talpinator! Wow, Alan, I'm going to give you first stab at this because I feel like you must have so many positive things to say about Talpinator winning.
I told you so! Like, come on! Was there any doubts? Were you guys even doubting me? Like, come on! We knew that it's gonna be EMEA taking home. It just was a matter which EMEA player. And Talpinator was the one to run it back straight from the lower bracket!
Yeah, extremely deserved. I mean, he won me over the last couple of games. Every single time we've watched him, we've seen him play his absolute heart out, getting the draws, getting the protagonist energy. Every single thing he did felt right. Chenia still played really, really, really well. He did better than his last performance, and that means next time he's going to do even better, and therefore mathematically must get first. But for now, we should revel in the three-peat of EMEA. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think that Talpinator has also just cemented themselves as a part of history in Legends of Runeterra. Alan, I can't remember the last time we've seen a run quite like this. Obviously, this is also the first year that we've done double elimination bracket, but think about that. When you have your back up against a wall for so many rounds, you don't have the comfort of getting a chance to have a third chance there. Alan, like, that pressure must be insane.
No. Listen, that was all part of strategy. Listen, would you rather sit whole day, watch other people play, or you would rather go warmed up right on the field, smashing one by one opponents? Like, come on. That's obviously, it's part of strategy. Like, there is no shot Talpinator would like to play from upper bracket, just play one game in a day. Like, come on, it's better to just play 10 series instead of one.
If you're not from Europe, this is your cue to take a break from the internet for a couple of days because EMEA is going to be so confident about all of this. And honestly, it sucks, but it's kind of deserved. It's so well, it's so consistent. They're clearly the best region in LoR, as much as it pains me to say it.
No, it doesn't pain me at all. It's not about accurate.
Listen, I come from Teamfight Tactics also, where NA is dominant set after set after set. And EMEA's always yapping over there like, no. This set is our time. And I can't believe that I leave all of that just to come over to EMEA true dominance over in Legends of Runeterra. It has been incredibly deserved. And I think that Talpinator has won all of our hearts. I'm coping.
Dominating TF.
You wait till we see Alan compete. Then we've got a real match on our hands there. But just a huge celebration though to Talpinator, especially when you look at the bracket. Like, let's just give that visualization really fast, right? Chenia was waiting in the upper bracket through that winners finals, and then all of a sudden, like, Talpinator already in that winner round 2 had to get dropped because Yoshino was able to beat them 2-1. And from there, I mean, Spids, this is just like Titan after Titan after Titan that Talpinator had to slay in the lower bracket.
I mean, when we talk about this top 16, we talk about everyone being so amazing. Talpinator going through the gauntlet of Runeterra into JO1, into Tiger, into Yoshino, into Seku. Amazing players consistently showing how strong Talpinator is. Incredibly deserved, knowing what draws to go for, knowing the outs, knowing how to play against enemy teamers. It's so difficult to play so consistently, but that's what makes them deserving of that champion.
So much fun too, and sadly, Talpinator did have to send a few EMEA players home, Alan. So I know that must have been heartbreaking, but they got it done in the end.
Listen, we can have only one champion. At the end, it's togethers work. Like, we just came here, conquered, and we are going to wait for the next year to take one more.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think that SEA, Korea, APAC, that whole region, I feel like has just been showing up bigger and better every single year in terms of their growth, right? I know Spids, you've covered a couple of the OCE broadcasts. I'm wondering if you could give some insight there into just the level of competition on that side of the globe.
APAC has been doing really well over the past year. Their tournaments are always very, very interesting. They're very good at innovating these new ideas, and we saw this throughout this tournament. APAC came out with some of the most interesting innovation. We saw Mill in the top 64 brought 5 times. We've seen Chenia with an absolutely insane lineup brought as well with JO1, and they've done so well in Worlds consistently, typically doing better than AM as they've done this Worlds as well. So, I mean, APAC deserves to get first at some point, and it just sucks it wasn't this time around.
Maybe you'll get 7 Worlds, 6 if you behave.
And then the rest of that is EMEA, obviously.
Surely not an A, like, come on. They were not even close this time. Again!
We had a few players that put up a good fight. Gotta give some credit over there to Seku, who did end up in that 3rd place.
All right.
I know, just a couple of steps away from the ultimate grand prize of being able to be the world champion. And we're only letting Alan do this because he's also a world champion, so he can get away with a lot because he also holds that title. But we gotta take a look at the prizing as well, because these players also went home with a sizable amount of money. When you look across the board, we had $140,000 of prizing. Everybody in the top 64 went home with something, but Spids, the prizing got better and better from 16th upwards.
Rising just got better every single time. Talpinator getting that card that he can get, choosing a follower that he can put into the game based on anything that he wants, obviously with some restrictions based on balance, I hope. Chenia also getting that spell. You know, these top 2s get like the lump sum. They get so much. I'm so excited to see what Talpinator adds as a follower. I mean, the Rusticles follower was really, really cool. It's so cool to have a part of yourself in the game. I'm so curious to see what Talpinator chooses.
What do you think, Alan? If you had to guess, based on what Talpinator left on the table for this World Championships, what's that follower look like?
Surely it won't be an aggro follower that will support Nyla Jala deck, right?
I feel like it would be fitting though, right?
Definitely would be. Or maybe some Riven Morgana support, but the deck, since it was already bad enough, maybe some help to the Jana Nyla instead.
That's true. That's true. And when we watched Talpinator play through the tournament, I think more often than not, we actually saw that Morgana and that Riven get banned, Spids. What was it about that deck you felt like just had to be the target?
Riven Morgana can just get there sometimes, right? If you draw enough copies of the Riven and the Blade Fragments and the Might and the Fire Spitter, it's such a hard deck to try and beat with your lineup. Your lineup has to be really targeted to try and beat that deck, while Jananilla does have some ways it can lose. I mean, we didn't see it in this tournament, but in theory it could have lost, you know, into things like Rocket Barrage from Karma Set. But, I mean, we saw in this tournament, Jananilla keeps drawing, keeps getting there, but Riven Morgana does end up being the ban a lot of the reason, just because it's so hard to try and build a lineup to beat.
Hey, but Chenya still grabs a decent share of the total 140k prize pool and gets to design the cooler card, the spell card. You can make so many broken cards here. So I can't wait to see what Chenya will cook up together with Riot.
I'm expecting that it's going to be a Poro-based spell.
Oh, surely
like
another Poro snack.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure, that's exactly what we need. More buffs to Poros. Yay, can't wait.
And that's where we're going to let Alan go try the deck on the ladder. And remember that you all can actually get access to some of these decks that were played at the World Championships. If you go into your in-game client, you can buy the Worlds 2023 bundle that comes with exclusive cosmetics, as well as 4 unique decks that were brought by some of the best players at the World Championships. I don't think I got a chance to ask you your choice, Spids, but if you had to pick one of these 4 decks to go play, which are you the most excited about?
I really, really like the Shyvana Elder Dragon deck. You know, Seku is one of my favorite players because he loves building these mid-range decks to a really fun degree. Getting your boons on these units, you know, combining keywords is often one of my favorite parts of this game. So I'm probably playing this Seku deck as soon as we get off of this broadcast.
Alright, since Spitz picked up the Shyvana deck, I would go with the probably War Mother that Aurora brought, since it gives me the vibe from the past when I got to the top of the ladder on both NA and EU, playing the old school George War Mother. It was such a base deck, and seeing the War Mother being viable again gives a good vibes again.
I'm still in the Poro King. But I swear yesterday, Alan, we heard that you were going to go try that Elder Dragon Shyvana deck. Do you have anything to report back to us?
Oh, I didn't have a chance to play it. I am in the quite Spartan conditions casting yet. I need to get my hitting repaired back.
Okay. When you warm up a little bit, we'll have to hear your report about the deck. But make sure you go check it out. It's going to be an amazing way to try to get your hands on some of these deck lists and see for yourself why these top players brought them to the World Championships. But we're hoping that we'll get a chance to speak with your new 2023 Legends of Runeterra World Champion. So we're going to take a short break to hopefully get that interview set up for you, and then we'll be back to talk to the champ. Hello, everyone. Please join me in welcoming your 2023 Legends of Runeterra World Champion, Talpinator. Yay! We are so excited for you. Congratulations. What does this moment, winning the championship, mean to you?
I working a lot to become better in the building, in playing decks, and the first years I don't have a lot of good results. If you think about, like my best results was a top 8 in an open, but this year I try to qualifying for Worlds and became more consistent during the tournaments. Yes, it's this. It was crazy. The run today was incredible because from the loser bracket going to win it's something incredible.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And I wanted to ask you, how did you arrive to this lineup? It was a very, very interesting lineup, not what a lot of people were expecting or bringing. You had that extra week to prepare. What got you onto this lineup?
When the cards was revealed, I was really unhappy because there were a lot of not aggro cards, and I'm a really good aggro player, and there was like a ramp card, Prelord, and I think no, this world it's not for me, and we have to try something else to counter the meta maybe. I see like in the first day I built the Riva Morgana. I built the Riva Morgana, and it was the list that I play now with something different, like the 4-drop. I add it later, and the other new cards like Mordekaiser, it's not my style. I don't like play the mirror of Mordekaiser, so I think the deck is really good a lot of times, but I just decided to not play that.
I see.
I think countering, I think Jan Anila was a really good deck against Elder Dragon. And Elder Dragon, I think the people are bringing it.
You made a whole run from the lower bracket. It had to be exhausting, but are you satisfied with your run?
I think I played my best LOR of my life today.
How, when you dropped to lower bracket, did you think you can make it through, or were you just playing to play it through, essentially?
No, the mental thing is something that I think players should be able to become better, because it's really easy. Like in open, in the Swiss rounds, I have like a 2-0, and then I lost two rounds in a row. I was 2-2, and I can't lose anymore. Was something like tilted, but and but I reset my mind, and I go, I can do that. It's something possible.
Very happy to hear that, and again, congratulations, Talpinator. Welcome to the World Champion Club.
Thank you. It's really important from MMA. That's something that I was seeing a lot of tweets, something that MMA was not really good, but this year, but I don't think so.
You are living proof that EMEA is such a strong region, and you have worked so hard to earn this championship. So, congratulations on all of that hard work paying off. Talpinator, you talked about how you've improved over the year and how prepped you felt for this world championship. Is there anybody you'd want to give a shout out to that has supported you for this?
Yes, I want uh, to my to congrats my Italian team that supported me, like Okabeis, Freforos, but Broken Ball joining, Docmic, Leandro. There is a lot of Italian players. I can't tell all now, and they supported on the live stream. The other European players that helped me during the preparation, and I want to dedicate this win to my father that I lost like 2 months ago, and I think he helped from the sky me today.
I fully believe that. I'm sure he's so proud of you, Talpinator, for this incredible victory and this World Championship win. Congratulations once again, and enjoy your celebration.